Chapter 989. Lu Ming sat motionless. The heaven and earth jade essence was glowing and its body was slowly changing. A month later, the heaven and earth jade essence had completely transformed into a human body. It was made of flesh and blood and looked exactly like Lu Ming. Its muscles were firm, well-proportioned, and full of perfect lines. It was like the most beautiful work of art. At this moment, Lu Ming opened his eyes and a smile appeared on his face. His second body had successfully cultivated. At this moment, the second body also opened his eyes. However, there was no emotion in his eyes. His eyes were very ethereal, without any impurities, like a newborn baby. Lu Ming's mind moved. His mind seemed to be able to enter the second body's mind at any time. At this moment, the second body had a trace of emotion and nodded slightly at Lu Ming. The main body and the second body could communicate telepathically. No matter how far away they were, the main body could sense what the second body saw and what happened. Even the main body could receive what the second body comprehended. This was the real heaven-defying and unbelievable. At this moment, a purple spiritual fire was dancing between the second body's eyebrows. Endless inscriptions suddenly appeared under his feet and spread in all directions, forming a large array. So fast, the inscription speed is too fast. It's more than twice as fast as my original inscription speed. Lu Ming exclaimed. The second body's mind and body were free of impurities. If he focused on one thing, he would naturally be more effective. In the future, you will specialize in the Tao of inscription. Lu Ming stretched out his hand and tapped on the second body's forehead. In the Sea of Consciousness, the cultivation experience that Liao Tsang had sealed in Lu Ming's Sea of Consciousness was transferred to the second body's Sea of Consciousness. Then, a picture scroll appeared in Lu Ming's hand and flew into the second body's forehead and disappeared. It was the Million Formation image. Then, Lu Ming took out a storage ring and the second body put it on. The storage ring was filled with all kinds of materials related to the Tao of inscription. Lu Ming gave all of them to the second body. The second body's palm glowed, and a set of blue clothes appeared. The second body put it on, and suddenly, he looked exactly like Lu Ming. To be precise, the second body was also Lu Ming. It was no different from Lu Ming himself. The only difference was that the second body didn't have Lu Ming's consciousness. Then, the second body took a step forward and transformed into a ray of light. Then, it submerged into the space between Lu Ming's eyebrows. Lu Ming's mind sank into his sea of consciousness. He found that the second body was sitting cross-legged in his sea of consciousness. He was quietly practicing the way of inscription. Time to recover my soul force. With a thought, Lu Ming's second body reappeared. He then took out the soul condensing stone and began recovering his soul power. After all, splitting one's soul into two would consume too much energy. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. Lu Ming had already been in seclusion for 2 months. It's time to go. Lu Ming opened his eyes. After a month of refining the soul condensing stone, the second body and the main body's soul force had almost completely recovered. After the second body submerged into his sea of consciousness, Lu Ming got up and walked out of the secret chamber. Outside the secret chamber, Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, Yan Kuangtu, and Supreme Nine Sons were waiting. Lu Ming is out. Yan Kuangtu's eyes lit up. Lu Ming, how was your cultivation? Did you succeed? Bai Shijin asked. The rest of them looked at Lu Ming expectantly. Lu Ming smiled. Light flashed between his eyebrows. The second body walked out and stood beside Lu Ming. The two of them looked exactly the same. They were both wearing blue robes. Supreme Nine Sons and the other three's gazes fell on the second body. They carefully sensed the second body and their eyes were filled with amazement. Wonderful, wonderful, this is simply a work of art. Bai Shijin was shocked and sighed. It is indeed a work of art. With such a second body in the Talisman Puppet sect, DE will definitely think that Lu Ming has always been here. Supreme Nine Sons said. Lu Ming, when do you plan to leave? Du Songjue asked. In 2 days. Lu Ming said. Well, before we leave, we will seal the aura of your 9 dragons' bloodline. Du Songjue nodded. Lu Ming bid farewell to the others and went to the residence of the Lu family. When Lu Yuntian and Li Ping saw 2 identical Lu Ming standing in front of them, they were stunned for a long time. If it wasn't for the different eyes of the main body and the second body, they wouldn't have been able to tell which one was the main body and which one was the second. Ming, are you leaving? Li Ping asked. Lu Ming nodded. He only planned to tell Lu Yuntian and Li Ping about the main body and the second body. He didn't tell anyone else. Ming, don't worry. Your second body is also formed by half of your soul. It means that you are with us. Lu Yuntian said. Indeed, the consciousness of the main body and the second body could be connected. The second body was equivalent to Lu Ming. Father, here are some cultivation techniques and martial techniques. You can keep them and cultivate them yourself. If the Lu clan's juniors, or the mystic essence sword sects or the Hua clan's disciples have good moral character and perception, you can also pass them on. Lu Ming took out a stack of secret manuals and handed it to Lu Yuntian. Lu Yuntian took it and casually flipped open one. His eyes almost popped out. This is a divine-level cultivation method. Lu Yuntian was shocked. Yes, when he flipped it open, it was a divine-level cultivation method, the sky-warping divine skill. Well, there are 2 divine-level cultivation methods and the rest are demigod-level martial arts techniques. Lu Ming nodded. These were all obtained by Lu Ming in the Battle of Providence. With these cultivation methods and martial arts techniques, the Lu family would definitely rise. Lu Yuntian took a few deep breaths and solemnly kept the secret manuals. 2 days later, in a secret chamber, Lu Ming sat cross-legged. The 9 dragons' bloodline floated above his head. Bai Shijin and the others were beside Lu Ming, constantly condensing inscriptions and covering the 9 dragons' bloodline. Half a day later, they stopped. The 9 dragons' bloodline entered Lu Ming's body and Lu Ming opened his eyes. Lu Ming, your 9 dragons' bloodline has reached the 6th level of the divine level. Its aura is too strong. Even if we join forces, we can only seal it for half a year. After half a year, the seal won't be able to seal the aura of the 9 dragons' bloodline. Bai Shijin said. Half a year, that's enough. Lu Ming nodded. Half a year later, he would definitely be far away from the eastern wilderness. No matter how powerful Martial Emperor De was, he would not be able to sense it. Lu Ming, take care. I hope to see you again in the future. You're already powerful enough to shock the world. Yan Kuangtu patted Lu Ming's shoulder and said. Big brother Yan, Senior Jiuyang, goodbye. Lu Ming solemnly cupped his fists and exchanged glances with his second body. Then, he left with Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others. If Lu Ming brought his second body with him, his strength would undoubtedly be much stronger. However, he had no choice but to leave his second body in the Talisman Puppet sect. He arrived at a teleportation altar with Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others. Lu Ming, now that all the territories of the Talisman Puppet sect have been occupied by Martial Emperor De, the territories near the Chaos Realm will definitely be occupied too. The teleportation altars in those territories will definitely be heavily guarded. However, the Talisman Puppet sect also has a secret teleportation altar hidden in the mountains and forests. You can teleport to that secret place. You'll have to rely on yourself for the rest. Bai Shijin warned. Thank you, Senior Bai, Senior Du, take care of yourselves. Chapter 990. To the west of the Heaven and Earth Mountain, there were more than 10 large regions. These large regions were close to the Chaos region. The West Wind region was one of the large regions close to the Chaos region. Now, the West Wind region was completely under the control of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Some of the important cities had the shadows of the experts from the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Especially recently, there were more experts from the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace in the dozen large regions close to the Chaos region. It seems that Martial Emperor De has taken precautions. He is afraid that I will be teleported out of the Talisman Puppet sect and head to the central continent. A black-robed youth was flying in the sky above a mountain forest. This black-robed youth was Lu Ming. After he was teleported out of the Talisman Puppet sect, he appeared in an underground cave. That underground cave was the teleportation array secretly built by the Talisman Puppet sect. Then, Lu Ming took out the talisman paper that he had prepared to conceal his aura. He stuck it on his body and concealed his aura. He had no choice. Now that he had transferred his spirit fire to the second body, even if he knew the principles and methods, he couldn't inscribe any inscriptions. Then, he changed his appearance and changed his clothes. Then, he left the underground cave and flew toward the Chaos region. Of course, Dandan was with him. However, this fellow had been staying in the mountain and river diagram, eating spiritual herbs and sleeping. It was called recovery. Whoosh! Whoosh! A group of people flew in front of him. They were the experts from the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. However, they only glanced at Lu Ming and flew past him. This won't do. It's better to run in the mountain forest. The sky is too big of a target. If I run into someone with a meticulous mind, they might be suspicious. Thinking of this, Lu Ming landed in the mountain forest and ran in the mountain forest. After a few days, Lu Ming arrived at the western border of the West Wind region. There was a large city in front of him. After he left this city, he would enter the Chaos region. I will go to this city to buy some things before entering the Chaos region. I heard that the climate in the Chaos region is very changeable. Some places are extinct. It's best to buy some food and bring it along. Lu Ming thought. With his current cultivation, it wouldn't matter if he didn't eat for a year. However, he would still eat frequently out of habit. Stop. Pass through this array platform. The city gate was guarded by the experts of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Anyone who wanted to enter the city had to pass through an array platform. Lu Ming had learned before that this kind of array platform could test the spiritual fire. If a person who cultivated the Tao of inscription and had an extremely vigorous spirit flame stepped onto the platform, there would be a reaction. The Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace wanted to trap the Talisman Puppet sect. They were afraid that the Talisman Puppet sect's disciples would sneak out. However, Lu Ming was now a pure martial artist without the slightest bit of spiritual fire. Naturally, he easily passed through the array platform and entered the city. Following this, Lu Ming found a market and bought a large amount of resources before leaving the city and heading towards the Chaos Domain. To the majority of martial artists, the Chaos Domain was a forbidden area. Because it didn't just stretch from north to south and separated the central continent from the eastern continent, it was extremely vast as well. Moreover, unknown dangers were hidden within it, and even a domain-enlightened spirit god might perish if they were unlucky. It was said that the terrain of the Chaos Domain was extremely complicated. Deserts, swamps, barren mountains, ghost lands, there was everything one could think of. Moreover, the weather was constantly changing. The sky might be clear one moment, and the next moment, there would be a storm or even flames that would fall from the sky. It was extremely dangerous. There were also some ferocious beasts and evil spirits hidden within. Some were extremely powerful, and even a domain-enlightened spirit god would die if they encountered them. Therefore, no one was willing to enter the Chaos Domain. If one wanted to head to the central continent, they would have to borrow the teleportation formations of the few overlord forces. However, Lu Ming had no choice. He couldn't expose his identity, so he could only move forward and cross over. After leaving the city, his path was unobstructed. After over 100,000 miles, a barren mountain range appeared before his eyes. There wasn't any vegetation on the mountain range, and it was completely barren and covered in bare rocks. He had already arrived at the territory of the Chaos Domain. Lu Ming raised his spirits, slowed down, and flew into the Chaos Domain. As soon as he flew into the barren mountain range, Lu Ming frowned. What a high temperature. The temperature from the sun here is actually tens of times higher than other places. Lu Ming's heart jolted, and he was extremely surprised in his heart. He retreated a few more miles, and the temperature returned to normal. It was just a thin line, but the temperature from the sun was completely different. Lu Ming was secretly amazed. He circulated his vital essence to protect his body and flew forward. Ga. After flying for a few thousand miles, a bird cry rang out. A fiery red giant bird appeared and pounced towards Lu Ming like lightning. Before it arrived, a blazing heat wave rushed towards Lu Ming. A ferocious beast of the spirit embryo realm. Lu Ming's heart jolted. He didn't expect to encounter a ferocious beast of the spirit embryo realm as soon as he entered the chaos domain. A long spear condensed in his hand, and the long spear pierced through the air. With a poochie sound, the ferocious beast was killed in the air. The power of devouring burst forth and devoured the blood essence of the ferocious beast. What a blazing power! It should be related to the high temperature here. No matter if it was the demonic energy or blood essence of the ferocious beast, they were all incomparably hot like flames. However, under the condensation of the 9 dragons' bloodline, they were quickly refined. Continuing to fly, Lu Ming discovered that there weren't many ferocious beasts here. He would only meet one occasionally, and most of them were below the 8th level of the spirit embryo realm. Lu Ming's devouring had almost no effect on raising his cultivation. After a few 100,000 miles, the desolate mountain range disappeared, and what appeared in front of his eyes was a desert. The boundless desert was a stretch of gold. It stretched as far as the eye could see, and no one knew how big it was. When Lu Ming stepped in, he discovered in astonishment that the temperature here was even more terrifying. It was 10 times higher than the desolate mountain range, and a few 100 times higher than the outside world. Not to mention vegetation, even powerful demonic beasts wouldn't be able to survive here. They would die from the high temperature. However, when Lu Ming entered, he discovered in astonishment that there were actually living creatures living in the desert. Lu Ming saw a type of sandworm. Its shell was like a fiery red diamond, shining resplendently and incomparably hard. After that, Lu Ming saw a centipede that was 100 meters long. It was swallowing and spitting out the essence of the sun, as though it was bathing in flames. The moment it saw Lu Ming, it pounced towards Lu Ming. This centipede was at the level of Great Circle of Spirit Embryo Realm, and its battle power was extremely strong. The flames it spat out seemed to be able to burn everything, and its entire body had a diamond-like shell that was incomparably hard. Its defense was extremely terrifying. This centipede was much stronger than martial arts practitioners at the same level of Great Circle of Spirit Embryo Realm. The flames it spat out could probably easily kill martial arts practitioners at the same level. Lu Ming fought with it for dozens of moves, and only after exploding his dragon power did he manage to kill it. He then kept the entire centipede. This centipede was full of treasures, and if he sold it, he could get quite a lot of origin stones. This desert was truly incomparably vast. For the next 10 days, Lu Ming shuttled through this desert, and he also experienced a few huge battles. 10 days later, Lu Ming looked at the scene in front of him in a daze. Rumble. Chapter 991. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Dark clouds covered the sky. Heavy rain poured down like water splashing down. Below them was a boundless swamp. Lu Ming was really in a daze. The place where he was standing now was clearly a desert. The sun shone down dazzling light, and the temperature was terrifyingly high. But ahead was a curtain of dark clouds and heavy rain. This difference was too great, making Lu Ming somewhat unable to turn around. Chaos Domain lives up to its reputation. Lu Ming sighed and flew forward. Chi La. Once he flew into the area of heavy rain, the temperature dropped sharply, returning to normal. But in the sky, a lightning bolt as thick as an arm directly struck towards Lu Ming. Revolving the concept of thunder, a lightning bolt as thick as an arm also burst out, scattering this lightning bolt. In the sky, lightning swam. In the next moment, another lightning bolt struck. Lu Ming revolved the concept of thunder to resist it. What a strong concept of thunder. This is a good place to comprehend the concept of thunder. Lu Ming smiled faintly and was not in a hurry to advance. Instead, he descended to the swamp below. Stepping on the water surface, he slowly advanced while comprehending the concept of thunder. A moment later, Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes. What a thick aura of the concept of water. The aura of the concept of water here is even stronger than the concept of thunder. Lu Ming thought to himself, his eyes revealing a look of hope. He planned to comprehend the concept of water. Now that the War of Providence was over, there was no rush to raise his cultivation in the short term. Lu Ming planned to use this opportunity to comprehend the concept of water. Anyway, he had the 9 dragons' bloodline to devour. Comprehending one more concept would not affect his cultivation speed too much. Moreover, comprehending one more concept, if 5 concepts were merged, the eruption power would definitely be even stronger. After making the decision, Lu Ming closed his eyes and started comprehending. With providence on his body, Lu Ming's comprehension ability increased by a full 10-fold. He was even more in tune with heaven and earth. His comprehension speed was shockingly fast. First was the concept of water. In just 1 day's time, Lu Ming had successfully comprehended the force of water and reached the entry stage of the force of water. Next, I need to merge the water force with the other wills. There is endless thunder and lightning here. I can use the power of thunder and lightning to merge the wills. Lu Ming thought. Whoosh! He leaped into the air and soared into the sky. Chi-la! Chi-la! In the sky, countless lightning bolts bombarded Lu Ming. Lu Ming had unleashed his force of water and 4 other intents. However, as for the other 4 states, Lu Ming did not explode with great power. He only used them for defense. His main purpose was to let the lightning strike the water state and the other 4 states to temper them. Boom! 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 Thunderous rumbles rang out endlessly as lightning struck continuously. The state and power wavered. Not enough, the power of the lightning is not enough, continue upwards. Lu Ming continued flying upwards. The closer he got to the clouds, the more horrifying the might of the lightning became. It continuously bombarded the state and the power of water. Yes, that's the feeling. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Now, his comprehension ability had increased 10-fold. Even the speed of merging the wills had greatly increased. He could merge the wills faster and more effectively. Lu Ming used the thunder and lightning to temper continuously. In just 10 days, Lu Ming had successfully merged the force of water and the other 4 intents. This speed was already extremely shocking. After the successful fusion, Lu Ming could continue to improve the force of water. Moreover, he had many water-profound crystals on him. Coupled with the environment here, his horrifying comprehension ability, and the enlightenment ancient tree, Lu Ming's speed of improvement was simply terrifying. It was like sitting on a rocket. Lu Ming cultivated in this area of water as he advanced. 3 days later, Lu Ming condensed the rune of the force of water in one go and raised the force of water to the 1st level. After that, the speed of improvement kept increasing by leaps and bounds. It was only when the force of water reached the 2nd level that the speed of improvement slowed down. Because at the 2nd level, he couldn't purely rely on the profound crystals. Lu Ming stayed in this swamp for another half a month. His force of water had already reached the 2nd level of greater mastery. At this time, Lu Ming crossed the swamp and arrived at an area with an even more complicated terrain. In this area, he would encounter swamps filled with poisonous gas, terrifying storms, and even areas filled with blood chi. There was once when he was almost cut in half by a blood-red sword light. That blood-red sword light wasn't released by someone, but rushed out from a blood lake. That sword light had at least reached the level of spiritual god. Lu Ming didn't advance quickly. He cultivated as he hurried along. His purpose of walking out of the talisman puppet sect was to cultivate. Although the chaos domain was a little dangerous, it was still very good for cultivation and could be tempered. During this period, he didn't only cultivate the force of water. He also cultivated and comprehended all the other intents. He had some upper-grade profound crystals on him. They were all obtained from his opponents in the War of Providence, such as Luo Tian, Wang Fenchen, and the others. The use of upper-grade profound crystals was much greater than middle-grade spirit stones. Generally speaking, lower-grade profound crystals corresponded to King Realm and were of great help to cultivating a first-level intent. Middle-grade profound crystals corresponded to the spiritual Sea Realm and were of great help to the second-level intent. Upper-grade profound crystals corresponded to the spiritual embryo realm and were of great help to the third-level intent. As for top-grade profound crystals, they corresponded to the fourth-level intent. Of course, the difficulty of cultivating a third-level intent was extremely high. It wasn't enough to rely on upper-grade profound crystals alone. However, with the help of upper-grade profound crystals, the cultivation speed was still much faster. Just like this, Lu Ming cultivated as he hurried along. He didn't neglect the intent of heaven and earth and his martial skills. The Danden's perception was very strong. Sometimes, when they encountered powerful existences, they would avoid them. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, it had been 3 months since Lu Ming entered the Chaos Domain. Along the way, Lu Ming experienced a lot and encountered all kinds of terrains. Even with the Danden's perception, he still encountered danger more than 10 times. The most dangerous time was when the skies suddenly split open while flying and endless flames poured down. If it wasn't for Lu Ming's sharp perception and quick reaction, he would have been in danger. That was because the flames were extremely terrifying. When they poured down from the sky, they turned everything within 100,000 miles into lava. Lu Ming was drenched in cold sweat. Of course, along the way, Lu Ming's harvest was also great. Wind, fire, and thunder, the 3 intents had all reached the peak of the 3rd level and were beginning to break through to the 4th level. The intent of earth had also reached the peak of the 3rd level. As for the intent of water, it had also broken through the 3rd level and reached the beginning of the 3rd level. For the intent of water to reach this step so quickly was already very terrifying. This was because Lu Ming comprehended it purely by himself and not by devouring the 9 dragons' bloodline. However, his cultivation didn't increase and was still at the early stage of the 8th level of Spirit Embryo Realm. His cultivation needed to wait for the intent of water to catch up with the other intents before it could continue to increase. Chapter 992. Besides the 9 dragons' heaven-trampling steps, Lu Ming cultivated another martial technique. Dazzling Dragon Spear Art. This was a high-grade demigod rank martial technique that Lu Ming had obtained in the Battle of Karmic Luck. During this period of time, Lu Ming was almost on the verge of cultivating it to the highest level. This was the benefit of improving his comprehension ability. Coupled with the fact that he was wholeheartedly cultivating the martial Tao and wasn't distracted by the Tao of inscription, his progress in all aspects was extremely swift. Roar! Roar! A mountain range appeared ahead. Numerous peaks stood tall on the mountain range, ancient trees towered into the sky, and the roars of beasts resounded incessantly. He finally encountered a mountain range that was filled with vitality. This place should be close to the central continent. According to the records of the past, I just have to pass through this mountain range to arrive at the central continent. Lu Ming revealed a trace of anticipation in his eyes, but he didn't relax in his heart. Because it was said that formidable ferocious beasts lived in the mountain range near the central continent, and some were even capable of tearing domain-enlightened spirit gods apart. So, Lu Ming didn't dare let his guard down. Lu Ming restrained his aura and charged into the mountain range. Not long after he charged into the mountain range, Lu Ming encountered the attack of a formidable ferocious beast. Lu Ming killed it and devoured all its demon energy and blood essence. The blood essence was used to improve his bloodline, and the demon energy was used to temper his body. 10 days later, a painting floated within a hidden crack in a rock. It was the Mountain River painting, and Lu Ming was cultivating within it. The hell-suppressing steel floated above him, and it flickered with light and shook slightly. 4 golden chakras flickered, but it wasn't long before another golden chakra effused out. The 5th golden chakra, the hell-suppressing steel's bloodline, had attained the 5th level of the god rank. During this period of time, practically all the blood essence that Lu Ming had devoured had been used to improve the hell-suppressing steel's bloodline. Let's see how formidable the hell-suppressing heaven art is now. With a command in his heart, Lu Ming stood up and slapped out with his palm. Hiss. Space warped rapidly while a mountain in the distance rumbled and collapsed. The improvement doesn't seem to be that terrifying. According to this extent of improvement, if I execute it at full strength, its might should be equivalent to a mid-grade low-grade god rank martial technique. Lu Ming's heart stirred. When the prison-suppressing steel bloodline had been at the 4th level of the divine grade, the power of the prison-suppressing heaven's skill had been equivalent to the 1st level of a low-tier divine grade martial skill. Lu Ming had originally thought that after the prison-suppressing steel bloodline had been upgraded to the 5th level of the divine grade, the power of the prison-suppressing heaven's skill would be equivalent to the 6th level of a low-tier divine grade martial skill. However, from the looks of it now, it seemed like it had yet to reach the 4th level. Most likely, it would only reach the 6th level of a low-tier god-tier battle technique when he reached the 6th level of a god-tier battle technique. A 7th level divine grade martial skill could reach the level of a high-grade divine grade martial skill. A high-grade divine level martial skill was a martial skill that only sovereigns could successfully cultivate. For some reason, my 3rd bloodline still can't be awakened. At this moment, Lu Ming frowned again. Even now, his 3rd bloodline still hadn't awakened. It was as if it was still in the process of being nurtured, which left Lu Ming speechless. The other prodigies had already awakened their 3rd bloodline. Most prodigies would awaken their 3rd bloodline at the Spirit Sea realm. Only a small number of them would awaken their 3rd bloodline at the Spirit Embryo realm. And now, Lu Ming's cultivation had already reached the 8th level of the Spirit Embryo realm, but his 3rd bloodline still hadn't awakened. This made Lu Ming a little depressed. Could it be that he could only awaken his 3rd bloodline at the Spirit God realm? In history, there were very few people who could awaken their 3rd bloodline at the Spirit God realm. Sigh, forget it. It's useless to think so much. Let nature take its course. I have the 9 dragons bloodline. Even if I can't awaken my 3rd bloodline, I won't be inferior to others. Lu Ming thought to himself. Then, he exited the mountain river diagram and continued to advance in the mountain range. Central continent, the easternmost land. It was the chaotic region near the eastern wilderness. On the edge of a majestic and boundless mountain range, there were 2 young women carefully running through the forest. These 2 women were about 20 years old. They looked almost identical, and one could tell at a glance that they were twin sisters. Their skin was like jade, and they were peerlessly beautiful. They were both rare and alluring beauties. But at this moment, their expressions were very solemn. They restrained their auras and moved forward carefully. Ah hui, be careful. Don't run too fast. One of the women said softly. Ah lei, don't worry. This is only the outskirts of the chaotic mountain range. There won't be any ferocious beasts that are too strong. The other woman seemed to be more lively. She smiled lightly and spoke softly. We've already been here for a few days, but we haven't seen the rainbow venomous snake. We don't know where it is. The woman called Ah Lei sighed softly. Ah Lei, do you think we can't find the rainbow venomous snake because we're in the outskirts of the mountain range? If we can't find the rainbow venomous snake, then we can't find the spirit medicine that accompanies the rainbow venomous snake to cure Grandpa's poison. Ah Lei, should we go deeper into the mountain range? Ah Hui said. Yes, that's the only way. But Ah Hui, don't be rash. Let's slow down a little. Ah Lei said. Then, the 2 young women carefully walked towards the depths of the mountain range. During this time, they carefully avoided a few powerful ferocious beasts. Roar. Suddenly, in the depths of the mountain range, there was an earth-shattering roar of a beast. The beast's roar sounded like a thunderclap. A vast demonic power soared into the sky. A terrifying space crack appeared in the sky. The clouds were directly swallowed by the space crack and disappeared without a trace. Roar. Then, the roar sounded again. It seemed to be filled with endless anger. The whole mountain range shook and rumbled loudly. Even though they were very far away, the two young women's faces changed drastically. They suddenly turned snow-white without a trace of blood. This is a level 8 ferocious beast. A level 8 ferocious beast is furious. Let's go quickly. Huey's voice trembled. She didn't have the courage before. She pulled Lei and ran wildly. Roar! Roar! At this time, in the mountain range, a group of ferocious beasts roared. They seemed to be very frightened. The two young women were even more shocked. They knew that the king of the mountain range was furious. The ferocious beasts were frightened. They were afraid that many powerful ferocious beasts would flee in all directions. It was very dangerous. The two young women ran out of the mountain range with all their strength. Rumble. There were ferocious beasts fleeing in all directions. Fortunately, these ferocious beasts seemed to be scared out of their wits and ignored the two young women. Therefore, the two young women were not in danger. Roar! Roar! The earth-shattering roar came from the depths of the mountain forest. It was earth-shattering, and its aura was terrifying. The two young women ran for an hour before they ran out of the mountain range and came to the outside. At this time, the two young women breathed a long sigh of relief. They were safe for the time being. Lei, what's going on? Why did a level 8 ferocious beast suddenly become furious? Seeing that they were out of danger, Huey's mind was active again. Her big eyes were full of curiosity. I don't know. Hui, it seems that we can't find the 7-colored poisonous snake. What about Grandpa's poison? Lei sighed. The two young women's eyes dimmed again. Their cultivation was too low. They didn't dare to go too deep into the mountain range. There's someone ahead. Chapter 993. In the mountain forest ahead, a black-robed young man charged out with extreme speed. His entire body was tattered and bleeding. There was a little tortoise on the shoulder of the black-robed young man. The little tortoise's claws were firmly grasping the young man's shoulder while its eyes were rolled back, and its body was twitching. Bang! The black-robed young man's speed was extremely swift as he charged out of the mountain forest, and then he fell heavily on the ground, causing dust to fill the sky. After that, he just lay there like that. Dandan, you almost got me killed this time. The young man lying on the ground spoke weakly. This young man was naturally Lu Ming, who traversed the chaos territory all along the way. At this moment, another 7 days had passed since Lu Ming's hell-suppressing steel bloodline had advanced. Right when they were about to pass through the mountain range and enter the territory of the central continent, they encountered a formidable ferocious beast. It was a second-level grade 8 ferocious beast that was equivalent to the second level of the spirit god realm. Originally, they could have gone around this ferocious beast, but it just so happened that Dandan noticed this ferocious beast was guarding 2 Saint Spirit ginsengs. These 2 Saint Spirit ginsengs were top-grade grade 8 spirit herbs, and even a peak spirit god would be tempted upon seeing them. So Dandan was tempted, and he secretly dug out the 2 Saint Spirit ginsengs. Unexpectedly, he was discovered by that formidable ferocious beast, and that ferocious beast went mad and madly chased after Dandan. In the end, even Lu Ming was implicated. Lu Ming used all his ability to luckily escape the ferocious beast's claws. However, he suffered extremely heavy injuries. Many of his bones were broken, and his internal organs were injured. Moreover, he didn't have much true essence left, and his aura was extremely weak. Dandan wasn't any better. He was almost blasted apart by the ferocious beast a few times, and at this moment, his entire body was twitching incessantly. A spirit god realm existence was truly formidable, and Lu Ming wasn't a match for it at all. Take human martial artists for example. Those that could step into the spirit god realm were at least god-rank geniuses, and most of them were god-rank geniuses that had awakened bloodlines at the 2nd level of the god rank or even at the 3rd level of the god rank. Such geniuses wouldn't have any problem surmounting 2 or 3 realms to fight enemies at the spirit embryo realm. It was the same for ferocious beasts and demonic beasts. They were all existences with a few % of the divine beast bloodline in their bodies. They were incomparably powerful. Coupled with the fact that there was an enormous chasm between the spirit embryo realm and the spirit god realm, Lu Ming's current cultivation was only at the 8th level of the spirit embryo realm, so it was utterly impossible for him to surmount such a huge gap. During the battle of karmic luck all those years ago, the reason Di Shen and the others had been able to stop the peak existences of the three-eyed divine race was because the experts of the three-eyed divine race hadn't completely stepped into the domain enlightened spirit god realm, and they could only be considered to have taken half a step into the domain enlightened spirit god realm. So, Di Shen and the others were able to fight them. Because once a member of the three-eyed divine race completely stepped into the domain enlightened spirit god realm in that world, then they would be suppressed by the laws of that world. If he was a complete spiritual god expert, the arch-god and the others would definitely not be able to stop him. Not to mention that the ferocious beast that Lu Ming faced earlier was equivalent to a second-level spirit god, and it was even more formidable. It was already extremely rare for Lu Ming to be able to escape with his life. Lu Ming, don't blame me. There are 2 saint spirit ginsengs, so let's take one each. Dandan's body twitched as he spoke. Lu Ming couldn't be bothered to speak any further with Eggy, and he just lay there and closed his eyes to circulate and recuperate. 2 young women were watching curiously from not too far away. Ah, Lei, there's still a voice. He seems to be still alive. Let's go over and take a look. Let's see if we can help him, said Ah Hui. Yes, Ah Hui, be careful. Comparatively speaking, Ah Lei seemed to be slightly more timid and shy. The 2 young women carefully approached Lu Ming, and a trace of pity flashed in their eyes when they saw Lu Ming's eyes were closed and his entire body was covered in blood. After sensing carefully, Ah Hui said, he seems to be heavily injured, but he's still breathing. He seems to have fainted. Why don't we carry him back to the city? Otherwise, he'll definitely be eaten by ferocious beasts if he stays here by himself. All right. Ah Lei nodded. The 2 young women were very kind-hearted, and they walked towards Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes. The 2 young women screamed in fright and hurriedly retreated, their faces pale. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. These 2 young women were really timid. However, they were so timid that they dared to come to this dangerous mountain range. Lu Ming was a little surprised. Don't be afraid. I mean no harm. Lu Ming forced himself to get up and smiled. Lu Ming scanned them with his mind and found that the cultivation of the 2 young women was at the complete spiritual sea realm. With this cultivation, they could be considered as geniuses in the eastern wilderness. Ah Lei, don't be afraid. His cultivation should be lower than ours, said Ah Hui in a low voice. At this moment, Lu Ming's breath was extremely weak, and he gave people the feeling that his cultivation was indeed low, even lower than the 2 young women. Lu Ming naturally heard what she said, but he didn't defend himself. Were you injured by the demonic beasts in the mountain range? With your cultivation, how dare you go deeper than us? Don't you know it's very dangerous? Said Ah Hui, blinking her eyes. I had no choice but to go deeper into the mountain range. Lu Ming casually gave a reason. Oh, it seems that you also had something important to do in the mountain range. Well, do you know why the level 8 ferocious beast went crazy? Asked Ah Hui curiously. Of course, she didn't know that the level 8 ferocious beast was angry because of Lu Ming. She thought that Lu Ming was injured by some weaker ferocious beast. I don't know either. Lu Ming shook his head. Well, forget it. I see that you're badly injured. Where are you from? Do you need us to send you back? Asked Ah Hui. After chatting for a while, the 2 young women felt that Lu Ming was not a bad person. They became bolder and approached Lu Ming to chat with Lu Ming. My home is very far from here. I'm afraid I can't go back for the time being, Lu Ming said with a smile. Oh, in that case, why don't you go to Lishui City with us first? Lishui City is the closest to here. It's still not safe here. I don't know if the ferocious beast will go crazy again, said Ah Hui. Okay. Thank you very much. Lu Ming pondered for a while and nodded in agreement. Lu Ming had just arrived in the central continent and was unfamiliar with the place. He really needed to find a place to stay temporarily and understand the situation in the central continent before he made his next plan. Moreover, he could also find a place to treat his injuries. It was killing two birds with one stone. "What's your name?" asked Ah Hui. "I'm Lu Shaoqing." "May I know your names?" Lu Ming said casually. In the central continent, there were probably spies of the Emperor Deity Palace. Lu Ming did not intend to use his real name. "I'm Xiao Hui. You can call me Ah Hui. This is my sister Xiao Lei. You can call her Ah Lei," said Ah Hui. Lu Ming found that Ah Hui was lively and cheerful. She was more talkative, while Ah Lei was much more shy. She did not talk much and just looked at Lu Ming curiously. Hearing Ah Hui's words, Ah Lei whispered, "I'm the elder sister." Ah Hui glared at her and said, "Ah Lei, you're talking nonsense. I'm the elder sister. I've been taking care of you all this time." Ah Lei retorted in a low voice, "But Grandpa said I was born a moment earlier than you. Grandpa is talking nonsense." "Humph, I don't care. I'm the elder sister. Lu Shaoqing, just remember that I'm the elder sister." Ah Hui pursed her lips. Chapter 994. "Miss Ah Hui, Miss Ah Lei, wait for me for a while. I'll go to Lishui City with you after my injuries have stabilized," Lu Ming said. "Well, you heal yourself. We'll keep a lookout for you," Ah Hui said. Then she and Ah Lei walked to the side to keep a lookout for Lu Ming. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. He then closed his eyes to recuperate. After this period of cultivation, Lu Ming's body had reached the peak of level 8. His recovery ability was extremely amazing. Combined with the true dragon fighting skill, he began to heal quickly. After half an hour, Lu Ming's injuries had stabilized and his genuine ether had recovered by 20%. Of course, with Ah Hui and Ah Lei's cultivation, they naturally could not see Lu Ming's cultivation realm. "Miss Ah Hui, Miss Ah Lei, I'm almost done. We can set off," Lu Ming said. "So soon?" Ah Hui said with some surprise. "My injuries are not too serious. I'll heal myself properly when we reach Lishui City," Lu Ming said. "Oh, that's good. Is your little tortoise okay?" Ah Hui looked at Dandan on Lu Ming's shoulder. At this time, Dandan was still twitching. "It's okay. It'll be fine after twitching for a while," Lu Ming said casually. This made Dandan gnash its teeth. What did he mean by, "it'll be fine after twitching for a while"? Then, the three of them rose into the air and left for Lishui City. After flying for tens of thousands of miles, what appeared in front of them were rivers and lakes dotted on the ground. Looking from the sky, they looked like pearls. This was a water town. The three of them chatted as they hurried along. Lu Ming had a rough idea of where this place was. The most powerful force in this water town was Floating Mountain. Floating Mountain was an overlord force in Zhongzhou State. In fact, Lu Ming had a rough understanding of Zhongzhou State before he came to Zhongzhou State. The middle continent was vast and boundless. It was at least 7 or 8 times larger than the eastern wilderness. Furthermore, it was a blessed land with countless grotto heavens and blessed lands. The heaven and earth spiritual chi was rich, and cultivation flourished there. Throughout history, there were countless geniuses and experts. It was the center of the divine wilderness continent. In the middle continent, the eastern wilderness could not compare to the number and quality of geniuses. The central continent ancient Saint dynasty was undoubtedly the oldest and largest force in the central continent. In fact, central continent was completely under the rule of the ancient sage dynasty tens of thousands of years ago. The ancient sage dynasty had been around for a long time. Legend had it that it had been around for 1,000,000 years. For the past 1,000,000 years, the central continent had been under the rule of the ancient sage dynasty. The central continent had been prosperous and powerful. There were many geniuses and experts, far above the eastern wilderness. By then, not only the middle continent, but even the eastern wilderness, Nanming, and other territories would have to submit to the ancient Saint dynasty. However, all of this changed drastically tens of thousands of years ago. Tens of thousands of years ago, an invincible figure had appeared in the Xia clan of the ancient Saint dynasty. He had started a rebellion, and the ancient Saint dynasty had experienced an unprecedented civil war. That war was earth-shattering. Countless experts had died, and even many sovereigns had fallen. After that war, the strength of the ancient Saint dynasty's royal family declined rapidly. They could no longer control the vast territory of the central continent. After that, the central continent entered the era of the sovereigns. For tens of thousands of years, various overlords had ruled over a region and fought for supremacy. Outside of these overlords, there were countless smaller forces that relied on the overlords and fought endlessly. Now, the central continent was even more chaotic than the eastern wilderness. The floating mountain sect occupied a vast territory in the eastern part of the central continent. They were the overlords of a region, and they had sovereigns. They were extremely powerful and were not weaker than forces like the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and the Heavenly Corpse sect. Lishui City was a city under the jurisdiction of the Floating Mountain sect. The Shao clan, where Ah Hui and Ah Lei were from, was a small clan in Lishui City. The Shao sisters were very innocent and did not have any ulterior motives. They felt that Lu Ming was a good person, so they treated Lu Ming as a friend. Whatever Lu Ming asked, they would answer. During the conversation, Lu Ming learned that their mother had passed away after they were born. A few years ago, their father had also fallen while adventuring outside. Now, they had been following their grandfather, Shao Zhan, the patriarch of the Shao clan. However, some time ago, Shao Zhan entered the Chaos Mountain range in search of a kind of spiritual medicine. He did not expect to be bitten by a 7-colored poisonous snake and was still unconscious. The reason why the two sisters came to the Chaos Mountain range was to find the 7-colored poisonous snake's nest and the accompanying spiritual medicine of the 7-colored poisonous snake to save Shao Zhan. Unfortunately, after searching for many days, they did not even find a trace of the 7-colored poisonous snake. Later, they met Lu Ming. "Maybe I can save your grandfather's poison," Lu Ming said. This made the Shao sisters pause. Their eyes widened as they said, You can really save him?" The alchemist said that the poison had already spread throughout my grandfather's body. Unless there's the accompanying spiritual medicine of the 7-colored poisonous snake, it would be hard to save him. As they said this, the eyes of the two sisters started to turn red again. "I have cultivated a kind of secret technique before. I have some experience in detoxification," Lu Ming said. The 9 dragons' bloodline could swallow all kinds of poison. If someone was poisoned, it could also swallow the poison out. "Really? You can't side with us?" Ah Hui's eyes were filled with hope. The two sisters looked at Lu Ming without blinking. Lu Ming nodded his head solemnly. "That's great." The two sisters beamed with joy. 2 days later, Lishui City appeared in front of their eyes. Lishui City was very grand. Even though it couldn't be compared to 9 Dragon City, which was a colossus, it was still extremely vast. On the streets, people walked to and fro. All of them were in high spirits. There were a lot of experts. Just by strolling through one street, Lu Ming had already discovered quite a number of strong practitioners of spirit embryo realm. On both sides of the street, there were many shops. Lu Ming looked around curiously. The customs of the central continent were very different from the East Desolation. It was filled with exotic customs. After passing through a few streets, a huge mansion appeared in front of them. He had arrived at the Shao family. The two sisters were the precious granddaughters of the Shao family's patriarch. Naturally, they didn't stop him. Lu Ming followed the two sisters and entered the Shao family. However, when they walked past a courtyard, they were stopped by a young man. The young man was about 25 or 26 years old. He wore a sapphire green long robe with a jade belt around his waist and golden boots on his feet. Xiao Ning. Seeing this young man, the two sisters frowned slightly. Ah Hui, Ah Lei, where have you been these few days? The young man asked. Where we go is none of your business. Ah Hui curled her lips and said. None of my business? Don't you know that the two of you are now related to the future of the Xiao family? If anything happens to you, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Xiao Ning's gaze turned cold as he said. What future of the Xiao family? It's your future. Ah Hui mocked. I can't be bothered to talk to you. Xiao Ning opened the fan in his hand and gently waved it. He then turned his gaze towards Lu Ming and frowned. Who is this person? Ah Hui, don't bring any Tom, Dick or Harry into the family. If others know, they will laugh at you. This is my and Ah Lei's friend. He is here to treat his injuries. You can't do anything about it. Also, Big Brother Lu can cure grandfather's poison. When the time comes, he will be an important guest of the Xiao family. Chapter 995. Lu Ming stood at the side and watched quietly without making a sound. Ah Lei explained to him in a low voice that this person was their second uncle's son and their cousin. Their relationship with the two of them was not good. He can cure grandfather's poison? Nonsense. Many alchemists couldn't cure him. How can this kid cure him? Don't be fooled by this kid. Xiao Ning raised his eyebrows and said loudly. Brother Lu is our friend. Why would he lie to us? If we don't let Brother Lu try, how would we know that Brother Lu can't do it? Alright, get out of the way. With that, Ah Hui pulled Lu Ming, bypassed Xiao Ning, and walked inside. Xiao Ning's face was gloomy. Ah Hui brought Lu Ming around a few courtyards and finally came to a guest room. She said, Brother Lu, you can stay here and heal your injuries. When you're better, it won't be too late to cure grandfather's poison. All right. Lu Ming nodded. After chatting for a while, the two sisters bid farewell and left. Lu Ming walked into the room and closed the door. He sat cross-legged on the bed and began to heal his injuries. The battle dragon true essence circulated throughout his body and seeped into the depths of his body. Lu Ming's injuries were quickly recovering. In fact, during the 2 days on the road, Lu Ming's body was automatically recovering. Up until now, he had recovered a lot. Bang! 10 minutes later, while Lu Ming was healing his injuries, the door was pushed open. A youth stood at the door with a cold face. Lu Ming's body trembled slightly. He opened his eyes and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Xiao Ning, the one who pushed open the door was Xiao Ning. Fortunately, Lu Ming's control was strong enough. He also paid attention and didn't put all his heart into it. Otherwise, if he was suddenly disturbed during his cultivation, he would be injured at best. At worst, he would go berserk. What do you want? Lu Ming asked. Kid, what is your purpose in coming to the Xiao family? Could it be that you want to deceive Ah Hui and Ah Lei because they are innocent? Let me tell you, if you have this idea, you are wrong. Desolate Ning said coldly. Brother Xiao, you've misunderstood me. I'm friends with Ah Hui and Ah Lei, and I'm injured, so I want to use the Xiao family to heal. I happen to know some detoxification methods. I heard that the old master of the Xiao family was poisoned by the colorful snake, so I want to see if I can help detoxify him. Lu Ming cupped his fists and explained with a smile. Shut up. Who do you think you are? Do you think you're worthy of being my brother? Don't think that I don't know that you want to get close to those two girls because they are beautiful and pure. No way. You'd better leave the Xiao family quickly, or else. Desolate Ning sneered. Xiao Ning, what are you doing? Following that, two beautiful figures appeared. They were Ah Hui and Ah Lei. Xiao Ning, Big Brother Lu is our friend. If you let him go again, I'll get angry. Ah Hui gritted her teeth and said as the two sisters walked over. Seeing the sisters coming over, Xiao Ning knew that he had missed the opportunity. He snorted coldly, waved his sleeves, and strode away. I heard that Xiao Ning was coming here. I knew that something bad was going to happen. Fortunately, we arrived in time. Big brother Lu, are you all right? Hui asked with concern. I'm fine. Lu Ming smiled. Well, I'll have someone keep an eye on Xiao Ning for the next few days. If he comes again, I'll definitely get angry with him. Have a good rest. After that, the two sisters said goodbye to Lu Ming. Lu Ming went back to his room and continued to cultivate and heal his injuries. After that, no one disturbed Lu Ming. 3 days later, Lu Ming's injuries were completely healed. As for Dandan, he was thrown into the mountain river diagram and let him recover on his own. Dandan's vitality was extremely tenacious, so nothing bad would happen to him. After Lu Ming recovered, he found Hui and Lei and went to their grandfather's room. Old Master Xiao lived in the Xiao family's main residence. When the three of them arrived at the main residence, they were stopped. One of them was Xiao Ning, and the other was a middle-aged man in his 50s with a cold expression. Second uncle. Huey's expression changed slightly. That man was Huey's second uncle, Xiao Hongyun. Old Master Xiao had 2 sons. One was Hui and Lei's father, and the other was Xiao Hongyun. Hui, Lei, that's where father is recuperating. Why did you bring a stranger here? Xiao Hongyun said with a straight face. Lei trembled slightly and took a step back. Apparently, she was a little afraid of Xiao Hongyun. Hui was much bolder. She took a step forward and said, Second uncle, this is our friend, Lu Xiaoqing. Big brother Lu can cure Grandpa's poison, so we brought him here to help Grandpa cure the poison. Nonsense. Xiao Hongyun waved his sleeves and snapped, how many alchemists and herbalists have we hired? We've tried all kinds of methods, but none of them could cure your grandfather's poison. How could this kid cure your grandfather? You 2 little girls don't know how dangerous the world is. Be careful not to be deceived. Second uncle, you think too much. Brother Lu won't deceive us. Why don't we let him try? We won't lose anything. Hui argued strongly. Xiao Hongyun's face darkened slightly. He looked at Lu Ming and said, Kid, are you an inscriber? No. Lu Ming said indifferently. He had thought that since he had just arrived, he should be polite to them. Moreover, he did not argue with the Xiao family for the sake of Hui and Lei. However, Xiao Hongyun and his son had repeatedly made things difficult for him and spoke unkindly. Lu Ming could not help but feel a little angry and his tone was not pleasant. Since you're not an inscriber, how dare you say that you can cure my father? What a joke. Hurry up and leave the Xiao family. I won't pursue this matter. Xiao Hongyun laughed contemptuously and waved his hand. Who said that only an inscriber can cure a poison? I have a secret technique that can easily cure the poison. Lu Ming said. Nonsense. Shameless boasting. Xiao Ning interrupted sarcastically. We believe in brother Lu. Moreover, second uncle also said that so many alchemists have been invited during this period, but none of them could cure Grandpa's poison. Are we just going to leave him alone and let him die? At this moment, we have to seize any chance. I must let brother Lu try. If you're worried, you can watch from the side. Hui said with a firm gaze. Lei also stepped forward and stared at Xiao Hongyun boldly. Xiao Hongyun frowned and pondered for a moment before saying, Okay, let him try. We'll watch from the side. However, just now, an alchemist came and fed father an antidote pill. We'll observe the situation for today. If father doesn't get better by tomorrow, let this kid try. Okay, tomorrow it is. Hui was overjoyed. Also, don't run around these few days. After a few days, pack your things and follow me to the floating mountain to see young Master Ling Yunkong. Xiao Hongyun's tone changed. Hearing this, Hui and Hui's expressions changed drastically. No, I won't go to the floating mountain to see Ling Yunkong even if I die. Hui shouted. Nonsense. Who is young Master Ling Yunkong? He's a peerless genius of the floating mountain. He's one of the top 10 young geniuses of the floating mountain. His talent is peerless and rare. It's your fortune that he took a fancy to you. Don't you know how to cherish it? Let me tell you, this is related to the future of the Shao family. You can't throw a tantrum. You have to go even if you don't want to. After 7 days, follow me. After saying this, Shao Hongyun waved his sleeves and strode away. Chapter 996. Ah Hui and Ah Lei's eyes were red, and tears were rolling in their eyes. Ah Hui, Ah Lei, what's going on? Lu Ming asked. It's all because of Shao Ning. He wants to give us to Ling Yunkong for his own future. Ah Hui wiped her tears and explained to Lu Ming. Shao Ning was also a disciple of the Floating Mountain sect. However, the Floating Mountain sect was a colossus with many geniuses. Shao Ning's talent was average, and he was just an ordinary disciple in the Floating Mountain sect. He was not valued at all. However, he was good at flattering people. He used some unknown method to get acquainted with Ling Yunkong, one of the top 10 geniuses of the Floating Mountain sect. He ran errands for Ling Yunkong. Once, Shao Ning brought Ling Yunkong to the Shao clan as a guest. The Shao clan was naturally shocked and held a big banquet to welcome Ling Yunkong. At the banquet, Ling Yunkong took a fancy to Ah Hui and Ah Lei. Shao Ning naturally introduced them to such a good thing. Ling Yunkong was a peerless genius of the Floating Mountain sect. Even in the Battle of Providence in the Central Continent, he had achieved good results. Which girl didn't like geniuses and worshipped peerless geniuses? Ah Hui and Ah Lei were naturally the same. They naturally agreed to get acquainted with Ling Yunkong. However, later they found out that Ling Yunkong wanted to marry both of them. Yes, both of them. This made Ah Hui and Ah Lei greatly disappointed in Ling Yunkong. Later, they learned that Ling Yunkong was licentious and lecherous. He had already married 7 or 8 concubines. In this way, the two sisters naturally disagreed. However, Shao Ning finally managed to climb up the big tree that was Ling Yunkong. How could he miss such a rare opportunity? As long as Ling Yunkong married the two sisters, he would definitely be heavily rewarded. Then, Shao Ning would be able to rise up in the Floating Mountain sect. Therefore, Shao Ning and Shao Hongyun had been trying to find a way to marry the two sisters to Ling Yunkong. However, Shao Zhan, the old master of the Shao clan, strongly opposed this matter. This matter had been delayed. Now that Shao Zhan was poisoned and unconscious, how could Shao Ning and Shao Hongyun miss this opportunity? Naturally, they began to urge the two sisters to marry Ling Yunkong. Lu Ming nodded, suddenly understanding. No wonder the relationship between the two sisters and Desolate Ning was so bad. So this was the reason why. The three of them chatted for a while before returning to their rooms. Shao Hongyun and Shao Ning walked around several courtyards, chatting with each other. Father, why did you agree to let that brat detoxify Grandpa? If that brat really detoxifies Grandpa's poison, with his bad temper, he will definitely oppose us giving Ah Hui and Ah Lei to Ling Yunkong. Shao Ning said anxiously. Why are you in such a hurry? The 7-colored poisonous snake is extremely rare and its venom is very special. Now, the venom has spread throughout the old man's body and seeped into the depths of his muscles, bones, and blood. We've invited so many alchemists and pharmacists, but they were all helpless. How can that brat cure the poison? In my opinion, that brat has taken a fancy to Ah Hui and wants to show off in front of them. When he fails to cure the poison tomorrow, we'll find a reason to kick him out of the Shao clan. Shao Hongyun said. Father is right. Desolate Ning smiled happily. A day passed quickly. On the 2nd day, old Master Zhao's poison showed no signs of subsiding. On the afternoon of the 2nd day, Lu Ming, Ah Hui and Ah Lei, Shao Hongyun and Shao Ning walked towards old Master Zhao's room. Opening the door, Lu Ming saw an old man lying on the bed. The old man looked to be in his 60s. He was tall and sturdy, but his breath was weak. His body was covered with colorful lights. The 7 colors covered his entire body. It was very strange. This was the 7-colored poisonous snake's poison. Grandpa. Ah Hui and Ah Lei saw Xiao Zhan's appearance and their hearts ached. Their eyes reddened and tears flowed down uncontrollably. The 7-colored poisonous snake's poison has spread to every part of his body, even to the depths of his muscles, bones, and blood. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. The old man was deeply poisoned. If not for his profound cultivation, he would have died long ago. Even so, he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Lu Ming predicted that the old man would die in a month at most. Brother Lu, are you sure you can save my grandpa? Ah Hui said with a sobbing tone. I'll try my best. Lu Ming said and walked over to Xiao Zhan. Lu Ming waved his hand. True essence spread out and lifted Xiao Zhan's body. Xiao Zhan sat up on the bed. Lu Ming sat cross-legged behind Xiao Zhan. His palm pressed against Xiao Zhan's back, and his devouring power erupted. The devouring power wrapped around Xiao Zhan's body, seeping into every inch of his skin, bones, and flesh. Ah Hui and Ah Lei, as well as Xiao Hongyun and his son, 4 pairs of eyes were fixed on Lu Ming. However, the 4 of them were worried about different things. Ah Hui and Ah Lei were worried that Lu Ming wouldn't be able to cure Xiao Zhan's poison. Xiao Hongyun and his son were worried that Lu Ming would be able to cure Xiao Zhan's poison. The poison is retreating. Suddenly, Ah Hui's eyes lit up, and her voice trembled. First, they saw the multicolored spots on Xiao Zhan's face slowly fade, as if something was sucking them out of his body. How is this possible? Xiao Hongyun and Xiao Ning's faces changed drastically, revealing a look of disbelief. Could Lu Ming really be able to cure Xiao Zhan's poison? Their eyes flashed with various kinds of light, and they looked a little cold. As for Ah Hui and Ah Lei, they were overjoyed. They held their hands tightly, looking hopefully at Lu Ming and Xiao Zhan. As time passed, the multicolored spots on Xiao Zhan's face faded, and his aura grew stronger. Half an hour later, the multicolored spots on Xiao Zhan's face had completely disappeared. The multicolored spots on his body had also disappeared. Xiao Zhan's breathing calmed down, and one could even hear his heartbeat. Huff. Lu Ming let out a long breath and stopped devouring. Xiao Zhan's poison was unexpectedly difficult to cure. It had seeped into every inch of his body. Even with the devouring power of the 9 dragons' bloodline, it still took half an hour. Fortunately, Xiao Zhan's poison was completely devoured by the 9 dragons' bloodline and refined into nothingness. Big Brother Lu, my grandfather's poison, Ah Hui asked with some concern. Your grandfather's poison has been completely removed, and he will wake up soon. However, Senior Xiao has been poisoned for so many days, and his body is very weak. I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to recover to his peak in a short time. He will need some time to recuperate. Lu Ming smiled. The poison is gone. That's great, that's great. The poison is gone. Thank you, Big Brother Lu. Ah Hui was beaming with joy, and she was extremely excited. Ah Lei was the same, and her eyes were full of joy. However, Xiao Hongyun and his son were the complete opposite. There was no trace of a smile, and their eyes were gloomy. Lu Ming got up and got off the bed. Suddenly, Xiao Zhan's body trembled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, he slowly opened his eyes. Grandfather is awake. Grandfather is awake. Grandfather. Chapter 997. Xiao Zhan glanced at the 2 sisters and smiled. Ah Hui, Ah Lei, is my poison cured? Who helped me? He knew very well that the 7-colored viper's poison was difficult to cure. He thought that he would never wake up, so he was rather surprised. It's Brother Lu. Brother Lu helped you. Ah Hui looked at Lu Ming and said. Xiao Zhan also looked at Lu Ming. When he saw how young Lu Ming was, he was slightly stunned. Is he a powerful alchemist at such a young age? Junior Lu Shaoqing greets Senior Shao. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said, "Young hero, you don't have to be so polite. You saved my life, so I should salute you." Xiao Zhan struggled and wanted to salute Lu Ming, but he was too weak to even lift his hand. "Senior, you don't have to be so polite. I'm friends with Ah Hui and Ah Lei. It's my duty to save them. Senior, you're weak now. You should rest well," Lu Ming said hurriedly. At that moment, Xiao Hongyun's expression changed. Then, he suddenly smiled in surprise and stepped forward. Father, you're awake. That's great. I've been worried about you day and night. I couldn't sleep at night. Xiao Zhan glanced at Xiao Hongyun and nodded. Xiao Hongyun's eyes flashed with gloominess, but he still had a smile on his face. "Father, you've just cured the poison in your body and you're weak. Rest well. We won't disturb you any longer. I'll order someone to send you some pills to nourish your energy." Then, he looked at Ah Hui and Ah Lei and said, "Ah Hui, Ah Lei, let's go out. Don't disturb Grandpa's rest. Grandpa, rest well. We'll take our leave first." Ah Hui said reluctantly. "Go ahead, young hero Lu. I'll thank you in person after I've recovered a little," Xiao Zhan said. "Senior, you're too polite." Lu Ming cupped his fists. Then, everyone left the room. "Lu Shaoqing, right? I have something to tell you." As soon as they left the room, Xiao Hongyun's face turned cold. "Oh?" Lu Ming nodded. Everyone left the main residence and went to a courtyard outside. "Lu Shaoqing, since my father's poison has been cured and your injuries have healed, there's no need for you to continue staying in the Shao family. Please leave." Xiao Hongyun's first sentence was a direct order for them to leave. Ah Hui and Ah Lei's eyes widened in disbelief. "Second uncle, what do you mean by this? Big brother Lu just helped Grandpa detoxify the poison and you want to chase him away. He is now our Shao clan's benefactor. Is this how you treat the Shao clan's benefactor?" Ah Hui said in disbelief. "What do you know at such a young age? Do you really think that he is sincere in helping father cure the poison? He must have a motive for doing so." Xiao Hongyun scolded, then looked at Lu Ming and said, "Lu Shaoqing, your motive is these two girls, right? They are indeed outstanding beauties. You deliberately approached them and detoxified my father. Your motive is nothing more than to gain their favor and kill two birds with one stone. These two girls are inexperienced. You may be able to hide it from them, but how can you hide it from me? Let me tell you, these two girls are already Ling Yinkong's people. You'd better give up. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. So, leave the Shao family now." Xiao Hongyun looked coldly at Lu Ming, and his tone gradually became heavier. Lu Ming laughed. This was too ridiculous. He came to the Shao family because Ah Hui and Ah Hui invited him. He was looking for a place to heal and detoxify Xiao Zhan. He had originally planned to leave after detoxifying Xiao Zhan. But in Xiao Hongyun's eyes, he had become a person with ulterior motives. His motive was to get the Xiao sisters. How ridiculous was that? He was now the Xiao family's benefactor. Not only did Xiao Hongyun not thank him, but he even asked him to leave immediately. "Okay, I'll leave right away." Lu Ming sneered. Since they didn't welcome him, why should he stay here? "Brother Lu, don't listen to second uncle's nonsense. You saved Grandpa. Grandpa said that he wants to thank you." Ah Hui said anxiously. Ah Lei's eyes were also filled with anxiety. "What nonsense? You two ignorant girls. You are now Ling Yinkong's people, but you are so close to this kid. What will Ling Yinkong think if he knows? Do you want to put the Shao family in danger? Do you want the Shao family to be destroyed?" Xiao Hongyun scolded loudly. You're talking nonsense. When did we become Ling Yinkong's people? It's all your wishful thinking." Ah Hui retorted loudly. Xiao Hongyun's face became even gloomier. He looked at Lu Ming and said, "Why aren't you leaving? Do you want to stay here? Kid, you cured my grandpa's poison. This mid-grade profound crystal is your reward. Take it and get out of here." Xiao Ning waved his hand and a mid-grade profound crystal flew towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He smashed the crystal into pieces and coldly glanced at Xiao Ning and Xiao Hongyun. Finally, he looked at Ah Hui and Ah Lei and said, "Ah Hui, Ah Lei, thank you for your hospitality these past few days. Goodbye." After saying that, he turned into a beam of light and soared into the sky, leaving the Xiao clan. "Brother Lu." Ah Hui cried out, and then she glared hatefully at Xiao Hongyun and his son. "Is this how the Xiao clan treats our benefactor? We'll probably become a laughingstock if news of this spreads. Besides, even if we die, we won't go to the floating mountain to see Ling Yunkong. Just give up. Ah Lei, let's go." Ah Hui pulled Ah Lei and ran out of the Xiao family. Lu Ming flew all the way, covering hundreds of miles in the blink of an eye. He arrived at a street in the north of Lishui City. Thereafter, he chose a restaurant and ordered some side dishes to eat and drink. With his current state of mind, he naturally wouldn't be in a bad mood because of Xiao Hongyun and the others. The Xiao family had nothing to do with him. It was just a relay station that he passed by. The only thing he was worried about was Ah Hui and Ah Lei. The two girls were very innocent. He was afraid that they would become tools for Xiao Hongyun and his son. "What's wrong? Kid, you can't let go of those two girls." Out of nowhere, Dandan appeared on the table. She held a drumstick and started munching. After a few days, Dandan's injuries had basically healed. "Yes, I am indeed worried. I plan to cultivate near Lishui City. If you have time, help me keep an eye on it." Lu Ming nodded. "Sure, but you can't leave me out of the spiritual herbs." Dandan's mouth was full of oil. After a while, the chicken leg was finished by Dandan. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Lu Ming found a nearby inn to stay in. In a room of the Xiao family, Xiao Hongyun and Xiao Ning were discussing something. "Damn it, I didn't expect that kid Lu Xiaoqin to be able to cure the old man's poison," Xiao Hongyun said with a gloomy face. "Father, what should we do now? When the old man wakes up, he will definitely object to us giving those two girls to Ling Yunkong." Chapter 998. Now, we can only strike first to gain the upper hand. You go to Ling Yunkong now and ask him to send someone to take Ah Hui and Ah Lei directly to the floating mountain. When the rice is cooked, let's see how the old guy will object. Xiao Hongyun's eyes flashed with a scheming light. "Okay, father, I'll do it now." Xiao Ning nodded and left the room in a hurry. Lishui City was surrounded by lakes. Endless rivers, lakes, and lakes converged with the land. This territory was filled with water vapor. The next day, Lu Ming left Lishui City and headed north. After tens of thousands of miles, countless lakes came into view. This area was called the 10,000 Lakes Plain. It was said that there were more than 10,000 lakes here. There were countless lakes of different sizes. The big ones were 10,000 miles wide, while the small ones were only a few miles wide. They were spread throughout this vast area. Lu Ming came here to comprehend the concept of water. At a glance, he could see many figures walking on the lakes. Whoosh! Whoosh! Sword chi and water screens flashed from time to time. Human martial artists were killing the water demons in the lakes. There were countless lakes in the 10,000 Lakes Plain. Naturally, there were many water demons. Hiss! A huge catfish, more than 30 meters long, drilled out of the lake. It opened its mouth and bit at Lu Ming, wanting to swallow Lu Ming in one gulp. True essence erupted. Lu Ming stepped out and stomped the catfish to death. Then, his devouring power erupted and devoured the essence blood of the catfish. As for the other demonic powers and blood, Lu Ming didn't devour them. That scene was too shocking. He was afraid that it would spread. Moreover, Lu Ming's cultivation couldn't increase because of his concept. Devouring those energies wouldn't be of much use. Of course, there was another way to improve Lu Ming's concept of water quickly. That was to kill other martial artists and devour their concepts. There were many people in the vicinity of Lishue's city who had comprehended the concept of water. He could find any one of them. However, Lu Ming would not do that. If it was an enemy, Lu Ming naturally wouldn't show any mercy. But to make him kill others just to improve his own cultivation, Lu Ming absolutely couldn't do such a thing. Stepping on the surface of the lake, Lu Ming felt the water vapor in the surroundings. He immersed himself in it, continuously comprehending the state of water. Next, Lu Ming comprehended the concept of water in this boundless body of water. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. How terrifying was Lu Ming's comprehension ability now. Every day, he made great progress. 7 days later, Lu Ming sat cross-legged on a huge lake. The water in this lake was very strange. It moved without wind, as if it had a mind of its own. The water vapor in this lake was the densest, and the comprehension of the concept of water was exceptionally clear. Therefore, many people were attracted to this place to cultivate. Lu Ming also sat cross-legged on the lake, quietly comprehending and comprehending. Peak of 3rd grade entry. Lu Ming's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. His concept of water had already reached the peak of 3rd grade entry. Look, that's the disciples of the Floating Mountain sect. At this moment, someone suddenly exclaimed, attracting the attention of many people. They looked up at the sky. Lu Ming also looked up and saw a few figures walking on air, heading towards Lishue City. There were a total of 8 people. They weren't old, most of them in their 30s. Xiao Ning. Lu Ming frowned as he saw Xiao Ning's figure in the crowd. These are the disciples of the Floating Mountain sect, and they are together with Xiao Ning. Could they be Ling Yinkong's men? Lu Ming frowned as he thought of Ah Hui and Ah Lei. Let's go take a look. Lu Ming got up and walked on the lake, following behind from a distance. Soon, they arrived at Lishue City. Xiao Ning and the others walked on air and entered. When Lu Ming arrived at the Xiao family, he saw that the entrance of the Xiao family was already crowded with people. Why are the people of the Floating Mountain sect here? The leader is called Ling Kai. I've seen him before. He is Ling Yinkong's subordinate. What? Ling Yinkong? One of the top 10 prodigies of the Floating Mountain sect, Ling Yinkong? Exclamations came from all around. That's right. I heard that Ling Yinkong took a fancy to the Xiao sisters and wanted to take them as his concubines. However, the Xiao sisters never agreed. This time, he's probably here to take them away. Take them away? So overbearing? Nonsense, who is Ling Yinkong? So what if he's overbearing? Who dares to resist? That's true. I heard that Ling Yinkong is a playboy. The Xiao sisters are indeed beautiful. If they were taken away by Ling Yinkong, they would be like lambs in a tiger's den. Lu Ming had just arrived when he heard the discussions around him. Circulating his true essence, the people in front of Lu Ming were silently pushed aside by Lu Ming. Lu Ming walked forward. I'm not going. I won't go even if you beat me to death. Lu Ming had just walked to the front when he heard a tender voice. He knew it was a Hui's voice. Lu Ming looked forward and saw a group of youths standing in front of the Xiao residence. Opposite them stood Xiao Hongyun, Ah Hui, and Ah Lei. At this moment, the Xiao sisters were glaring at the youth from the Floating Mountain sect, Xiao Hongyun, and Xiao Ning angrily. You're not going? Bastards, it's your fortune that young Master Ling Yinkong took a fancy to you. Do you know how many girls are jealous of you? You dare not go? As long as you serve young Master Ling well, what can you not get in the future? All kinds of cultivation resources will be available. Xiao Hongyun scolded with a sullen face. Many people in the crowd secretly shook their heads. Xiao Hongyun might not be right. If they really fell in love with the Floating Mountain sex prodigy and became husband and wife, it would naturally be as Xiao Hongyun said. However, Ling Yunkong was a playboy who liked the new and hated the old. Being with him might not end well. If you say you're not going, then go by yourself. Ah Lei, let's go and find Grandpa. Ah Hui pulled Ah Lei, wanting to run into the Shao residence. Bastards, you're putting the Shao family in danger by doing this. How can we allow you to run amok? Stop right there. Shao Hongyun took a step forward, blocking the two sisters. A powerful aura rose from his body, and with a wave of his hand, his true yuan formed a true yuan cage, trapping the two sisters. Today, you have to go even if you don't want to. Young Master Kai, I'll leave these two girls to you. Shao Hongyun looked at Ling Kai flatteringly. These two girls haven't seen the world. After young Master Yunkong's teachings, they'll be obedient. Ling Kai chuckled and asked for more than 1,000. What are you doing? At this moment, a loud roar came from the Shao residence. Then, a group of people followed an old man out. That old man was Xiao Zhan. After 7 days, Xiao Zhan had not fully recovered, but his aura was many times stronger than 7 days ago. It was obvious that he had recovered part of his cultivation. At this moment, Xiao Zhan was like a mad lion, glaring at Shao Hongyun. Grandpa. Ah Hui and Ah Lei shouted. Ah Hui, Ah Lei, don't be afraid. Grandpa is here. Chapter 999. Shao Hongyun frowned and said, Father, look at what you're saying. I'm just thinking for Shao family. For Shao family? I think you're doing this for yourself and your son. Xiao Zhan roared. Father, Ning, is also your grandson. Shao Hongyun frowned. Grandson? I don't have a grandson who grovels all day and uses his family to exchange for his future. If he doesn't have the backbone of a martial artist, how can he have any achievements? Xiao Zhan shouted. These words made Xiao Ning's face turn ugly as his eyes flickered with an ominous glint. Old man, I advise you to be sensible. This time, young Master Yunkong has already said that we must bring these two girls back. If you try to stop us, you're not giving young Master Yunkong any face. You're not giving our hanging mountain any face. At this moment, Ling Kai spoke with a cold gaze. Young hero, this old man doesn't have any intention of not giving face to the Hanging Mountain sect, nor do I dare to do so. But when it comes to love, both parties need to be in love with each other. Since my two granddaughters have no interest in young Master Yunkong, why must you force them? Xiao Zhan said. Feelings need to be nurtured. I'll bring them back and spend some time with young Master Cloud Realm. Won't feelings develop then? Ling Kai sneered. Can young Master Cloud Realm officially marry the two girls and make them his wives? Xiao Zhan asked. Ling Kai frowned and said coldly, Enough, old man. Who do these two girls think they are? It's already a great fortune to be able to scout young Master Cloud Realm. You still want to officially marry him and make them his wives? Are you dreaming? All right, old man, move aside. After saying this, Ling Kai's gaze was like lightning and his aura was oppressive. Second level of Spirit Embryo Realm. Lu Ming could tell that Ling Kai's cultivation had already reached the second level of Spirit Embryo Realm. To be able to reach such a cultivation at Ling Kai's age, he was obviously a genius. No, as disciples of Floating Sky Mountain, are you going to snatch them by force? Xiao Zhan walked to Ah Hui and Ah Lei's side and blocked their path. Grandfather. Fear appeared in Ah Hui and Ah Lei's eyes as they grabbed onto Xiao Zhan's arm tightly. Ah Hui, Ah Lei, don't be afraid. Grandfather is here. Xiao Zhan comforted as a powerful aura rose from his body. Even though Xiao Zhan hadn't fully recovered, the strength of his aura wasn't any weaker than someone at the third level of Spirit Embryo Realm as he fought against Ling Kai. The other Shao clan disciples who came out with Xiao Zhan also stood beside Xiao Zhan and stared at the Floating Mountain disciples. Old man, it seems like you're refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Your ant-like Shao family dares to go against young Master Yunkong? You're courting death. A cold light flashed in Ling Kai's eyes. He took a step forward, and his aura became even stronger. Although his cultivation was weaker than Xiao Zhan's, his aura was extremely strong, and he was actually able to suppress Xiao Zhan. This was the strength of a genius. Xiao Zhan stared at Ling Kai with a dignified expression. His entire body was tense, as if he would be attacked by Ling Kai at any moment. I'll count to 3. If you don't hand him over, I'll kill one of your Xiao clan members in one breath. 3. Ling Kai said coldly. Xiao Zhan, the Xiao sisters, and the other members of the Xiao clan all had ugly expressions on their faces. Ling Kai was too overbearing. 2. Ling Kai said. The surrounding people were silent. This was Ling Yunkong's matter. Ling Yunkong was one of the 10 great geniuses of Floating Mountain, so who would dare to interfere? Xiao Zhan and the rest had ugly expressions. Xiao Zhan clenched his fists tightly, but he didn't make a sound. 1. Ling Kai spat out the word 1, and his killing intent intensified. Seems like you're not going to hand them over. You're courting death. Kill. Ling Kai waved his hand, and a youth beside him took a step forward. His figure shot out like lightning, and a sword light pierced through the air, stabbing towards a Xiao clan disciple. It was so fast that the Xiao clan disciple didn't even have time to react. In the next moment, everyone saw a head flying high into the air, and fresh blood spurted out. A Xiao clan disciple was killed without any resistance. The youth from Floating Mountain was at the first level of Spirit Embryo Realm. No! Xiao Zhan roared like a mad lion, his eyes blazing with fury. However, he was suppressed by Ling Kai's powerful aura, and couldn't help at all. If he helped, Hui and her sister would be taken away by Ling Kai. Seems like you're not going to hand them over. Kill. Ling Kai's voice continued to ring out. Sword light flashed, and a blood-curdling scream rang out. Another Xiao clan disciple was killed. Xiao Zhan's eyes were about to spit fire. Xiao Hongyun and Xiao Ning stood at the side, their eyes cold and indifferent. No, don't kill, we'll go with you. Hui and her sister cried out with tears in their eyes. No, Grandpa can't send you into the tiger's den, or else, how can I face your parents? Xiao Zhan roared, his eyes red. Old man, I think you're really looking for death. Kill, continue to kill, until you kill everyone from Xiao clan. I don't believe that he won't hand them over. Today, I'll kill until he hands them over. Ling Kai shouted, his voice filled with killing intent. Xiao. Sword light flashed out again, but this time, there was no blood-curdling scream, because the hand that was holding the sword was grabbed by someone. A youth in black robes suddenly appeared in front of the youth from Floating Mountain and grabbed his wrist. Enough. The youth in black robes said coldly. Brother Lu. Hui called out softly. This youth in black robes was Lu Ming. Little brother Lu, leave quickly, this has nothing to do with you. When Xiao Zhan saw that it was Lu Ming, he didn't show any joy. Instead, he urged Lu Ming to leave quickly. Lu Ming looked like he was in his 20s, while the opponent was a colossus like Floating Mountain. Ling Yunkong was one of the top 10 heavens prides of Floating Mountain. Lu Ming couldn't resist at all. Lu Ming was his benefactor, so he didn't want to drag Lu Ming into this. Sure enough, Ling Kai's eyes darkened. The youth whose wrist was grabbed by Lu Ming was filled with killing intent as he berated, Brat, how dare you sneak attack me, you're courting death. Tru Yuan burst out, and a black light flashed. The youth planned to shake off Lu Ming and kill Lu Ming with a sword. Kacha kacha. Lu Ming's wrist shook, and the youth's arm twisted like dough, giving off cracking sounds of bones breaking. He gave a miserable shriek and flew far away, landing heavily on the ground, howling in grief like a dying wild dog. The surroundings suddenly became quiet, and many people were shocked. The youth from Floating Mountain wasn't weak, with a cultivation at the first level of Spirit Embryo Realm. Even though he couldn't be considered a heaven's pride, he was still considered outstanding among those at the first level of Spirit Embryo Realm. Yet, he couldn't even block one move from Lu Ming. Who was Lu Ming? How could he be so strong? Ah Hui and Ah Lei opened their mouths slightly stunned. They originally thought that Lu Ming's strength was about the same as theirs, at most a little stronger. Never did they expect that an expert at the first level of spirit embryo realm would be easily defeated by Lu Ming. A hint of astonishment flashed through Xiao Zhan's eyes, but his gaze was still grave. A martial artist at the first level of spirit embryo realm wasn't much, but Ling Kai was at the peak of the second level of spirit embryo realm and was a heaven's pride. He wasn't someone that the youth just now could compare to. Brat, to dare to sneak attack and injure a disciple of my floating mountain, I think you must have eaten a true dragon's gallbladder. I'll give you a chance now, kneel down and kowtow to admit your mistake, then cripple your own cultivation, and I'll spare your life. Chapter 1000. Lu Ming smiled faintly and said, Floating Sky Mountain is an overlord power. To think that their disciples would be so unbearable to actually snatch a girl, how disappointing. Lu Ming shook his head and sighed. Ling Kai's face turned sinister as he shouted, Brat, you dare to look down on my Floating Sky Mountain. Now you have no chance to live, you will definitely die. What do you mean look down on you? This is the truth. If Floating Sky Mountain is like you or trash like Ling Yunkong, I think it won't be long before it perishes. Lu Ming smiled faintly and said loudly. The hearts of the surrounding people twitched as they took in a cold breath. This Lu Ming was too daring. He actually dared to talk about Ling Yunkong and Floating Sky Mountain like this. Even though they thought the same in their hearts, they didn't dare to say a word. Boasting shamelessly. Who do you think you are to talk about young Master Yunkong and Floating Sky Mountain? Kill him for me. Ling Kai said coldly and waved his hand. Behind him, 5 youths rushed out at the same time and 5 long swords covered Lu Ming. These 5 youths were the same as the previous one. They looked to be in their early 30s and couldn't be considered as geniuses. However, their battle power wasn't weak either. They were all experts at the first level of spirit embryo realm. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. Central Continent was indeed the center of Divine Wasteland Continent. It was a holy land for cultivation and there were so many experts. There weren't many people in Eastern Wasteland who had reached spirit embryo realm in their 30s, but here, they were continuously meeting. Scram! Lu Ming spat out a word and a long spear appeared in his hand. With a tremble, 5 spear lights appeared and pierced towards the 5 youths. Puff! 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 Fresh blood splattered everywhere as the 5 youths screamed and retreated in a hurry. A bloody hole appeared on each of their shoulders and fresh blood flowed out. The faces of the 5 youths were pale and their eyes were filled with fear. If Lu Ming's spear lights had pierced their throats, they would have been dead. Now, scram! Lu Ming shouted coldly and stared at Ling Kai with a gaze like lightning. Brat, you are courting death. Not only did Ling Kai not retreat, his killing intent became even more intense. Wang! Above Ling Kai's head, a big fish appeared. This fish was incomparably ferocious, like a battle sword. Its body was slender, and its eyes revealed a fierce light. Ancient swordfish was Ling Kai's bloodline. There were 3 golden chakras shining on it. Ling Kai was an expert who had awakened a level 3 divine bloodline. He was a genius among geniuses. Even though Lu Ming's battle strength was not weak, he was still fearless. With his battle prowess, it was enough to deal with strong practitioners at the 4th level of spirit embryo realm. Clang! There was an explosion of sword gleams. Dazzling sword gleams were released from Ling Kai's hands. Countless sword auras were released toward Lu Ming. With a flick of his spear, space buzzed as boundless spear light appeared. Clang! 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 The rapid sound of metal colliding rang out. It was extremely dense, and it rang out several hundred times. Then, Ling Kai's figure retreated rapidly. Several holes had appeared on his body, and blood was flowing out. His face was pale and gloomy. It was obvious that Lu Ming had shown mercy. However, not only was Ling Kai not grateful, he was even more resentful. In his heart, Lu Ming did not dare to kill him because he was from the Floating Mountain sect. It was natural that Lu Ming would not kill him. However, Lu Ming had injured him and embarrassed him. He would not be able to answer to Ling Yunkong when he returned. This was a huge sin. Brat, just you wait. Just you wait. Ling Kai roared angrily and led the others away, turning into a few sword lights and disappearing into the sky. Lu Ming did not give chase. If he was alone, he would have just killed these trash. Lu Ming would not have frowned at all. However, he had to take the Shao clan into consideration, so he showed mercy. Ah Hui, Ah Lei, and Xiao Zhan were stunned. They did not expect Lu Ming's battle prowess to be so high that even Ling Kai was not Lu Ming's opponent and was easily defeated by Lu Ming. Xiao Hongyun and Xiao Ning were also dumbfounded. At the same time, their expressions were extremely ugly. Brat, how dare you injure a heaven's pride of the Floating Mountain sect? It doesn't matter if you want to die, but don't drag our Shao clan into it. At this moment, Xiao Ning strode out with a gloomy face, pointing at Lu Ming and cursing. Lu Ming frowned and a trace of killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. Shut up. Little brother Lu was trying to save us. Xiao Zhan reprimanded. Grandfather, you're old and muddle-headed. What save us? You're clearly harming us. Letting Ling Kai take Ah Hui and Ah Lei away was the best choice. That way, our Shao clan would have a meteoric rise. Now, it's all ruined by this brat. Our Shao clan will be in trouble. Xiao Ning shouted with a sinister expression. Bastard. Xiao Zhan glared at Xiao Ning, trembling with anger. Ning is right. Brat, I knew you had bad intentions. Now that you've offended young Master Ling Yunkong, we're all in trouble. Xiao Hongyun took a step forward and said coldly. Ha ha ha, framing your Shao clan and bringing trouble to your Shao clan? Ridiculous, really ridiculous. Who was the one who killed the Shao clan's disciples? Me? Lu Ming laughed. Xiao Hongyun and Xiao Ning were really shameless. Just now, when the Floating Mountain sect's disciples killed the Shao clan's disciples, Xiao Hongyun and Xiao Ning didn't say a word. Now that Lu Ming helped the Shao clan beat back Ling Kai and the others, the two jumped out to criticize him. How could there be such a ridiculous thing in the world? So what if a few Shao clan's trash died? Who told them to be disobedient? Xiao Ning sneered. Slap. Lu Ming slapped Xiao Ning's face with a backhand. Xiao Ning spun a few rounds in the air and fell heavily on the ground. One side of his face was swollen like a pig's head. He looked at Lu Ming with a dumbfounded expression. Lu Ming actually dared to hit him? In my eyes, you're also trash. Why don't you go and die? Lu Ming looked down at Xiao Ning and said coldly. How dare you? I'll take you down right now and cripple your cultivation. I'll personally send you to apologize to young Master Ling Yunkong. Xiao Hongyun shouted as the aura on his body exploded. He took a step forward and rushed towards Lu Ming, sending a palm towards Lu Ming. 5th level of Spirit Embryo Realm. Xiao Hongyun's cultivation had reached the 5th level of Spirit Embryo Realm. With his cultivation, he could have stopped Ling Kai, but he didn't move at all. Now, he wanted to take down Lu Ming. Stop! Xiao Zhan shouted in anger. He didn't expect Xiao Hongyun and Xiao Ning to be so shameless. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. However, his cultivation hadn't fully recovered, so it was too late for him to stop Xiao Hongyun. Facing Xiao Hongyun's palm, Lu Ming didn't move at all, as if he had no intention of retaliating. Xiao Hongyun's heart jumped as he had a bad premonition. This brat is so young, and I've never heard of his name. I don't believe that he's my opponent. Thinking of this, Xiao Hongyun's palm strength increased as it flew towards Lu Ming. Just as the palm strength was about to hit Lu Ming's feet moved slightly, and Xiao Hongyun's palm was dodged by Lu Ming. At the same time, Lu Ming stretched out his hand and grabbed Xiao Hongyun's face, pressing it against the ground. Boom! The ground shook as Xiao Hongyun's face came into close contact with the ground, creating a huge crater. Smoke and dust filled the air. Chapter 1001. When the dust settled, Xiao Hongyun was lying on the ground like a dead dog. His face was completely deformed and blood was seeping out from his mouth. His body was twitching and it was a tragic sight. The surrounding onlookers were tongue-tied and couldn't say anything for a long time. Xiao Hongyun, who was at the 5th level of spirit embryo realm, couldn't resist Lu Ming at all. Lu Ming's strength became unfathomable in the hearts of the onlookers. What's the use of keeping a person like you in this world? I'll send you on your way. A cold killing intent burst out from Lu Ming's eyes. Xiao Hongyun felt Lu Ming's killing intent and shuddered. He became much more clear-headed and broke out in cold sweat. He crawled towards Xiao Zhan with all his might and shouted, "Father, father, save me, I won't dare to do it again. I was wrong this time, save me." Xiao Zhan's gaze was complicated and he let out a sigh. He cupped his fists towards Lu Ming and said, "Little brother Lu, can you spare him this time?" Xiao Hongyun was his son after all and also his last son. Seeing him being killed by Lu Ming, Xiao Zhan couldn't bear it. Lu Ming shook his head in his heart. He already knew this would happen. Xiao Zhan valued friendship too much. Although he was disappointed in Xiao Hongyun, he didn't want to see him die. "Since Senior Xiao has spoken, I'll spare him this time," Lu Ming said. In his eyes, it didn't matter if Xiao Hongyun was killed because he didn't care at all. Why would he care about someone who could be killed with a slap? "Big brother Lu, I didn't expect you to be so powerful." Ah Hui ran over and looked at Lu Ming with admiration. Ah Lei also stood behind Ah Hui and blinked her eyes, peeking at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's strength was far beyond their expectations. It seemed like even their grandfather wasn't a match for Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled and looked at Xiao Zhan. "Senior Xiao, what do you plan to do next?" It was obvious that Ling Yunkong wouldn't let this matter rest. "Little brother Lu, let's talk inside," Xiao Zhan said. Lu Ming nodded and walked into the Xiao clan's mansion with Xiao Zhan, Ah Hui, and Ah Lei. "Ling Yunkong shouldn't be here so soon. I plan to dismiss the Xiao family and take Ah Hui and Ah Lei to the ends of the world. But this time, I'm really sorry to have involved you." As he spoke, Xiao Zhan bowed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming waved his hand, and a strand of Jin Yuan spread out, dragging Xiao Zhan along. "Senior, there's no need to be so polite. I, Ah Hui, and Ah Lei can be considered friends. I can't just watch them be taken away by the people of the floating mountain. Moreover, I'm alone, so I'm not afraid of them." Xiao Zhan could feel Lu Ming's vast true essence. He found that he couldn't even bow down a little bit. He was secretly shocked in his heart. In his eyes, Lu Ming was even more unfathomable. This old man is truly unable to repay little brother's kindness. Xiao Zhan cupped his fists. Lu Ming had cured his poison before, and this time, he had saved Ah Hui and Ah Hui. He was truly a great benefactor to them. After chatting for a while, Xiao Zhan ordered everyone in the Xiao family to pack their things. They planned to wait until night and take advantage of the darkness to leave in batches. Lishui City and the Xiao family definitely couldn't stay. Half a day passed, and night fell. The disciples of the Xiao family fled into the night in batches and disappeared. Lu Ming, Xiao Zhan, Ah Hui, and Ah Lei sat in the courtyard, slowly drinking tea. "Master, let this old servant stay and take care of you." An old man with a head full of white hair stood beside Xiao Zhan and pleaded. The old man was very old, but he was still full of spirit. But now, his eyes were filled with sadness and reluctance. "Grandpa Quan." Ah Hui and Ah Lei were also reluctant to part. The old man was called Feng Quan. He had been in the Xiao family for hundreds of years. Now, he was the housekeeper of the Xiao family. He had watched Ah Hui and Ah Lei grow up and had deep feelings for the Xiao family. "Ah Quan, it's very dangerous to follow us. You still have a family. Hurry up and leave." If there's a chance, we'll meet again. Xiao Zhan said. He was helpless, but this was the only way now. If they stayed, they would all die when Ling Yunkong brought people here. Only by leaving would they have a chance of survival. Xiao Zhan's attitude was firm. Feng Quan was helpless. Then, he said goodbye to Xiao Zhan and the others in tears. Grandpa, it's all our fault. Ah Hui and Ah Lei were teary-eyed. If it weren't for them, this wouldn't have happened. You two silly girls, don't let your imagination run wild. Xiao Zhan chuckled, then looked at Lu Ming and said, Little brother Lu, it's getting late. You should leave. We'll disguise ourselves and leave the city at dawn. Lu Ming had already helped them a lot. He didn't want to implicate Lu Ming. Before Lu Ming could say anything, footsteps were heard in the courtyard. The next moment, Xiao Hongyun and Xiao Ning appeared and walked in. What are you still doing here? Hurry up and get lost. Xiao Zhan scolded coldly. Plop. Plop. To everyone's surprise, Xiao Hongyun and Xiao Ning knelt down in front of Xiao Zhan. Father, I was wrong. I was blinded by greed and thought of using Ah Hui and Ah Lei to curry favor with Ling Yunkong. That's why this happened. I was wrong. Xiao Hongyun kowtowed to Xiao Zhan and cried bitterly. He then kowtowed to Lu Ming and said, Thanks to young Master Lu for waking me up this time. I suddenly realized that what I did previously was a huge mistake. Thank you, young Master Lu. Xiao Ning kowtowed along with Xiao Hongyun. Lu Ming frowned. Xiao Zhan also frowned. Father, I only hope that you can forgive me. Then, I'll bring Ning to Ling Yunkong and beg for mercy. I'll buy some time for you and Ah Hui to leave. Xiao Hongyun said with a sincere look. Grandpa, look, second uncle also knows his mistake. Just forgive him. Ah Hui whispered. Yes, Grandpa. Ah Lei also said. The two sisters were very kind. Seeing that Xiao Hongyun seemed to be sincere, they begged for mercy for Xiao Hongyun. Slap. Slap. Suddenly, Xiao Hongyun slapped himself repeatedly. As he slapped himself, he cried out, Father, I was wrong. I beg for your forgiveness. After a few slaps, both sides of Xiao Hongyun's face swelled up. Well, it's good that you know you're wrong. Everyone makes mistakes. Just remember that you have to grasp your own opportunities and not sacrifice your loved ones. Xiao Zhan was soft-hearted. Seeing this, he sighed. Thank you, Father. Xiao Hongyun smiled and said, Father, I don't know when we'll meet again after this farewell. I've prepared a feast in the hall. It's been a long time since I've had a gathering with Father and my nieces. Let's just say goodbye to Father and my nieces. A banquet? There's no need for that. As long as you have the heart. Xiao Zhan said. Father, this is a small gift from me. Maybe we'll never meet again. Xiao Hongyun sighed and showed a regretful and sad look. Grandpa, let's go. I think second uncle is sincere. Ah Hui whispered and Ah Lei nodded repeatedly. Well, okay. Chapter 1002. Xiao Hongyun was overjoyed. Thank you, Father. Then, he looked at Lu Ming and said, Young Master Lu, I apologize for offending you in the past. Why don't you join us? That's good. There's no reason to refuse. Lu Ming smiled. Then, the six of them came to the main hall. There was indeed a table full of delicious wine and delicacies. Xiao Hongyun poured everyone a cup of wine, then raised his cup and said, Father, Ah Hui, Ah Lei, and young Master Lu, I made a big mistake in the past. I'll punish myself with a cup. Then, he raised his cup and drained it in one gulp. Xiao Zhan, Ah Hui, and Ah Lei also raised their cups and took a sip. Lu Ming raised his cup with a faint smile on his face. Young Master Lu, please. Seeing that Lu Ming did not drink, a trace of panic flashed in the depths of Xiao Hongyun's eyes. Then, a sincere smile appeared on his face. It's really good wine. You'll know after smelling it. Lu Ming laughed, then raised his cup and drained it in one gulp. Seeing this, Xiao Hongyun and Xiao Ning's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. Young Master Lu is generous. Come, let's eat. Xiao Hongyun smiled. Everyone sat down, and Xiao Ning poured wine for them. Young Master Lu, you're so young, but you have such a cultivation base. I'm really impressed. I've never heard of your name before. May I know which force you're from? Xiao Hongyun said. Hearing this, Xiao Zhan, Hui, and Lei were also curious. It had been half a year since the Battle of Providence ended. During the Battle of Providence, all the hidden geniuses who were secretly nurtured by the unparalleled experts had revealed themselves. Now, who didn't know the names of these geniuses? However, they were unfamiliar with Lu Shaoqing. Did he not participate in the Battle of Providence? I don't belong to any force. I used to cultivate in the mountains. This is my first time coming out. Lu Ming smiled. Everyone was stunned. Did Lu Ming really not participate in the Battle of Providence? This was truly rare. Generally speaking, when encountering a battle of karmic luck, there was practically no genius who wouldn't be tempted. Young Master Lu, you have such a cultivation base even though you haven't participated in the Battle of Providence. This is truly rare. Come, let me offer you a toast. Xiao Hongyun raised his cup and drained it in one gulp. Lu Ming smiled and drained his cup as well. Good wine, really good wine. You guys are really considerate. Lu Ming clicked his tongue, a look of enjoyment on his face. It seems like young Master Lu is a wine lover. You should drink more if you like. Xiao Hongyun smiled. Xiao Ning immediately poured a cup of wine for Lu Ming. He raised his cup and said, Brother Lu, please forgive my previous offense. Sure. Lu Ming smiled, picked up the wine cup and drained it in one gulp. The joy on Xiao Hongyun and Xiao Ning's faces deepened. Afterwards, Xiao Hongyun and Xiao Ning repeatedly apologized to Xiao Zhan, Hui, and Lei, and proposed a toast to them. Soon, the Xiao sisters' faces were flushed red, and they looked exceptionally beautiful. Grandpa, Hui, why do I feel a little cold? At this moment, Lei whispered. I feel a little cold too. Hui shivered and exhaled. A layer of frost actually formed in the air. Xiao Zhan's expression changed drastically. Hui and Lei were both in the complete spiritual sea realm. How could they suddenly feel cold? Even if they were in a world of ice and snow, they would not feel cold. At this moment, Xiao Zhan also felt a trace of coldness in his meridians. Bang! Xiao Zhan suddenly stood up from his chair and stared at Xiao Hongyun and Xiao Ning like a mad lion. He roared, Bastards, you poisoned the wine. Before he could finish his words, Xiao Zhan felt the world spinning around him. He could not stand and sat back down in his chair. Hui and Lei looked at Xiao Hongyun in disbelief. They had never imagined that Xiao Hongyun would actually poison them. Didn't Xiao Hongyun admit his mistake just now? Could it be that everything was fake? The two sisters found it unbelievable. It's so cold. Lei cried. At this moment, her face was no longer flushed. Instead, a layer of frost had appeared. At the same time, every time she exhaled, a layer of frost would appear in the air. Ha ha ha. At this time, Xiao Hongyun let out an earth-shattering laugh, laughing hysterically. Old man, you two stinky girls, you still want to leave? If you leave, what will happen to Ning, and I? We can't let our bright futures be ruined in your hands. Xiao Hongyun laughed. At this moment, he completely revealed his true nature. His face was full of ferocity. And you, boy, how dare you interfere? I'll kill you. Xiao Hongyun stared at Lu Ming ferociously. Bastard, you bastard. Xiao Zhan roared. He was extremely sad and disappointed. Just now, he really thought that Xiao Hongyun had found his conscience and turned over a new leaf. He did not expect that everything was fake. Xiao Hongyun pretended to be pitiful and remorseful in front of them just to trick them into drinking and eating. He had already poisoned the wine and food. At this moment, a layer of frost appeared on Xiao Zhan's face. A layer of light suffused his body as he tried to force the poison out. However, he had not fully recovered, so it was useless. Old man, there's no need to force the poison out. It's useless. This is Snowheart poison. It's 10 times more poisonous than the rainbow viper. You can't force it out. Xiao Hongyun sneered. Snowheart poison. Xiao Zhan's face was covered in misery. Snowheart poison was extremely famous among all the strange poisons in the world. Without an antidote, even a spirit god would find it difficult to force out the poison once poisoned. Old man, I might as well tell you something else. You were bitten by the rainbow viper in the chaotic mountain range. It was young Master Yunkong who lured the rainbow viper over. Otherwise, hee hee. Xiao Hongyun continued to sneer. What? Bastard, then you were the one who revealed my whereabouts? Xiao Zhan staggered and almost lost his footing. Ha ha ha. That's right. Besides me and Ning, only a Hui and a Lei knew about your whereabouts. Who else could it be? Xiao Hongyun and Xiao Ning laughed arrogantly. Bastard. Xiao Zhan's face was covered in misery and despair. How can I take control of the Xiao clan if you don't die? Also, how can those two girls marry Ling Yunkong if you don't die? Do you know that you're an obstacle to me? Xiao Hongyun's face was savage. That's right. Old man, I'm your grandson as well. But why do you have to protect those two stinking girls? They're clearly so valuable. Why do you want to waste them? Xiao Ning screamed from the side. Xiao Zhan had given up all hope. Xiao Hongyun and his son were no different from animals. It's not just the two of you, right? The others should be here soon. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly spoke. Hee hee, kid, you're right. A sneer resounded as a dozen figures flashed into the hall. Ling Kai and the other youths from the Hanging Mountain Range were among them. It was Ling Kai who had spoken just now. Besides him, there were 7 or 8 middle-aged or old men. All of them had powerful auras and profound cultivations. Chapter 1003. Old man, how dare you disobey young Master Yunkong? You're courting death. How dare you try to sneak away? Humph. Young Master Yunkong has taken a fancy to these two girls. Do you think you can escape? Ling Kai glanced coldly at Xiao Zhan, Ah Hui, and Ah Lei. Xiao Zhan, Ah Hui, and Ah Lei turned pale. They knew that they were doomed this time. And you, boy, how dare you injure us? You're courting death. Hee hee, aren't you in our hands now? Ling Kai looked ferociously at Lu Ming, licked his lips, and continued, but don't worry, I won't kill you easily. I'll let you suffer all the torture in the world and let you die in pain. Sigh. At this time, Lu Ming suddenly sighed. Humph, it's too late to sigh now. Ling Kai said coldly. I'm just sighing. My good mood was ruined by a few stray dogs. What a bummer. Lu Ming sighed. Then, in front of everyone's shocked eyes, he picked up the flagon on the table and said, but this is good wine. Don't waste it. After saying that, Lu Ming opened his mouth and sucked. The wine in the flagon turned into a column of water and flew into Lu Ming's mouth. Lu Ming gulped down every drop. Everyone was dumbfounded. You're not poisoned? How is that possible? Xiao Hongyun shouted in disbelief. He thought he was dreaming. He had clearly seen Lu Ming drink many cups of wine. How could he not be poisoned? Moreover, Lu Ming had drunk all the remaining wine. What was going on? Was Lu Ming not afraid of poison? Ling Kai and the others were also dumbfounded. They had brought the snow heart poison here. They had given the antidote to Xiao Hongyun and Xiao Ning in advance. Then, they had poisoned the wine and dishes. Their main target was Lu Ming. In their eyes, Lu Ming was the most dangerous, while Xiao Zhan and the others were no threat at all. The process went unexpectedly smoothly. Xiao Hongyun and his son successfully brought Xiao Zhan and the others here, and Lu Ming and the others also successfully drank and ate. Moreover, Lu Ming drank the most wine and ate the most dishes. But now, how could Lu Ming be fine? Ling Kai knew better than anyone how powerful the snow heart poison was. Xiao Zhan, Hui, and Lei were a little stunned at first, but then their eyes revealed hope. Lu Ming was actually fine. Earlier, they had already given up all hope. But now, hope was born again. I don't mind telling you, the moment I picked up the wine cup, I knew it was poisoned. Lu Ming looked disdainfully at Xiao Hongyun and smiled faintly. You, no. Why did you still drink it? Xiao Hongyun was still in disbelief. Because this is good wine. How can I let it go to waste? Moreover, I also want to see what kind of tricks you have up your sleeves. Lu Ming smiled faintly and stood up. Light swirled around his body, and a cold aura filled the air. Then, he stretched out his hand and pointed it at Xiao Zhan, Hui, and Lei. A huge devouring power exploded. Then, white threads of light flew out from the three of them. When the white threads of light flew through the air, a layer of sparkling white frost appeared in the air. The white threads flew into Lu Ming's palm and were devoured by Lu Ming. Xiao Zhan, Hui, and Lei's faces became rosy. The poison in their bodies had been neutralized. Xiao Hongyun, Xiao Ning, Ling Kai, and the others widened their eyes in shock. Absorbing the poison from a person's body and neutralizing it through the air. They had never heard of such a detoxification method. Now, it's your turn. Since you're here, don't even think about leaving. Lu Ming's gaze swept across, and a cold murderous intent burst out. Not good, retreat. Xiao Hongyun's heart skipped a beat. Without hesitation, he pulled Xiao Ning and retreated rapidly. However, even though they were fast, Lu Ming was faster. Lu Ming moved like a stream of light and appeared in front of Xiao Hongyun and Xiao Ning. He pointed 2 fingers at them. The 2 of them could not resist and were hit by Lu Ming's fingers on their dantian. Puff! Puff! Like a punctured balloon, Xiao Hongyun and Xiao Ning screamed. Their bodies flew out and fell to the ground. Their auras were weak, and they were like ordinary people. Their cultivation had been destroyed by Lu Ming. Ah, my cultivation base, my cultivation base. Xiao Hongyun and Xiao Ning screamed miserably, their voices filled with despair. It's over, it's all over. They had wanted to rely on Ling Yunkong to climb up the ranks. Now, before they could curry favor with Ling Yunkong, their cultivation had been destroyed and they had become cripples. There was no hope left. Go, go, go. Ling Kai's pupils contracted rapidly as he screamed. He was about to retreat. Whoosh! Suddenly, Lu Ming appeared in front of Ling Kai. He grabbed Ling Kai's neck and lifted him into the air. Let go of me. What are you doing? I'm with young Master Yunkong. Ling Kai yelled and tried to threaten Lu Ming. Devour. Lu Ming spat out a word coldly and the devouring power suddenly erupted. Ling Kai screamed and struggled. However, to everyone's horror, Ling Kai's body shriveled like a ball and turned into a dried corpse. Bloodthirsty skill, this is Cold Blood Hall's bloodthirsty skill. You're from Cold Blood Hall. Go, go. The others from Floating Mountain screamed and tried to escape. Did I say you could leave? Stay here. Lu Ming stretched out his hand and clenched his fist. Boom! A terrifying devouring power erupted, enveloping everyone from the Floating Mountain sect within. They screamed in horror as their bloodline power, essence blood, fresh blood, and genuine vitality flew out of their bodies and were devoured by Lu Ming. It was a horrible feeling. They watched themselves being devoured and the people around them turning into dried corpses. No, no. After a while, all the people from Floating Mountain turned into dried corpses and were devoured by Lu Ming. Almost all of them cultivated the essence of water. Lu Ming's essence of water began to improve as the 9 dragons' bloodline continued to refine them. Only Xiao Hongyun, Xiao Ning, Xiao Zhan, Hui, and Lei were left. Not a single person from the Hanging Mountain was left alive. A foul stench wafted in the hall. Lu Ming turned around. It was Xiao Ning. He looked at Lu Ming in horror. He was so scared that he had wet his pants. Xiao Hongyun's face was also pale and full of despair. Xiao Zhan and the other 2 looked at Lu Ming in shock. Little brother Lu, you're a disciple of Cold Blood Hall? Xiao Zhan asked. Cold Blood Hall? I've never heard of it. I'm not a disciple of Cold Blood Hall. Lu Ming shook his head. You're not a disciple of Cold Blood Hall. Xiao Zhan heaved a sigh of relief. He seemed to be very afraid of Cold Blood Hall. Senior Xiao, I'll leave these 2 to you. Lu Ming pointed at Xiao Hongyun and Xiao Ning. Xiao Zhan's eyes flashed with killing intent. Father, spare my life. Please spare me this time. I was blinded by lard for a moment. I won't dare to do it again. Xiao Hongyun begged. That's what you said before. You 2 bastards, leaving you alive will only harm others. I might as well kill you myself. Chapter 1004. Dad, please let us go this time. I'm your son. Xiao Hongyun begged. Grandpa, I beg you, please let me go. This has nothing to do with me. It's all my dad's fault. Yes, it's all his fault. He forced me to do this. Xiao Ning screamed and begged, pushing all the blame onto Xiao Hongyun. Bastard, how dare you slander me? If not for you sucking up to Ling Yunkong, why would I do this? Xiao Hongyun looked at Xiao Ning in disbelief and anger. Grandpa, if you want to kill him, just kill him. I'm innocent. I'm the last man in the Xiao family. I still have to pass on the heirs of the Xiao family. You're the one who gave me this idea. Grandpa, if you want to kill him, just kill him. I'm innocent. I'm the last man in the Xiao family. Xiao Ning shouted. Bastard, I'll kill you. Xiao Hongyun roared and rushed toward Xiao Ning. Don't think I'm afraid of you. Xiao Ning also rushed toward Xiao Hongyun. Their cultivations were crippled, and they fought with their physical strength. Misfortune of the family, misfortune of the family. Xiao Zhan's face was dejected, as if he had aged a few decades. After a while, Xiao Zhan's eyes revealed a look of determination. A sword appeared in his hand, and he said, "What's the use of keeping 2 scum alive?" Whoosh! With a flash of sword light, 2 heads flew high into the air, their faces filled with disbelief. After killing Xiao Hongyun and Xiao Ning, Xiao Zhan staggered as if he had lost all his strength. Grandpa. Hui and Lei quickly supported Xiao Zhan. Senior Xiao, you can't fall. The Xiao family and Hui and Lei still need you to take care of them. Lu Ming said. Xiao Zhan took a deep breath to calm himself down, and said, Yes, Hui and Lei are the hope of the Xiao family. We can't let anything happen to them. Let's leave Lishui City and Floating Mountain now. I'll send you off first. Lu Ming said. Then, the 4 of them left the Xiao family under the cover of the night. But just as they stepped out of the Xiao family's house, a bright sword light violently slashed towards them. Lu Ming's face changed. Rumble. The sword light slashed towards the Xiao clan, leaving behind a deep sword scar. Half of the Xiao clan was split into 2. A group of figures appeared in the air. Each and every one of them had a cold look in their eyes, and a powerful aura emanated from their bodies. People from the Floating Mountain sect. Xiao Zhan's expression changed drastically. It seems that Ling Kai and the others are dead. Fortunately, I was worried and rushed over personally. Otherwise, you would have really escaped. A cold voice came from afar. A young man in a white robe walked over while waving a folding fan. Soaring cloud. Xiao Zhan, Ah Hui, and Ah Lei cried out in alarm. Their faces turned even uglier and even more desperate. One of the top 10 geniuses of the Hanging Mountain, Ling Yunkong, had actually come in person. Whoosh! 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 Around the Xiao clan, many figures appeared in a flash. They flew into the sky and looked over. The commotion caused by the previous sword strike was so great that everyone within 100 li could hear it. They all rushed over to see what was going on. People from the Floating Mountain sect. Ling Yunkong, it's Ling Yunkong. Ling Yunkong has come personally. The Xiao clan is finished. Someone recognized Ling Yunkong and let out a cry of alarm. Brother Lu, leave quickly. Leave quickly. Xiao Zhan anxiously called out to Lu Ming. Lu Ming's battle strength was not bad, but he was definitely not a match for Ling Yunkong. Ling Yunkong was one of the top 10 geniuses of the Floating Mountain sect. His battle strength was terrifying, and countless seniors were not his match. One of the top 10 geniuses of the Floating Mountain sect? Lu Ming's mouth curved into a smile. Instead, his eyes revealed a trace of battle intent and anticipation. The Floating Mountain sect was one of the top forces in the central continent. It was a force on the same level as the Emperor Heaven Deity Palace and the Heavenly Corpse sect. Lu Ming was very curious about the level of the geniuses in such a force. Leave? Today, none of you will leave. Ling Yunkong's voice was cold. His gaze swept over and landed on Ah Hui and Ah Lei. Flames of passion flashed in his eyes. He had played with countless beautiful women in his life, but he had never played with such a pair of pure and lovely twins. Just thinking about it made him excited. Old man, kill yourself. And that kid, kill yourself too. That way, I can leave your corpses intact. Ling Yunkong said indifferently. This is the character of one of the top 10 geniuses of the Floating Mountain sect. Today, I finally see it. How disappointing. Lu Ming shook his head and sighed. In the air, the faces of the experts of the Floating Mountain sect changed. Ling Yunkong's face also darkened. He stared coldly at Lu Ming and said, "Good, kid. Very good. Just because of what you said, I won't let you die. I will let you live, but I will make you regret living." Ling Kai said the same thing before, but he is now a dead dog. I hope you have the right to say it. Lu Ming replied indifferently. Go, cripple him. Ling Yunkong's eyes flashed with killing intent as he waved his hand. Bang! An elder took a step forward and a steel fork appeared in his hand. His aura rose and a powerful pressure pressed towards Lu Ming. It was incomparably shocking. 6th level of Spirit Embryo Realm. This elder's cultivation had reached the 6th level of Spirit Embryo Realm. Boom! The elder waved the steel fork and smashed it towards Lu Ming. Be careful. Brother Lu, be careful. Xiao Zhan and the Xiao sisters cried out in unison, extremely worried. Lu Ming's palm glowed and a spear condensed from his vital essence. The spear swept out and struck the steel fork. With a clang, the steel fork trembled violently and was sent flying. Lu Ming rose into the air and the spear transformed into a ray of light with a faint dragon roar coming out. Upper grade half-god level martial technique, dazzling dragon spear arts. Puchi. The spear broke through all of the elder's defenses and killed him in one strike. What? The people who were watching the battle not far away were all shocked. Lu Ming's abilities were so strong, killing a person of the 6th level of Spirit Embryo Realm with one strike. Such a young prodigy couldn't be a nameless person in the entire central continent. Ling Yunkong's eyes flickered slightly. It was obvious that Lu Ming's cultivation had exceeded his expectations. Looks like I have to do it myself today. Ling Yunkong said. He was only slightly surprised, but Lu Ming wasn't enough for him to take seriously. This was because he could kill an ordinary person of the 6th level of Spirit Embryo Realm with a flick of his finger. Bang! Ling Yunkong took a step forward and the sky trembled violently. Heaven and earth shook. Ling Yunkong is going to do it. Some people exclaimed, but more people's eyes glowed. It had been half a year since the Battle of Providence. During this time, the entire central continent was very peaceful, as if all the prodigies were in seclusion. It was completely different from before the Battle of Providence began. Before the Battle of Providence began, the prodigies battled each other and there were battles every day. However, after the Battle of Providence, it was completely silent. All the prodigies seemed to be digesting the things they had obtained from the Battle of Providence and were in seclusion to raise their cultivation. In this half a year, it was rare to see some of the top prodigies fight. Was Ling Yunkong going to do it now? Chapter 1005. That was because most people couldn't see the final showdown of the Battle of Providence. Only the top echelons of the overlords could see it. The combat power of these supreme talents was rumored. Only a few people could see it with their own eyes. Now, they finally had the chance. Boom! 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 Lu Ming took one step at a time, stepping in the air. With every step he took, Ling Yunkong's aura would become stronger. In the end, his aura was as strong as an immemorial sacred mountain. A huge pressure pressed down on Lu Ming. Xiao Zhan and the Xiao sisters couldn't help but retreat. Their eyes were filled with horror. They felt like ants in front of Ling Yunkong. There was no way they could resist him. Brother Lu. The Xiao sisters looked at Lu Ming with worry. Ling Yunkong was so strong. Could Lu Ming fight him? However, Lu Ming's figure was as steady as a rock. He did not move at all. Even the corners of his clothes did not move. Ling Yunkong's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. A person who could remain unmoved under his aura wasn't simple. You're not bad. You're worthy of my attention. What's your name? Ling Yunkong's words surprised many people. Ling Yunkong actually said that Lu Ming was worth his time. That young man who stood there motionless was actually that powerful? Was he worthy of Ling Yunkong's attention? You're not qualified to know my name. Lu Ming said lightly. Lu Ming's voice wasn't loud, but it spread like a storm. Everyone's eyes widened. Lu Ming said that Ling Yunkong wasn't qualified to know his name? Crazy, too crazy, crazy to the point of no bounds. Who was Ling Yunkong? He was one of the top 10 supreme talents of the Xiankong Mountain. Although he was only ranked 10th, there were more than 10 million disciples in the Xiankong Mountain. There were countless geniuses and experts. To be able to stand out among the countless geniuses and be ranked 10th was enough to show how terrifying he was. But now, Lu Ming said that Ling Yunkong wasn't even qualified to know his name? He's too arrogant. This young man probably came from the mountains and hasn't seen the world. He doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. In my opinion, he's just a frog at the bottom of a well. He thinks that he has some ability and doesn't put the world's heroes in his eyes. Just watch, he'll be miserable later. I think I've heard of his name from the Xiao family. I think he's called Lu Shaoqing. Lu Shaoqing? I've never heard of him. Now that the Battle of Providence has just ended, all the powerful geniuses have become famous, yet I've never heard of this name. Could it be that he didn't participate in the Battle of Providence? You see, I was right. This person must be a country bumpkin who just walked out from some remote mountain. There were discussions around the Shaoling Xiaozhan, Hui, and Lei were trembling with fear. Lu Ming's words would infuriate Ling Yunkong even more. Haha. Ling Yunkong laughed and said coldly, arrogant, really arrogant. I, Ling Yunkong, have been called arrogant by others, but you're even more arrogant than me. However, you need to have the right to be arrogant. I'll make sure you can't be arrogant later. You're right. You need to have the right to be arrogant. Otherwise, you're courting death. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Obviously, Lu Ming was talking about Ling Yunkong. Then I'll show you what I've got. Boom. As soon as he finished his words, Ling Yun took a heavy step forward. With a wave of his palm, a ray of sparkling and translucent blue saber gleam slashed toward Lu Ming. The terrifying aura seemed to be able to split the entire world apart. Lu Ming smiled faintly. His long spear shook, and a dragon roared. A spear radiance burst out and collided with the sword light. Boom! The energy exploded, and the space shook. The spear radiance and the sword light both dissipated. Ling Yunkong didn't move, and neither did Lu Ming. He blocked it. That Lu Shaoqing actually blocked Ling Yunkong's attack. Unbelievable. How is that possible? He actually has such strong combat power? Some people exclaimed in disbelief. Peak of the 7th level of Spirit Embryo Realm. Lu Ming's gaze moved. He already knew that Ling Yunkong's cultivation had reached the peak of the 7th level of Spirit Embryo Realm. Half a year ago, he was already at the same level as Demon Lord Luo Tian in the Battle of Providence. However, Lu Ming felt that Ling Yunkong's combat power shouldn't be as strong as Luo Tian's. His talent should be slightly weaker than Luo Tian's. Not to mention that half a year had passed since the Battle of Providence. Ling Yunkong was only at the peak of the 7th level of Spirit Embryo Realm. From this point alone, he was weaker than Luo Tian. After all, Luo Tian was ranked 10th among all the human prodigies in Eastern Wilderness. Not bad. Since you can take one of my attacks, then take another. 100 Waves Saber Art. Ling Yunkong's aura became stronger, and the sword radiance broke through the air. The sound of stormy waves could be heard. Ling Yunkong's sword radiance was like a wave. Wave after wave, it slashed towards Lu Ming. Whoosh! Lu Ming's long spear shook, and the long spear condensed by his true essence rapidly expanded. It was like a pillar that supported the sky, and there were 5 colored lights lingering on it. Yes, 5 colors, 5 different intents. Just now, Lu Ming had swallowed the intensive water of Ling Kai and the others and had been refining them. Now, Lu Ming's intensive water had broken through and reached the lower tier of the 3rd level. Although it wasn't on par with the intents of earth, wind, fire, and thunder, it was still very powerful when the 5 intents exploded together. Boom! The huge long spear was very direct and domineering, crushing everything in its way. Boom! 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 Heaven and earth shook continuously. Ling Yunkong's sword radiance was constantly crushed and shattered. In the end, the long spear didn't stop and continued to smash towards Ling Yunkong. How can this be? Ling Yunkong's pupils contracted rapidly, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. How can Lu Ming be so strong? He broke his 100 Waves Saber Art and still had the energy to smash towards him? All the spectators around also widened their eyes in disbelief. Lu Ming's spear was too amazing, and its power was unimaginable. It actually started to suppress Ling Yunkong, one of the top 10 prodigies of the Floating Mountain. Ling Yunkong roared, his long hair fluttering in the wind, and the saber in his hand constantly slashed out. In a short period of time, he had slashed out at least a few thousand times to block Lu Ming's long spear, but the result was that he was pushed back 1,000 meters, his chest heaving up and down. That's all you got? I thought you were more powerful. You're so arrogant with such little strength. It's a miracle that you're still alive. Lu Ming said indifferently. Ling Yunkong's face was red with anger. He was very arrogant just now, and even said that he had to be qualified to be arrogant. The fact proved that he wasn't qualified to be arrogant in front of Lu Ming. His words were like slapping his own face. This made him furious, and he couldn't wait to kill Lu Ming. Die! Ling Yunkong roared, and at the same time, a giant elephant appeared above his head. This giant elephant had 5 golden chakras around it. A level 5 divine realm bloodline was indeed weaker than Luo Tian's. However, it made sense. The Floating Mountain was only at the same level as the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace or the Heavenly Corpse sect. Ling Yunkong was only ranked 10th in the Floating Mountain. If the 10th was as strong as Luo Tian, wouldn't it mean that the Floating Mountain was as strong as the entire Eastern Wilderness? Chapter 1006. It's Ling Yunkong's bloodline. Is this the level 5 divine bloodline? The legendary divine beast, the water god elephant. It is as famous as the ancient war elephant. It can control all the water in the world. Exclamations came from all around. Ling Yunkong had used the bloodline fusion and turned into the water god elephant. The water god elephant was 1,000 meters tall and it towered into the clouds, blocking out the sun. It let out a long howl that shook the entire Lishui city. Countless people looked at the gigantic creature in the sky in shock. Boom! The water god elephant stepped out towards Lu Ming. Ah Hui, Ah Lei, and Xiao Zhan were terrified. Such power was too shocking. It was as if it could destroy the world. However, Lu Ming's eyes were still as calm as water. The long spear in his hands enlarged again, becoming a few thousand meters long. It was indomitable, stirring up the wind and clouds. Boom! A huge spear radiance blasted towards the water god elephant. The clouds in the sky were shattered and starlight shone down. The water god elephant let out a long howl and its trunk rolled towards the spear radiance. An earth-shattering explosion was heard and the space shook. However, the final result was shocking. The 5-colored spear radiance destroyed the elephant's trunk and the body of the spear struck the water god elephant. The water god elephant let out a wail and its gigantic body was pushed back. It stepped on the void and the void rippled like water. Ling Yunkong is going to lose. Someone exclaimed. Everyone was shocked. Ling Yunkong had even used the bloodline fusion, but he was still no match for Chen Fan. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming's body was as small as an ant, but he wielded the 1,000-meter-long spear and attacked the water god elephant continuously. After a few explosions, the water god elephant let out a cry and exploded. It turned into Ling Yunkong. Ling Yunkong's face was as pale as a sheet of paper. Blood spurted out of his mouth. He did not dare to stay any longer. He turned into a ray of blade radiance and disappeared into the distance. Brat, just you wait. Ling Yunkong's voice came from afar. Lu Ming's eyes flashed a few times, but he did not chase after him. He had some misgivings, not because of himself, but because of the Shao clan. Ling Yunkong was one of the 10 great geniuses of the Hanging Mountain after all. Killing him might infuriate the Hanging Mountain, and at that time, they would dispatch a few domain-enlightened spirit god realm experts. Ling Yunkong could simply leave, and the members of the Shao clan would be in trouble. Therefore, Lu Ming did not give chase. At this time, the spectators looked at Lu Ming with eyes full of awe, shock, and curiosity. Lu Ming had actually defeated Ling Yunkong. This meant that he was an even stronger genius than Ling Yunkong. But why hadn't he heard of this name before? Did he really not participate in the Battle of Providence? Lu. Big brother. Ah Hui and the others were also dumbfounded. They never thought that Lu Ming would be this strong. Even Ling Yunkong was not his opponent. What kind of strength was this? Was this still the same young man who had been injured by the demonic beast? They recalled the time when they'd first met Lu Ming in the chaotic mountain range. At this moment, their beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. At that time, they'd met Lu Ming because of a grade 8 demonic beast's rage. At that time, they'd thought that Lu Ming had been implicated by the grade 8 demonic beast's rage and had been injured by some other small demonic beasts. But now that they thought about it, the grade 8 demonic beast's rage might have been because of Lu Ming. Lu Ming might have been injured by that grade 8 demonic beast and not some small demonic beast. Xiao Zhan was even more surprised. He'd cultivated for many years, so he knew very well how strong Ling Yunkong was. He'd been at the peak of the 5th level of the spirit embryo realm at his peak, but he'd definitely been instantly killed by Ling Yunkong. However, Ling Yunkong had been easily defeated by Lu Ming. Let's go. We'll leave first. Lu Ming waved his hand, and the spear vanished. He smiled at Ah Hui and the others. Ah, yes, okay. The few of them seemed to have woken up from a dream, and the group of 4 headed out of Lishui City. Lu Ming naturally didn't care about defeating Ling Yunkong. To him, Ling Yunkong wasn't even a match for him. Ling Yinkong's cultivation was weaker than his, so he hadn't even used the power of his bloodline. He'd only used his cultivation and concept to defeat him. The fusion of 5 concepts is indeed much stronger than 4 concepts. It's a pity that the concept of water is still slightly weaker. If it was on par with the other concepts, the explosive power would definitely be even more terrifying. Lu Ming thought to himself. The 4 of them headed north of Lishui City. After leaving the city, the 4 of them changed their appearances and clothes. Hui and Lei's appearances had become much more ordinary and less eye-catching. Lu Ming had also turned into a youth around 30 years old. They kept heading north, crossing over the plain of 10,000 lakes. After flying for about 1,000,000 miles, they stopped at a small island in the middle of a lake. This small island in the middle of the lake was very peaceful and suitable for living in seclusion. Xiao Zhan, Hui, and Lei planned to stay here for the time being. The water vapor here was abundant, and Lu Ming also planned to cultivate here for a period of time. Next, the 4 of them settled down here. Every day, Lu Ming sat cross-legged on the surface of the lake, comprehending the concept of water. To him, he could not afford to waste even the slightest bit of time. The talisman puppet sex yin and yang formation could only last for 5 years. But now, almost half a year had passed. Lu Ming felt that time was too tight. He had to seize every bit of time to cultivate and improve himself as soon as possible. Xiao Zhan would disguise himself and go out to gather information every day. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Lu Ming cultivated every day and made great progress in the concept of water. On this day, Xiao Zhan returned with a worried face. Seeing this, Hui and Lei hurriedly asked Xiao Zhan what had happened. At first, Xiao Zhan didn't say anything. Later, he had no choice but to tell the truth. It turned out that he had heard an important piece of news when he went out. Ling Yunkong had returned and seemed to have invited the Floating Sky Mountains experts over. Moreover, he had captured many Shao family disciples who had left. At this time, Ling Yunkong had detained the Shao family disciples and released the news that Lu Shaoqing, Xiao Zhan, and the others should return. Otherwise, he would kill all the Shao family disciples. Despicable, this Ling Yunkong is actually so despicable. Hui gritted her teeth. No matter what, Ling Yunkong was still one of the Floating Sky Mountain's top 10 geniuses. Who would have thought that he would be so despicable and shameless? After being defeated by Lu Ming, he actually captured the Shao family disciples to threaten them. Hui and Lei gritted their teeth. Xiao Zhan's face was full of worry, but Lu Ming's expression was calm. You guys stay here, I'll go take a look. Lu Ming said. No, little brother Lu, you've helped us too much. This old man will never be able to repay your kindness in this lifetime. I can't let you take any more risks. Xiao Zhan shook his head resolutely. Yeah, big brother Lu, that Ling Yunkong must have found an expert stronger than him. If you go, won't you be in danger? Hui also said. It's fine, I'm just going to take a look. I won't show myself if I'm not confident. Lu Ming smiled. Hearing Lu Ming's words, they hesitated. Don't worry, you guys wait here for my news. Chapter 1007. Lishui City. In front of the Shao clan's residence, there were at least 50 Shao clan disciples tied up and kneeling on the ground. Ling Yunkong was sitting on a chair with an indifferent expression. Beside him were some experts from the Floating Mountain sect. There were many spectators around the Shao clan. Ling Yunkong's methods are too despicable. He actually used such methods to force Xiao Zhan and Lu Shaoqing to come out. It's indeed despicable, but not all of the Floating Mountain sect's geniuses are like this. Some of them are quite straightforward. I heard that the second-ranked genius of the Floating Mountain sect, Chu Kuang, is very straightforward and likes to make friends. I wonder if that's true. That's true. Speaking of which, Ling Yunkong was defeated by Lu Shaoqing last time, but he still dares to come back. Isn't he afraid of being defeated again? That's because he brought experts with him. Do you see that youth sitting cross-legged on the right side of Ling Yunkong? That's Heartwarming. What? That's Heartwarming, the fifth-ranked genius of the Floating Mountain sect. Countless people were discussing, but they kept their voices low for fear of being heard by Ling Yunkong. In the end, more people's gazes fell on the youth on the right side of Ling Yunkong. The youth was wearing a blue robe and had an ordinary appearance. He was the type that couldn't be picked out in a crowd. But after hearing his name, no one dared to look down on him. Because he was Heartwarming. It was said that Heartwarming was the fastest rising genius of the Floating Mountain sect. He was also the youngest, not even 25 years old. He rose like a comet in the Battle of Karmic Luck, shocking everyone. After the Battle of Karmic Luck, he was ranked 5th among the 10 geniuses of the Floating Mountain sect. He was much stronger than Ling Yunkong. Who would have thought that Ling Yunkong would invite Heartwarming this time? Clearly, he was here to deal with Lu Shaoqing. Continue to spread the news. If Lu Shaoqing and Xiao Zhan don't appear, I'll kill a Shao clan disciple every 2 hours. At this time, Ling Yunkong revealed an impatient expression and coldly ordered an old man beside him. Yes. The old man hurriedly nodded. Enough. At this moment, Heartwarming opened his eyes. His eyes flashed as he spat out 2 words. The old man's expression immediately changed and he stood there motionlessly. Ling Yunkong frowned. Ling Yunkong, I came with you to meet Lu Shaoqing. What you did was too despicable. Heartwarming said indifferently. Ling Yunkong frowned as his eyes flickered with displeasure, before he forced a smile and said, Junior brother Hai, that Lu Shaoqing and the old man from the Shao clan are hiding. If we don't use this method, how could they show themselves? Forget about killing people, Yang Qi said. Also, once they arrive, let these people go. They're all people with weak cultivation bases. Killing them would be bad for the reputation of the Hanging Mountain sect. Heartwarming said. Alright, Junior brother Hai, I know what to do. Ling Yunkong's voice turned cold. Heartwarming frowned. If it wasn't for the fact that Ling Yunkong had helped him before he rose to power, he would never have followed Ling Yunkong here to do such a thing. Ling Yunkong, I've already helped you twice. This is the last time. After this, we don't owe each other anything. Heartwarming said indifferently. Humph. Ling Yunkong grunted coldly and didn't say anything. As soon as he finished speaking, Heartwarming closed his eyes again. Lu Shaoqing is here. Right at this moment, someone exclaimed with surprise. What? Where? Over there. The gazes of the crowd shot towards the sky in unison. Ling Yunkong's spirits shook while his gaze flickered explosively. On the other hand, Heartwarming opened his eyes as well, and 2 dazzling spear lights shot out from his eyes. A black-robed young man with his hands behind his back strode through the sky from the north. It was Lu Ming. When Lu Ming arrived at Lishui's city and found out that Ling Yunkong hadn't brought a domain-enlightened spirit god and had only invited a young genius over, Lu Ming didn't conceal himself and directly made an appearance. Obviously, how could a domain-enlightened spirit god possibly be invited by Ling Yunkong to do such a thing? That person would probably be ridiculed by the entire world. Lu Shaoqing. Ling Yunkong stared at Lu Ming and gnashed his teeth as he spoke word by word. What? I didn't teach you enough the last time, so you're looking for a beating this time? Lu Ming glanced at Ling Yunkong and spoke with disdain. This caused Ling Yunkong to gnash his teeth once more. Lu Shaoqing, where's that old fellow from the Shao clan and those 2 little girls? Asked Ling Yunkong in a cold voice. You want to know? Why should I tell you? Lu Ming smiled faintly and said, the geniuses of Void Mountain always play such tricks. They used innocent people to draw me out. Now that I've come out, feel free to use any ability you have, alright? Humph. How could all of you have come out otherwise? Lu Shaoqing, aren't you very strong? Today, I'll let junior brother Heartwarming experience your strength. Said Ling Yunkong. Oh. So it's a different person? But I'm not interested in fighting now that it's a different person. I'm slightly interested if you fight him yourself. Lu Ming smiled. Ling Yunkong's expression grew even more unsightly. How could he dare to fight him himself? Lu Shaoqing, it's not up to you today. Ling Yunkong laughed coldly. Lu Shaoqing, fight with me. Hai Ziming stood up, his eyes bursting with a strong battle intent. You want to fight me? Sure. Why don't we have a bet? Said Lu Ming. How? Asked Hai Ziming. It's very simple. If I lose, I'll cripple my own cultivation and hand them over to you. I'll also hand over Senior Xiaozhan, Hui, and Lei. But if you lose, you have to swear that you won't touch anyone from the Xiao clan no matter what. Said Lu Ming. Why should I agree? You have no choice now. The lives of these Xiao clan disciples are in my hands. You'd better listen to me obediently. Ling Yunkong sneered and refused directly. Is that so? Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Suddenly, Lu Ming took a step forward and used the Nine Dragons' Heaven Stomp, pouncing towards Lu Ming and Ling Yunkong. In the process of pouncing, Lu Ming erupted with 2 dragon energies. Purple scales immediately appeared on Lu Ming's body. Hide! Lu Ming's mind stirred and his muscles wriggled. That purple scale armor actually did not appear. Instead, it merely covered his skin. It made his body look like it was just filled with a layer of purple light. Lu Ming's physical body had now reached complete rank 8, which was extremely powerful. Lu Ming realized that when he erupted with dragon energies, he could control his physical body so that the scales would not appear on the surface of his skin, but hide under his skin. In this way, the vision would not be too obvious and would not be noticed by people with intentions. Of course, this was related to the strength of the physical body and the eruption of dragon energies. Chapter 1008. Lu Ming unleashed the power of 2 dragons and performed the 9 dragon sky-stomping steps at the same time. His body was like a ray of light. He was too fast. In an instant, he was in front of Ling Yunkong. Although Ling Yunkong was on guard, he was still shocked. He hastily made a move. However, his attack and defense were as fragile as tofu in front of Lu Ming's palm. Lu Ming's palm penetrated all defenses and grabbed Ling Yunkong's throat. The energy burst forth. Ling Yunkong's neck seemed to be broken. He let out a scream and the vital essence in his body almost dissipated. The surrounding people were all stunned. Lu Ming actually restrained Ling Yunkong in one move. It was unbelievable. After a long time, the crowd came to their senses. How dare you? Let go of young Master Yunkong. Do you know that you're courting death? Several old men shouted. They were all Ling Yunkong's trusted subordinates. Shut up. Believe it or not, I'll break his neck now. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Killing intent burst out. The old men hurriedly shut up. Lu Shaoqing, I'm a genius of the Floating Mountain sect. If you kill me, the experts of the Floating Mountain sect won't let you go. Ling Yunkong roared. You've lost so miserably in a fight between peers. Do you really think that the seniors of the Floating Mountain sect will stand up for you? Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by the world? Lu Ming sneered. His eyes were cold. Ling Yunkong shuddered, and there was a trace of fear in his eyes. Indeed, in a fight between peers, if he was defeated and killed, the seniors of the sect would take revenge. Didn't the other party have seniors? At that time, the other party's seniors would also take action to kill the young geniuses on their side. In that case, how could the young geniuses in the world have a chance to rise? Wouldn't they all die? Whether it was the Eastern Wilderness, the Central Continent, or other places, this was an unwritten rule. Under normal circumstances, the seniors couldn't take action when the younger generation fought. Of course, special circumstances were an exception. If I want to kill you, it'll be a piece of cake. Do you understand the difference between us now? Lu Ming sneered and continued, however, I won't kill you today. I can also agree to a battle with him. However, my condition is still the same as before. You can swear a blood oath that if you lose, you will never touch the Shao clan in any way. If you lose, I will fulfill my condition. Lu Ming pointed at Hai Ziming. Today, Lu Ming was going to completely resolve this problem for the Shao clan. Otherwise, if this continued, there would be no end to it. On one hand, he wanted to force Ling Yunkong to swear a blood oath. On the other hand, he wanted to display his strength to intimidate them. I promise you, if I lose, I won't touch the Shao clan at all, and I won't let anyone touch the Shao clan either. Hai Ziming was the first to speak. In the end, Ling Yunkong had no choice. His life was in Lu Ming's hands, so he could only agree and swear a blood oath. Once a cultivator made a blood oath, they could not go against it. Otherwise, in the future, they would be plagued by inner demons. Not only would it be difficult to improve their cultivation, they might even go berserk. After Ling Yunkong swore a blood oath, Lu Ming flung Ling Yunkong away. Damn it, I hope Hai Ziming can kill this Lu Shaoqing. Ling Yunkong's eyes flickered with cold killing intent. Lu Ming actually dared to treat him like this. This caused his killing intent to become incomparably thick. Moreover, he had lost all face today. His only hope now was that Hai Ziming could defeat Lu Ming. He still had a lot of confidence in Hai Ziming. He believed that the reason he was caught by Lu Ming was because Lu Ming caught him off guard. If he had been on full guard, Lu Ming wouldn't have been able to capture him so easily. He wasn't the only one who thought so. In fact, many people thought so. Because Lu Ming's sneak attack had succeeded just now. Moreover, Ling Yunkong was very clear about Hai Ziming's combat strength. Among all the prodigies of Floating Sky Mountain, Hai Ziming had caught up from behind. He rose up quickly and improved at an astonishing speed. He was considered a rising star. In the Battle of Destiny, Hai Ziming was ranked 5th among the 10 great prodigies of Floating Sky Mountain. However, after half a year, Ling Yunkong was clear that even the 4th-ranked prodigy of Floating Sky Mountain might not be a match for Hai Ziming. Therefore, he had confidence in Hai Ziming. Bang! Hai Ziming stepped out and stood opposite of Lu Ming. A powerful aura burst forth without any concealment. His eyes revealed an intense battle intent and excitement. Peak of the 8th level of Spirit Embryo Realm. Hai Ziming didn't conceal anything. Lu Ming could tell with a glance that Hai Ziming's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 8th level of Spirit Embryo Realm. Lu Shaoqing, let me have a taste of your strength. Hai Ziming's palm glowed and an ocean blue long spear appeared in his hand. Hai Ziming also used a spear. His long spear looked like it was forged from a blue gem. There would be water vapor emitting from it from time to time. Under the illumination of the sun, it gave off a colorful glow. Lu Ming's finger moved slightly and the infinite dragon spear appeared. Hai Ziming's eyes moved and he said, "Good spear. Yours isn't bad either." Lu Ming said. "Then let's fight." Hai Ziming stepped out again and waved his long spear. In the air, spear shadows filled the sky and stabbed towards Lu Ming. Radiance spread out and countless spear shadows seemed to cover all of Lu Ming's paths. Wang! Lu Ming's long spear trembled and similarly, spear shadows filled the sky and collided with Hai Ziming's spear shadows. Clang! 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 The concentrated collision sounds were like a torrential rain falling onto the ground, endless. The spear shadows that filled the sky completely drowned out Lu Ming and Hai Ziming. Outsiders could only see the spear shadows and couldn't see them. There were at least a few thousand sounds before the sound stopped. The spear shadows that filled the sky disappeared and 2 figures appeared. Azure Wave Spear Art. The long spear in Hai Ziming's hand spun and brandished. It was as if there were several large rivers revolving around the long spear. With a terrifying power, it charged towards Lu Ming. Spear concept. There is another concept that is also very terrifying. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Hai Ziming's talent was astonishing. He had actually comprehended 2 powerful concepts and had merged them into one. His battle strength was very powerful. The infinite dragon spear glowed with 5-colored radiance. At the same time, the infinite dragon spear operated the suppressing hell-heaven skill. Every spear strike had a terrifying power that could suppress everything. Boom! The two spears collided. In the end, the large river collapsed and Hai Ziming's long spear was sent flying. Hai Ziming's body retreated rapidly. He retreated 100 meters before stopping with a grave expression. On the other hand, Ling Yunkong's expression was extremely ugly. Lu Ming was actually so powerful. The combat ability that he displayed now had already surpassed the combat ability that he had displayed during the battle with him previously. Obviously, Lu Ming was still hiding his strength. Powerful. Take my strongest move. Hai Ziming's eyes glowed. A long spear appeared above her head. There was also a large river revolving around the spear and 6 golden chakras floating. Level 6 Divine Grade Bloodline. Hai Ziming used bloodline fusion and turned into a long spear. Boundless Ocean. Hai Ziming's voice came out from the long spear. The long spear vibrated and spun in the air before thrusting out. Whoosh! Lu Ming seemed to see an ocean. The waves were shocking and had the power to destroy everything as they surged towards Lu Ming. Ocean Concept. Chapter 1009. The intent of the spear and the intent of the sea merged together. The spear momentum was like the sea, with raging waves crashing on the shore. The sea was boundless, destroying everything. Strong, too strong. Back off, back off. In all directions, the hearts of the spectators sped up in the face of this move. They were terrified, as if they would be crushed by the sea in the next moment. Countless people screamed and retreated in panic. Ah Hui and Ah Lei, who were standing on the ground, also had the same feeling. This feeling made them feel like they would be bombarded into ashes in the next moment. However, in front of them, a stalwart figure erupted with a shocking aura, blocking everything for them. Roar! There was a faint dragon roar coming from his body. The 2 dragon forces burst out, causing Lu Ming's body to glow purple again. Boom! This time, Lu Ming put away the infinite dragon spear, stepped forward, and struck out with his palm. This palm was very ordinary, but it seemed to have the power to suppress the heavens and split everything. With a loud boom, everyone was shocked to see that the sea seemed to have been split into 2 by Lu Ming's palm. The endless sea swept and then collapsed. Bang! In the middle of the sea, a blue spear also collapsed. In the next moment, the sea disappeared, and so did the spear. The sky above Lishui City regained its tranquility. There was only a figure retreating rapidly, spilling a trace of blood in the air. Countless people looked at this scene in horror. Because the person who retreated was Hai Ziming. Hai Ziming was defeated and retreated while vomiting blood. God, even Hai Ziming was defeated. Lu Shaoqing's combat strength is too amazing. In the entire central continent, Hai Ziming is almost ranked as a third-class genius, but he was still defeated. Could Lu Shaoqing be a third-class genius? It's very likely. Lu Shaoqing is actually ranked as a third-class genius. How terrifying! There was an uproar all around. Countless people looked at Lu Ming in shock. Impossible, how is this possible? Ling Yunkong roared, his eyes wide in disbelief. Lu Ming had defeated Hai Ziming. How could he be so strong? One had to know that there were not many people who could defeat Hai Ziming in the vast central continent. After all, in the vast middle continent, there were only 18 overlords. Even if some of the weaker forces had their own peerless geniuses, how many could there be? Ling Yunkong was furious, but the Shao clan members were ecstatic. They were saved. Ling Yunkong swore a blood oath that as long as Hai Ziming lost, he would not touch the Shao family in any way. I lost. Hai Ziming stood in the air, his eyes filled with astonishment. Thanks for letting me win. Lu Ming cupped his hands. Lu Ming estimated that Hai Ziming's talent was not inferior to Eastern Wasteland King Fan Tian, Dongfang Yu, and the others. Lu Shaoqing, with your talent and combat strength, it's a pity that you didn't participate in the Battle of Providence. However, the Battle of Providence is only one of the stations for our rise. Even if you didn't participate, I believe that with your talent, you can also rise. Hai Ziming cupped his fists and revealed a look of admiration. He was very carefree and magnanimous, completely different from Ling Yunkong. You're welcome. Lu Ming smiled slightly. He nodded in his heart. This was normal. It was impossible for everyone to be like Ling Yunkong. Otherwise, the Floating Mountains sect would not be far from destruction. The battle has ended. Ling Yunkong, from now on, you and I don't owe each other anything. At this moment, Hai Ziming looked at Ling Yunkong and said. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that Hai Ziming owed Ling Yunkong a favor, which was why he helped him. After saying that, Hai Ziming's figure moved, turned into a rainbow light, and disappeared in the air. What? You're still not leaving? Lu Ming looked at Ling Yunkong. Humph. Ling Yunkong waved his sleeves. He wanted to make trouble, but unfortunately, he had already made a blood oath, so he could only grit his teeth and leave. He could not even order others to deal with the Shao family in the future. In an instant, no one from the Floating Mountain sect was left. Lu Ming came to the front of the Shao family. With a wave of his hand, his true origin gushed out. The true origin that sealed their cultivation was broken by Lu Ming one by one, and they regained their freedom. Thank you, young Master Lu. Thank you, young Master Lu, for saving our lives. Everyone from the Shao family thanked Lu Ming profusely. This time, if it wasn't for Lu Ming, they would most likely be dead. Everyone, there's no need to be so polite. From now on, Ling Yunkong won't make things difficult for the Shao family. You can call the rest of the Shao family back. I'll go get Senior Shao and the others. Lu Ming said. The Shao family nodded and moved in groups. Lu Ming stepped into the air and flew towards the small island from before. Following Lu Ming's departure, the onlookers also dispersed. However, Lu Shaoqing's name had spread throughout Lishui City and was spreading in all directions at an alarming speed. He believed that it would not be long before it spread throughout the territory controlled by the Floating Mountain. Many people were curious about Lu Shaoqing. Who was he that suddenly appeared after the Battle of Providence? When Xiao Zhan, Hui, and Lei heard the specific news, they were overjoyed and were even more grateful to Lu Ming. Lu Ming had completely resolved this matter. They would not have to flee in the future. Everyone returned to the Shao family. Xiao Zhan arranged for the Shao family to begin rebuilding the Shao residence. Because the Shao family was affected by the battle, many buildings were destroyed. As for Lu Ming, he continued to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days passed. His water concept was slowly approaching the third level of greater mastery. He was getting closer and closer to the other concepts. On this day, a piece of news spread rapidly in Lishui City. In the west of Lishui City, there was a black lake. There was actually a purifying lotus throne growing in the black lake. Now, the purifying lotus throne was about to mature. It's actually a purifying lotus throne? Let's go, we can't miss it. Let's go. As soon as the news spread, countless people moved towards the west of Lishui City. However, there were also many people who were smarter and did not go. How precious is the purifying lotus throne? It's extremely useful for cultivating water concept or water attribute cultivation methods. It can even allow one to break through bottlenecks. It will definitely attract many experts. Even old monsters who have been in seclusion for many years will appear. That's right. Although the purifying lotus throne is not very useful for 4th level concepts, it's quite helpful for 3rd level concepts. Especially for 4th level concepts. When the time comes, there will be many experts. If we go, we'll just be sending ourselves to death. These people sneered and did not move. They waited in Lishui City for news. The purifying lotus throne. Lu Ming's eyes lit up when he heard the news. He must obtain the purifying lotus throne. As long as he obtained the purifying lotus throne, his water concept would make great progress in a short period of time. It might even surpass the other 4 concepts. In that case, his cultivation would begin to improve again. It had been more than half a year, but his cultivation had not improved. Now that the other prodigies who participated in the Battle of Providence were cultivating in seclusion and digesting their gains, their cultivation would definitely improve rapidly. Lu Ming speculated that the cultivation of Di Shen, Shuejiani, Ao2, and the others would definitely surpass his. Chapter 10:10. Immediately, Lu Ming bid farewell to Xiao Zhan, Hui, and Lei. He had stayed long enough in the Xiao family and Lishui city. It was time for him to leave. Big brother Lu, will you come to see us in the future? Hui looked at Lu Ming reluctantly. Lei didn't say anything, but her eyes were also reluctant to part. I will. When I have time, I will come to see you. You have to cultivate well. If there's anything, just send me a message. Lu Ming smiled and nodded at Xiao Zhan. Then, he rose into the air and flew towards the Blackwater Lake. The Blackwater Lake was millions of miles west of Lishui city. The Blackwater Lake wasn't big, only about 100 miles in radius. When Lu Ming arrived, the Blackwater Lake was already surrounded by people. These people weren't just from Lishui city. They came from all over. There were men, women, old, and young. Many of them had powerful auras and profound cultivations. That's Lu Shaoqing. Lu Ming's arrival caused a commotion. Some people recognized him. Many people looked at him with seriousness and vigilance. Lu Ming's battle strength was extremely terrifying. Even Hai Ziming wasn't his opponent. In the spirit embryo realm, there were few who could match him. This was a strong competitor. Lu Ming ignored everyone's gazes and looked towards the Blackwater Lake. The Blackwater Lake was just like its name. The lake water was black. It was said that the lake water was highly toxic. Even spirit embryo realm experts would be in great danger if they came in contact with it. In the middle of the Blackwater Lake, there was a green lotus platform. At this moment it was emitting a strong medicinal fragrance. This was the purifying water lotus platform. However, it was obvious that it wasn't fully mature yet. The purifying water lotus platform was a special spirit medicine. If it wasn't fully mature, it wouldn't be a spirit medicine. Instead, it would be a highly toxic poison. Only when it was fully mature would it be a spirit medicine. It was extremely helpful for cultivating water attribute techniques and water concept. So many experts have come. It seems like we have no chance. Look, that's Lu Shaoqing. He's the genius who defeated Hai Ziming. His battle strength is extremely terrifying. There are also quite a few peak Sea of Souls realm warriors. Ordinary warriors in the exceptional spiritual sea realm are nothing, but there are several old monsters among them. Around them, many people were discussing in low voices. Some of them were sighing, knowing that they had no hope. The so-called strong practitioners of the old monster level were the names given to those extremely terrifying existences in the spirit embryo realm. In the spirit embryo realm, there were a small number of people who had awakened the bloodline of a god but were stuck in the spirit embryo realm, unable to break through to the spirit god realm. Furthermore, they had lived for a very long time and were extremely terrifying in all aspects. Only then were they called old monsters. These people were different from ordinary people with perfect spirit embryos. When they were young, they were all god-level geniuses. However, it was very difficult to break through to the spirit god realm. Many prodigies with bloodlines of the first and second level of the god realm would be stuck at the limit of the spirit embryo realm, unable to break through for the rest of their lives. These people were the most terrifying ones in the spirit embryo realm, and their battle prowess was extremely terrifying. Today, there were quite a few such people present. Furthermore, the number of people was still increasing. That's Yang Tsong, one of the top 10 geniuses of the Floating Mountain sect. And one of the top 10 geniuses, Wukong. Someone exclaimed as he looked at the sky. On the east and west sides, there was a young man walking over in the air. His aura was dignified, and his bearing was extraordinary. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. During this period of time, he had gained some understanding of the top 10 geniuses of the Floating Mountain sect. Yang Tsung was ranked 4th among the top 10 geniuses, while Wukong was ranked 6th. They were all extremely powerful geniuses. He didn't expect that the Purifying Lotus platform would attract all the geniuses of the Floating Mountain sect. The gazes of many of the old monsters turned serious. Geniuses like Yang Tsung and Wukong might not be as strong as them in terms of cultivation, but their battle prowess couldn't be judged by common sense at all. Everyone waited quietly, and more people came. Half a day later, the Purifying Lotus platform suddenly shone brightly, and a rich medicinal fragrance could be smelled even from 100 miles away. The Purifying Lotus platform has matured. The eyes of countless people burst forth with a blazing light. Swoosh! 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 In an instant, at least a few hundred people rushed towards the Blackwater Lake. Scram, the Purifying Lotus platform is mine. You're courting death, it's mine. The one who's going to die is you. Angry roars rang out, and all kinds of lights burst forth continuously. Miserable shrieks rang out continuously, and fresh blood dyed the Blackwater Lake red. Splash! Energy surged, and the water of the Blackwater Lake churned and splashed in all directions. Ah! Miserable shrieks rang out as some people were splashed by the water of the Blackwater Lake. Sizzling sounds could be heard as their bodies rapidly corroded. Not good, be careful, this lake water is highly poisonous. Many people cried out in alarm as they circulated their vital essence to protect themselves. However, the lake water was incomparably poisonous, and when it splashed onto their vital essence, even their vital essence would be rapidly corroded. Get down! Angry roars rang out continuously as some people were struck into the lake and drowned by the water. Their protective vital essence was rapidly corroded, and in the end, they let out miserable shrieks as their corpses disappeared without a trace. Many people were shocked and began to retreat, not daring to charge forward anymore. It was too dangerous. In just a short while, over 100 people had died, and they were all strong practitioners of the spirit embryo realm and above. Those practitioners of the spirit embryo realm and below didn't dare to charge forward. As long as they were splashed by a drop of the lake water, it would be a dead end. However, there were still many people who charged forward. They were all experts, and at a glance, almost all of them were strong practitioners of the 6th level of the spirit embryo realm and above. Suddenly, the lake water churned, and a few huge creatures appeared from the Blackwater Lake. They were huge black snakes with dense scales and cold gazes. They were extremely thick, and each of them had a diameter of over 10 meters. The huge black snakes churned, and the lake water churned violently, stirring up thousands of waves that swept towards many people. Instantly, many people were swept into the lake, and they let out miserable shrieks. Blackwater mystical snake, it's the Blackwater mystical snake. Someone cried out in alarm. Splash! The Blackwater mystical snake was originally a top grade 7 demonic beast, and in the Blackwater Lake, it was like a fish in water, terrifying beyond compare. In the Blackwater Lake, a total of 6 Blackwater mystical snakes appeared, protecting the Purifying Lotus platform in the middle. With a sweep of their tails, they brought up huge waves. No one dared to face them head-on, and they all dodged. Evil creature, you're courting death. A few white-haired old men unleashed beams of divine light to disperse the lake water and charged at the Blackwater mystical snake. It's the strong practitioners of the old monster level. Someone cried out. The few elders were extremely powerful, far surpassing normal spirit embryos. At the same time, everyone saw that Yang Tsung and Wukong were also incomparably powerful. They rushed forward with extreme speed and fought with the Blackwater mystical snake. There were also some strong practitioners of the 9th and 8th level of the spirit embryo realm, and they also rushed forward with all their might. On the Blackwater Lake, the battle continued, and it was chaos. Lu Ming blended into the crowd and rushed forward. He had the power of devouring, so he was not afraid of the poison in the lake water. However, he was not in a hurry to rush forward. Instead, he blended into the crowd and unleashed his power of devouring. Many experts were killed, and this was a huge resource. How could Lu Ming waste it? He clenched his fist, and a strong power of devouring exploded, enveloping those who were killed. Instantly, the billowing blood essence, vital essence, runes, and so on were all devoured by Lu Ming. Chapter 10-11. On the surface of the lake, the battle was intense. Even the blackwater mystical snakes couldn't withstand the attacks of so many experts. Their huge bodies were covered in wounds. 2 of them were even killed, their huge corpses floating on the surface of the lake. The remaining blackwater mystical snakes sank into the lake. The purifying lotus platform is mine. Once the blackwater mystical snakes retreated, many people went crazy and rushed towards the purifying lotus platform. You want to get the purifying lotus platform? You're courting death. A blue-haired elder roared and grabbed several strong practitioners of the 8th and 9th level of spirit embryo realm. They were torn apart and killed on the spot. Too strong. This blue-haired elder's ability was far above normal perfected spirit embryos. He was a strong practitioner of the old monster level. In other directions, there were strong practitioners like him who rushed towards the purifying lotus platform with all their might. Among them, Yang Tsong and Wukong were also strong and invincible. They weren't any weaker than the old monsters. Swoosh! At this moment, Lu Ming also started to move. His body was like flowing light as he rushed towards the purifying lotus platform. His speed was so fast that he left many people behind. Stay here. Suddenly, 2 terrifying attacks flew towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming swept his gaze across and discovered that the ones attacking him were 2 elders. These 2 elders had perfected spirit embryos, but they were only ordinary perfected spirit embryos. You're courting death. Lu Ming shouted coldly. The devouring power in his left palm burst forth and enveloped the 2 elders. He pointed out 2 fingers with his right palm, and 2 spear lights appeared and pierced towards the 2 elders. Not good, retreat. Enveloped by the devouring power, the 2 elders felt that all the energy in their bodies was being devoured. They couldn't unleash their abilities at all. At the same time, the 2 spear lights were extremely terrifying, threatening their lives. The 2 of them roared angrily, their eyes flashing with incomparable shock. They knew that they had encountered a terrifying prodigy. But it was too late to retreat now. The 2 spear lights were in front of their eyes in an instant. Spare us, the 2 of them shouted, but in the next moment, the spear lights pierced through the heart of their brows. The devouring power burst forth and devoured all the essence of the 2 elders. Normal perfected spirit embryos could be killed by Lu Ming with a flip of his hand. Whoosh! Lu Ming's figure moved, rushing forward at an extremely fast speed. Soon, he was at the forefront. Die! A cold roar rang out, and a terrifying claw light enveloped Lu Ming. Without hesitation, Lu Ming struck out with his palm. Bang! His palm struck a blue claw. His body only swayed slightly, but his opponent was forced back by his attack. Lu Ming took a look and saw that it was the blue-haired old man, an old monster-level expert. At this time, the old man looked at Lu Ming with a solemn expression. The old man didn't expect a young man to be so powerful. Lu Ming glanced at him and did not continue to attack. Instead, he rushed towards the purifying lotus platform. There were already people approaching from several other directions. The blue-haired old man's expression changed, but he didn't continue to attack. Instead, he rushed towards the purifying lotus platform. A blue godly eagle appeared above his head along with a golden chakra. He executed the bloodline fusion and turned into a blue godly eagle as he pounced towards the purifying water lotus platform. There were a total of 7 figures approaching the purifying water lotus platform from all directions. Yang Tsong, Wukong, Lu Ming, and 4 other old men. The 7 of them were the fastest, approaching the purifying water lotus platform. Get lost. You're the one who should get lost. Die. The 7 of them looked at each other, and a great battle broke out. Terrifying attacks poured towards each other, and a chaotic battle broke out. However, everyone intentionally avoided the purifying water lotus platform, and their attacks didn't land on it. Boom! Boom! Explosions continued, and all kinds of light scattered. Whoosh! A blue godly eagle pounced towards Lu Ming, and the wind was terrifying. It was the blue-haired old man again. Old man, you're courting death. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold, and a five-colored light burst out. He activated the suppressing hell heaven skill and struck out with his palm. Bang! The palm struck the blue godly eagle, and the eagle's claws were shattered into pieces. A terrifying force rushed out, and the blue godly eagle collapsed. The blue-haired old man's figure reappeared, and blood spurted out of his mouth. He retreated rapidly, and his eyes were filled with fear. Then, a terrifying devouring force shrouded him. Lu Ming took a step forward, and appeared in front of the blue-haired old man, and struck out with his palm. Wait, spare me. The blue-haired old man screamed in fear, but Lu Ming's palm didn't stop, and struck down with force. Crack! A big hole appeared in the blue-haired old man's body, and blood flowed out. However, he wasn't dead yet, and he wanted to escape. Now, he couldn't care less about the purifying water lotus platform. He only wanted to escape, and run for his life. But how could Lu Ming let him escape? Bang! He took a step forward, and the power of the 9 dragons' air steps exploded. The blue-haired old man screamed in pain, and his body was torn apart. Then, all the essence of the blue-haired old man was devoured by Lu Ming. The blue-haired old man had only awakened a level 1 divine bloodline. How could he be Lu Ming's match? Even if his cultivation was 2 levels higher than Lu Ming, he was still easily killed. At the back, the other people who were chasing after him were shocked. Lu Ming was too terrifying. An old monster-level expert was killed just like that. They looked at Lu Ming with fear in their eyes. At this moment, the battle for the purifying water lotus platform was still going on fiercely. Yang Tsong and Wukong joined forces to fight against the 3 old monsters, and the 3 old monsters were at a disadvantage. Swoosh! Lu Ming took a step forward and approached the purifying water lotus platform. Lu Shaoqing. Yang Tsong swept a glance at Lu Ming with a hint of seriousness. Obviously, he already knew that Lu Ming had defeated Hai Ziming. Hai Ziming's strength wasn't weaker than his. He wasn't confident that Lu Ming could defeat Hai Ziming. Lu Ming glanced at the crowd indifferently. He took a step forward and reached out his hand to grab the purifying water lotus platform. Don't even think about it. Wukong's cold light flashed as the long spear in his hand pierced towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming struck out with his palm. Wukong's body shook as he retreated. Boom! Then, Lu Ming threw out a punch, and an old monster spat out blood and retreated. Hiss, many people gasped. Lu Ming was too strong. Wukong, an old monster-level expert, was easily injured by Lu Ming. No one could stop him. You better not have a death wish. Lu Ming swept his gaze across them. The few old monsters, as well as Yang Tsong and Wukong, had ugly expressions. Lu Shaoqing, although you're strong, there are so many of us here. We're not afraid of you. Wukong said. At this moment, many experts had appeared from all directions. However, they watched from afar and didn't dare to get close. You can try. Lu Ming said coldly. Yang Tsong, Wukong, I suggest that we join forces. After defeating this person, we can seize the purifying water lotus platform with our own strength. Otherwise, if the purifying water lotus platform is taken by this person, we won't get anything. An old monster said. All right, I agree. Wukong nodded. Yang Tsong frowned. He didn't want to offend a genius like Lu Ming unless it was necessary. Yang Tsong, what about you? Chapter 10-12. Yang Tsong muttered to himself and actually took a few steps back. Although the purifying lotus platform is precious, it isn't of much use to me. I won't fight for this lotus platform. Alright, that's what you said. Wukong's eyes lit up. Yang Tsong was a powerful opponent. If he retreated now, they would have one less powerful opponent after defeating Lu Ming. In Wukong's heart, the biggest opponent here was Lu Ming, followed by Yang Kong. As for the other old monsters, Wukong wasn't afraid of them. The old monsters' eyes also lit up as they looked at Lu Ming. Now, they just had to deal with Lu Ming. Boom! 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 A violent aura rose up. Above Wukong and the other three old monsters, resplendent light appeared as all kinds of bloodlines appeared. Among the three old monsters, two of them had the bloodline of the second level of the god level and one had the bloodline of the first level of the god level. All of them had the cultivation of the peak of perfection of the spirit embryo. As for Wukong, he had the bloodline of the sixth level of the god level and his cultivation was at the late stage of the eighth level of the spirit embryo. However, his aura was stronger than any of the old monsters. Almost at the same time, the four of them executed the fusion of bloodlines and attacked Lu Ming. Roar! A dragon's roar came from Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming exploded with a dragon's power and a layer of purple light spread out on the surface of his body. With the explosion of the dragon's power, Lu Ming stepped out and threw out a few punches. Boom! 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 The space trembled as the terrifying fist energy attacked the four of them. The three old monsters were forced back. Only Wukong was slightly better, but he was also forced back. Five-colored light covered his fists as he executed the suppressing hell-heaven technique. With the increase of the concept of water, the 5 types of concepts exploded at the same time and the power became stronger. With a punch, it seemed like it could destroy everything. Fight, fight! Lu Ming roared as his battle intent burst forth. Light shone as though he was a young war god. He moved unhindered as his fists shook the sky. With his strength alone, he suppressed the four of them. The space rumbled as dozens of loud sounds rang out. Not far away, Yang Tsong was extremely shocked. Then, he smiled bitterly. As expected of someone who could defeat Hai Ziming. He was no match for him. Further away, the others were even more shocked. Lu Ming was able to suppress the 4 experts by himself. After all, in the eyes of ordinary people, experts at the level of old freaks were practically invincible existences in the spirit embryo realm. They'd awakened their god bloodlines yet were unable to step into the domain enlightened spirit god realm, and they'd cultivated for at least 1,000 years. Some had even cultivated for 2,000 to 3,000 years, so how terrifying was this? Furthermore, there was also the monstrous prodigy Wukong. The 4 of them joined forces, but they were still no match for Lu Ming. After dozens of moves, Wukong and the other 3 finally could not hold on any longer. Under the pressure of Lu Ming's terrifying fist force, they all reverted to their human forms. Their bodies undulated, and their breaths were weak. They were more or less injured. At this moment, the 4 of them were incomparably shocked. They looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. A third-class genius. Lu Shaoqing has definitely reached the combat strength of a third-class genius. That's right. Even some of the weaker third-class geniuses might not have such combat strength. Third-class geniuses. They're the top group of people in the central continent. There are only 3 of them in the floating mountain. There were waves of discussions in the surroundings. No one dared to step forward, even if the purifying lotus platform was right in front of them. Ordinary perfected spirit embryos could be killed by Lu Ming's combat strength with a flip of his hand. Who dared to step forward? Lu Ming glanced at everyone, then stepped forward and walked towards the purifying lotus platform. Wukong and the other old freaks did not move. Although they were unwilling, they knew that this time, the purifying lotus platform belonged to Lu Ming. No one could compete with Lu Ming. Splash! At this moment, the lake water churned, and a huge creature suddenly appeared. It swallowed the purifying lotus platform into its mouth and then dived into the water. It was a huge snake, the black water serpent. No, it was not a black water serpent. It was even bigger and had an even more shocking aura. It was the king of the black water serpents, the black water king snake. You're courting death. Lu Ming shouted coldly and stepped forward. The 9 dragons' heaven-trampling steps was unleashed, and a terrifying force blasted into the Blackwater Lake. Rumble. The entire Blackwater Lake shook, and huge waves surged into the sky. Ah, this is bad. Lu Shaoqing has gone crazy. Go, go. Retreat. The strong practitioners around them flew into the sky in fear and then to the shore of the lake. The lake water churned, and huge waves surged into the sky. Under the terrifying force, the Blackwater Kingsnake's figure appeared and disappeared. Lu Ming waved his hand, and hundreds of spears condensed in the air and shot into the lake. The Blackwater Kingsnake hissed angrily and rushed out of the Blackwater Lake, flying towards the shore. It's not the Blackwater Kingsnake, it's a human. Lu Ming's gaze turned cold. This Blackwater Kingsnake was not the real Blackwater Kingsnake. It was a human with the bloodline of the Blackwater Kingsnake and had used bloodline fusion. This person was very scheming. His bloodline was the Blackwater Kingsnake, so he was not afraid of the Blackwater Lake's poison. He had already dived to the bottom of the lake and waited for an opportunity to seize the purifying lotus throne. But how could Lu Ming let this person escape so easily? He took a step forward and chased after the Blackwater Kingsnake like a ray of light. Just as the Blackwater Kingsnake was about to escape the Blackwater Lake, a white blade light slashed towards the Blackwater Kingsnake. This blade light was extremely terrifying and emitted a bone-chilling cold. The Blackwater Kingsnake was shocked. Its huge snake body curled up and transformed back into a human. This was an old man with almost all his hair falling out. His eyes were sinister as he avoided the blade light and wanted to escape from the other side. But at this moment, Lu Ming had already arrived. He punched out, and the fist light enveloped the old man. The old man's body shook violently and was stopped. Old Blackwater. Someone exclaimed as they recognized this old man. This old man's bloodline was actually at the 3rd level of the divine realm, but for some reason, he did not break through to the spiritual god realm. However, his combat strength was extremely powerful, and he was very famous in the floating mountain region. Whoosh! At this moment, the temperature in the surroundings dropped rapidly. Many people looked around and their eyes widened. It turned out that the blade light didn't hit old monster Blackwater. Instead, it landed on the Blackwater Lake. At this moment, the entire Blackwater Lake was frozen, turning into an ice lake. A tall and burly young man stepped on the air and appeared on the other side of the Blackwater Kingsnake. He and Lu Ming stood on both sides of the Blackwater Kingsnake, surrounding the Blackwater Kingsnake. Chu Kuang. It's Chu Kuang. Someone exclaimed. Chu Kuang is here too. This is going to be interesting. Could it be that Chu Kuang is also interested in the purifying lotus seed? Many people were shocked, but their eyes were also shining. Chu Kuang, who was ranked 2nd among the 10 sky prides of the floating mountain, had appeared. Chu Kuang was tall and burly. He was dressed casually and carried a battle blade on his back. His gaze skipped the Blackwater Kingsnake and landed on Lu Ming. You're Lu Shaoqing? Chu Kuang asked. That's right. Lu Ming nodded. I heard that you defeated Ling Yunkong and Hai Ziming. Chu Kuang asked again. Chapter 10:13. Ha ha ha. Chu Kuang suddenly burst into laughter and said, Stand up for them? How is that possible? If someone like Ling Yunkong were to do evil in the name of the Floating Mountain sect, I'd cut him down with my saber. Lu Ming's eyes moved, but he didn't say anything. He had heard of Chu Kuang before. He was ranked 2nd among the top 10 prodigies of Floating Mountain. He was extremely powerful and talented. At the same time, he was wild and liked to make friends. He didn't seem like someone like Ling Yunkong could be compared to. I'm just passing by today. I didn't expect to encounter such an interesting event. I love to find experts to spar with. Lu Shaoqing, why don't you accompany me? Let's use this purifying lotus platform as the wager. If you win, you can have the purifying lotus platform. If I win, the purifying lotus platform is mine. Chu Kuang looked at Lu Ming. He still did not look at Old Monster Blackwater. All right. Lu Ming nodded and agreed without hesitation. Chu Kuang was obviously a battle-hungry person. Lu Ming knew that avoiding a battle was useless against such a person. As long as he was stronger, Chu Kuang would be convinced. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming and Chu Kuang's aura burst out as they faced each other. Early stage of spirit embryo 9th level. Powerful indeed. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. Chu Kuang's cultivation had already reached the early stage of the 9th level of the spirit embryo realm, which was higher than that of the Emperor God during the War of Providence. Of course, having a high cultivation did not mean that his combat power was stronger than that of the Emperor God. Damn it! Old Monster Blackwater was sandwiched between the two of them. His face turned ugly. The two of them wanted to fight and completely ignored him. At this moment, he gritted his teeth and rushed to the side, wanting to take the opportunity to escape. At this moment, Lu Ming and Chu Kuang moved and attacked Old Monster Blackwater. A terrifying force enveloped Old Monster Blackwater, causing his face to turn pale. Old Monster Blackwater used all his strength to attack, but the force from Lu Ming and Chu Kuang landed on his body, causing him to tremble violently. Lu Ming and Chu Kuang were fighting with Old Monster Blackwater between them. No matter how powerful Old Monster Blackwater was, he had awakened a level 3 divine level bloodline and had cultivated for thousands of years. However, he was still in a miserable state in the fight between Lu Ming and Chu Kuang. He could not charge forward at all. Instead, he was sent flying and spurting blood from his mouth. Boom! 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 Lu Ming's fists continued to attack. Streams of fist gleams blasted forward like meteors. On the other hand, Chu Kuang's palms continued to slash out. Streams of bone-chilling saber gleams slashed out violently. The pitiful Old Monster Blackwater was stuck in the middle, trying his best to defend himself. The onlookers looked at each other, sympathized with Old Monster. I don't want the Purifying Lotus platform anymore. Old Monster Blackwater took the Purifying Lotus. Lu Ming and Chu Kuang purposely avoided the Purifying Lotus platform. Old Monster Blackwater also took the opportunity to dash out of the encirclement. He ran far away and looked at the field with lingering fear. Haha. With one less hindrance, I can fight with all my strength. Chu Kuang laughed and unsheathed his battle saber. An even colder saber light was sent out. Great! Lu Ming's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He stepped forward and increased the power of the suppressing hell heaven art to fight with Chu Kuang. No one dared to touch the purifying lotus. Everyone knew that if anyone dared to take the opportunity to take the purifying lotus, they would end up like Old Monster Blackwater. They didn't have the confidence to survive the battle between the two prodigies. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged dozens of blows. Chu Kuang was strong. He was in the early stage of the 9th tier of spirit embryo realm. The bloodline he had awakened was definitely not weak. Lu Ming had a feeling that Chu Kuang was a skypride of the same level as Shuejiani and Ao Tuesday. If they fought at the same level, he would not be any weaker than them. His combat strength was extremely terrifying. Whoosh! Chu Kuang slashed out with his battle saber. A white ice crystal appeared in the air, and the ice on the black water lake became thicker. He has cultivated the ice concept to such a level. No, there is also the water concept. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Obviously, Chu Kuang had merged the ice concept with the water concept. His power had increased exponentially. Roar! A dragon's roar was heard. 2 more dragon energies erupted from Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's strength increased greatly. He walked out and punched out. The punch shattered Chu Kuang's saber light, and the sky was filled with ice shards. Chu Kuang's eyes turned serious. An ice river appeared above his head. 7 chakras shone on the ice river. He had awakened a 7th divine bloodline. As soon as the ice river appeared, the air became even colder. Hundreds of miles were shrouded in the cold air. Many people retreated. If they were shrouded in the cold air, even their true yuan would be frozen. However, when Chu Kuang's bloodline appeared, he did not perform the bloodline integration. Instead, with a flash of his eyes, the bloodline disappeared into his body again. He retreated hurriedly, dodging Lu Ming's fist gleams. He shouted, "Stop, stop. Don't fight anymore, don't fight anymore." Lu Ming was stunned and stopped. The crowd was also stunned. Chu Kuang hadn't used his full strength yet. Why did he stop and admit defeat? Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Chu Kuang was a straightforward person. He probably felt that even if he merged the bloodlines, he wasn't confident. "Lu Shaoqing, I admire you. This purifying lotus platform is yours." Chu Kuang put his battle saber back into the scabbard on his back and grinned. Lu Ming stretched out his hand and sucked the purifying lotus platform into his hand. He then kept it in his storage ring. Many people were envious, especially the seniors who were stuck in the perfected spirit embryo realm. However, they didn't dare to make a move in front of an expert like Lu Ming. "Thank you." Lu Ming kept the purifying lotus platform. He was in a good mood and cupped his fists at Chu Kuang. You're welcome. I'm no match for you. Of course, this purifying lotus platform is yours. Lu Shaoqing, it's a pity that I can't see you in the battle of destiny. How about it? If you think highly of me, let's be friends. I'll treat you to a drink." Chu Kuang laughed. He was very forthright. Lu Ming nodded in his heart. Chu Kuang was indeed as bold and unrestrained as the rumor said. He liked to make friends. Ling Yunkong couldn't be compared to him at all. "Since Brother Chu invited me, I'll naturally give you face. Unfortunately, I need to find a place to cultivate in seclusion. I'm afraid we can't have a drink together," Lu Ming said. Chu Kuang nodded and said, "I understand. How about this? I'll be in Sunset Moon City for the next few days. If Brother Lu finishes his seclusion in 10 days, you can come to Sunset Moon City to find me. There's a grand event happening recently. I'll go with Brother Lu to take a look." After saying that, Chu Kuang turned around and left. Looking at Chu Kuang's back, Lu Ming thought of Yan Kuangtu. Their personalities were very similar. They were both bold and unrestrained. However, Yan Kuangtu was more arrogant, unrestrained, and daring. He was more arrogant than Chu Kuang and didn't give face to anyone. In comparison, he had fewer friends. Chapter 10:14. Hundreds of thousands of miles later, Lu Ming appeared at the bottom of a small lake. He then entered the mountain river diagram and sat cross-legged on a mountain peak. He began to refine the essence blood and concept runes that he had devoured previously. This time, Lu Ming had devoured hundreds of experts at the spirit embryo realm and above. Among them, there was no lack of people at the 8th or 9th level of the spirit embryo realm. There were even people at the perfected spirit embryo realm. Furthermore, many of them cultivated the concept of water. So many concept runes were continuously refined and merged into Lu Ming's own concept of water runes. His concept of water quickly rose. In just a few hours, Lu Ming's concept of water had broken through to the upper 3rd level and continued to rise. Early 3rd level, middle 3rd level, late 3rd level. When all the concept runes were refined, Lu Ming's concept of water rose to the late 3rd level. When Lu Ming's concept of water rose to the late 3rd level, the spirit embryo in Lu Ming's dantian finally exploded with a strong suction force. The energy that had been devoured seemed to have found an outlet and was crazily converted into vital essence, raising Lu Ming's cultivation. Lu Ming's cultivation, which had stagnated for more than half a year, also began to rise rapidly. Early 8th level of the spirit embryo realm, middle 8th level of the spirit embryo realm. When everyone's energy was completely refined, Lu Ming's cultivation rose to the peak of the 8th level of the spirit embryo realm. However, his bloodline did not rise. All the essence blood had been used to raise the 9 dragons bloodline. Clearly, it was still not enough. After refining all the energy, Lu Ming opened his eyes. At the same time, a lotus platform appeared in his hand. There were 81 petals on the lotus throne, and each petal was filled with dense water concept and water spirit chi. Lu Ming planned to use the purifying lotus platform to raise his concept of water. First, he plucked 3 petals and swallowed them. After refining the petals, they melted in his mouth. There was a cool feeling that flowed down his throat and turned into a cool energy that spread throughout Lu Ming's body. At this moment, Lu Ming seemed to be immersed in endless water vapor. He could clearly sense the concept of water. Lu Ming closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. When the energy of the 3 petals disappeared, Lu Ming continued to pluck 3 more petals and swallowed them. Lu Ming's concept of water started rising rapidly again. After refining the 27th petal, his water concept broke through to the perfection of the 3rd level in one go. It stood side by side with the wind, fire, and lightning concepts, and was slightly higher than the earth concept. The concept of earth was only at the peak of level 3 greater mastery. He was still a step away from level 3 perfection. This was not the end. Lu Ming continued to refine the remaining petals. He was charging towards the 4th level of water concept. The pure water lotus throne was extremely useful for 3rd level concepts, as well as 3rd level concepts breaking into 4th level concepts. This wasn't just a saying, it truly had a miraculous effect. Moreover, how terrifying was Lu Ming's current comprehension ability. So when he refined all the petals, Lu Ming actually really broke through the bottleneck in one go and broke through to the 4th level of water concept. Water concept was the last concept that Lu Ming comprehended, yet he never imagined that he would be the first to break through to the 4th level. Lu Ming opened his eyes and revealed a delighted expression. Being able to break through to the 4th level had exceeded his expectations as well. He originally didn't have any hope of successfully breaking through. After all, the 4th level of concept was the last concept. It was extremely difficult to break through. Many figures of the older generation were stuck at this step and were unable to break through for their entire lifetimes. Lu Ming never imagined that he would break through in one go this time. Lu Ming reckoned that this was greatly related to the enormous karmic luck he possessed that allowed his comprehension ability to increase tenfold. Otherwise, it would absolutely be impossible for him to break through to the 4th level so easily, even if he possessed a treasure like the pure water lotus throne. Of course, the barrier of the spirit god realm wasn't as simple as concept. Some people couldn't break through to the spirit god realm even after breaking through to the 4th level of concept. Of course, Lu Ming was still a distance away from breaking through to the spirit god realm, so there was no need to consider it for the time being. 10 days have already passed. It's time to go out. Next, I'll travel and cultivate while heading to the ancient Saint dynasty. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. This was his current plan. His cultivation was still weak at the moment. Even if he arrived at the ancient Saint dynasty, he didn't have the strength to take Xian Yanqing away. He planned to travel while risking his life to cultivate and raise his strength. After exiting the mountain river diagram, Lu Ming soared into the sky and headed towards the west. Lu Ming's speed wasn't very fast, but after a day, he still traversed a distance of several million miles. A large city appeared in front of him. On the city gate, there were 3 large words, Sunset Moon City. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. What a coincidence. Previously, Chu Kuang said that if Lu Ming ended his seclusion 10 days later, he could come to the Howling Moon Inn in Sunset Moon City to have a drink with him. Previously, Lu Ming didn't take it to heart. He didn't expect that he would still come to Sunset Moon City. Since I'm here, I'll go take a look at the Howling Moon Inn. Chu Kuang said that there's a grand event happening soon. I wonder what it is. Lu Ming smiled and walked into Sunset Moon City. Sunset Moon City was huge, twice the size of Lishui City. Howling Moon Inn was extremely famous in Sunset Moon City. That was because Howling Moon Inn was the largest inn in Sunset Moon City. After asking a random person, Lu Ming knew where Howling Moon Inn was. After turning a few streets, a 5-story inn appeared before his eyes. Sir, are you here for a drink? Even in the entire floating mountain range, the wines of our store are among the best. The moment Lu Ming entered the inn, a waiter came up to him. I'm here to look for someone. Lu Ming said. Oh, who are you looking for? I have some impression of anyone who enters our inn to drink. The waiter replied. Chu Kuang. Lu Ming said. So you're the guest that young Master Chu Kuang is waiting for. Young Master Chu Kuang is in a private room on the 5th floor and has already been drinking here for 3 days. He said that a friend will come to look for him in a few days. It must be you, young master. Please follow me. The waiter said. Lu Ming's heart moved. He didn't expect that Chu Kuang was really waiting for him here, and even waited for 3 days. People said that Chu Kuang liked to make friends. It seemed that it wasn't an exaggeration at all. Following the waiter, they arrived in front of a private room on the 5th floor. Before the waiter could announce, a loud laugh came from the private room. Ha ha ha, I sensed your aura the moment Brother Lu came. Creak. The door of the private room opened. Chu Kuang walked out with a smile on his face. The waiter also retreated. Brother Chu, were you waiting for me? Lu Ming asked. That's right. Since I said that I wanted to be friends with you, I naturally had to wait here for you. However, I originally planned to wait for a day at most. If you didn't come, I would have left. Fortunately, you came. It seems that Brother Lu still recognizes me, haha. Chu Kuang laughed heartily. Lu Ming secretly felt ashamed. He didn't plan to come, but he just happened to pass by Sunset Moon City, so he came to take a look. Brother Lu, please. The wine is ready. Chu Kuang waved his hand. Lu Ming and Chu Kuang walked into the private room one after the other. In the corner of the private room, there were already several empty jars. It was obvious that Chu Kuang had drunk a lot of wine these days. Huh, Brother Lu, you must be joking. I'm a wine addict. I come here every once in a while to drink the wine of Howling Moon House. Chu Kuang laughed. Chapter 10:15. Lu Ming opened the lid of a jar of wine and took a big gulp. He could feel the fragrance lingering in his mouth and could not help praising, good wine. Chu Kuang also picked up the jar and took a big gulp. Then he looked at Lu Ming and said, Brother Lu, you didn't use your full strength in the battle that day, right? Why do you think so? Lu Ming smiled and did not answer directly. It's just a feeling. Chu Kuang said, I have a feeling that if I continue to fight, I would definitely lose, and I would lose miserably. So I admitted defeat to avoid embarrassment. Haha. Lu Ming smiled faintly, declining to comment. Of course, he did not use his full strength at that time. Brother Lu, you're not from the central continent, are you? Chu Kuang suddenly asked. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. His eyes flashed and he said, why do you think so? I'm just guessing. Every time there's a battle of Providence, all the heroes in the world will take part. They won't miss this opportunity. However, I've never seen someone as talented as Brother Lu in a battle of Providence. I'm just curious. So I'm guessing that Brother Lu might be a peerless genius from the eastern wilderness, northern plains, southern Ming, or other places. Chu Kuang laughed. Brother Chu, you think too much. I've been cultivating in the mountains before, so I missed the battle of fate. Lu Ming said. Huh, Brother Lu, you don't need to think too much. I was just casually asking. I like to make friends with all the heroes in the world, especially heroes like Brother Lu. No matter where Brother Lu is from, this Chu is determined to make friends with you. Please, Chu Kuang said as he lifted the jar of wine. Lu Ming also lifted the jar of wine and took a big gulp. Chu Kuang's words seemed to be true. He was just asking casually. That was indeed the case. The Battle of Providence had already ended, yet such a prodigy had suddenly appeared. Everyone would be curious. However, Lu Ming was not very worried. Because his second body was in the Liangyi mountain and would occasionally appear during this period. Martial Emperor De would not suspect that Lu Ming would appear in the central continent. After all, the twin life forbidden technique was simply too unimaginable. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it either. Moreover, Lu Ming didn't show any of his iconic bloodlines in the Middle Continent, nor did he show any sign of the dragon bloodline eruption. No one would suspect that he was Lu Ming from the eastern wilderness. The two drank wine and chatted casually. Lu Ming also took the opportunity to ask Chu Kuang about the specific situation of the major forces in the central continent. There were a total of 18 overlords in the central continent. There were both humans and demons. They occupied the vast eastern wasteland. Every overlord force had a ruler overseeing it, and they were incomparably powerful. Beneath the 18 overlord forces, there were many other powerful forces. In fact, some of them were so powerful that they even had supreme beings holding down the fort. Lu Ming sighed inwardly. The central continent was indeed powerful, and the eastern wilderness could not be compared to it. He wondered how powerful the central continent ancient sage dynasty was when it was at its peak. Brother Lu, in my opinion, you have a great chance of becoming a second-class prodigy. Chu Kuang exclaimed. Second-class genius? Lu Ming was a little surprised. Oh. Brother Lu, you don't know about this division? In the central continent, the top prodigies are divided into 3 classes. For example, I'm a third-class prodigy. In the Floating Mountain sect, there are only 3 prodigies above the 3rd class. The others like Yang Tsong and Hai Ziming, who you've met before, aren't even in the 3rd class. Chu Kuang explained. Brother Chu, you're only a 3rd-class genius? Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Chu Kuang's talent was definitely not inferior to Xue Jianyi and Ao Tu's, but he was only a 3rd-class genius. How terrifying would a 2nd-class or even 1st-class genius be? That's right, I'm only a 3rd-tier prodigy. As for the Hanging Mountain, only the number 1 prodigy of the younger generation can be considered a 2nd-tier prodigy. However, there aren't many 2nd-tier prodigies in the central continent. Chu Kuang said. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. If Chu Kuang was only a 3rd-class genius, then 2nd-class geniuses must be stronger and more talented. Lu Ming guessed that 2nd-class geniuses were probably at the level of Emperor God. If they were really at the level of Emperor Gods, there were actually more than 20 of them. That was terrifying. Emperor God was said to be able to inherit the legacy of martial Emperor De. He was a rare genius in the entire history of the Eastern continent. There were more than 20 such geniuses in the central continent. What about the 1st-class geniuses? As if he could read Lu Ming's mind, Chu Kuang continued, above the 2nd-class prodigies are the 1st-class prodigies. However, there are fewer of them, only 5 of them. They are known as the 5 young giants. Each of them is a figure who suppressed an era. They are extremely terrifying, peerless, and extremely powerful. Chu Kuang's eyes were filled with awe and fear as he spoke. Obviously, the top 5 young geniuses were extremely important to him. The top 5 young geniuses? Lu Ming's eyes lit up and a strong battle intent flashed past. Although the geniuses at the level of Emperor God were also extremely powerful and each of them had the potential to become an emperor in the future, they were all incredible existences. However, Lu Ming did not feel too pressured because he had fought with Emperor God before. Although Emperor God was extremely terrifying, Lu Ming was confident that he could suppress Emperor God again in the future. However, the geniuses at the level of Emperor God were terrifying. Lu Ming could not imagine how powerful they were. However, this made Lu Ming even more excited. Lu Ming was not afraid of having opponents. He was only afraid of having no opponents. Only when there were opponents would there be pressure and motivation. The central continent was indeed more brilliant than the eastern continent. The clash of geniuses was also more intense. The battle of Providence in the central continent must be extremely intense. Unfortunately, I'm not in the central continent. Lu Ming felt that it was a pity. Brother Lu, do you remember when I said that there would be a grand event in the near future? 10 days later, 2 2nd-class geniuses will fight at Pillar of Heaven's Mountain. It will definitely attract a lot of attention. After the Battle of Providence, many geniuses who have been cultivating in seclusion may reappear. Chu Kuang said. There was a flash in Lu Ming's eyes. There was a look of anticipation. He speculated that the second-class geniuses were at the level of Emperor God. A battle between two such geniuses was indeed a grand event. It was absolutely rare and Lu Ming did not want to miss it. It was a good opportunity to see how powerful the top geniuses in the central continent were. Why are two such geniuses fighting? Lu Ming asked curiously. One of them is Sanguinarum from Cold Blood Hall and the other is Een Bupo from Sky Eagle Fort. Both of them are the strongest in the younger generation of their respective forces. These two forces have a grudge against each other. Therefore, it's normal for them to be at odds with each other. The two of them exchanged thousands of blows in the Battle of Providence but were unable to determine the winner. Therefore, they agreed to fight again in 10 days. Chu Kuang explained. Lu Ming nodded. I see. Brother Chu, when are we leaving? Lu Ming asked. We'll leave immediately. However, before going to Pillar of Heaven's Mountain, I need to return to Floating Mountain. Brother Lu, do you dare to come with me? Chu Kuang said. Why not? Chapter 10:16. The Floating Mountain sect was one of the overlords of the central continent. Naturally, it was extraordinary. However, Lu Ming was still stunned when he saw it. In front of them was a boundless body of water. Above the boundless body of water, there was an incomparably huge mountain floating in the air. This huge mountain was so huge that one couldn't see the end of it. It was like a mountain where the ancient gods lived. It was floating 1,000 meters in the air. The floating mountain was like its name. It was really a mountain that floated in the air. Looking from afar, the floating mountain was filled with clouds and water vapor. Under the sunlight, rainbows hung in the air. At a glance, there were countless rainbows. It was incomparably dazzling. It was like a paradise on earth. What a great floating mountain! Lu Ming couldn't help but exclaim. Haha! Let's go! Chu Kuang laughed and flew towards the floating mountain with Lu Ming. With Chu Kuang leading the way, they naturally entered the floating mountain without any obstructions. Lu Shaoqing. At this moment, an incredulous voice sounded. Lu Ming turned his head and couldn't help but find it funny. Isn't that Ling Yinkong? Lu Shaoqing, you actually dare to come to the floating mountain? Ling Yinkong's eyes widened. After a while, he turned his gaze and saw Chu Kuang. His expression changed drastically. What? Brother Lu is my friend. Do you have a problem with him? I've heard some things about you from Brother Lu. Chu Kuang looked at Ling Yinkong and licked his lips. His eyes flashed fiercely. Ling Yinkong's expression changed again. His face turned pale. He hurriedly said, No, Lu Shaoqing is your friend. How would I dare to have a problem with him? No problem at all. When Ling Yinkong saw Chu Kuang, he was like a mouse that saw a cat. He was scared to death. Humph, you better not do evil in the name of the Floating Mountain sect in the future. Also, if you dare to touch Brother Lu's friend again, I'll cut you with my saber. Chu Kuang's eyes flashed fiercely as he looked at Ling Yinkong. I wouldn't dare, I definitely wouldn't dare. Ling Yinkong was covered in cold sweat. He nodded repeatedly. Scram! Chu Kuang coldly shouted. Ling Yinkong hurriedly ran away in fear. Ling Yinkong seems to be afraid of you. Lu Ming said. I've taught him a lesson a few times in the past. Also, there was another genius who was similar to Ling Yinkong. The two of them were always running amok. One of them was killed by me. He was afraid that I would kill him too. Chu Kuang laughed. Lu Ming nodded. This Ling Yinkong was scared to death of Chu Kuang. Chu Kuang's talent was far greater than Ling Yinkong's. Even if he killed Ling Yinkong, the upper echelons of the Hanging Mountain wouldn't stand up for him. The floating mountain was extremely large. The two of them flew for hundreds of thousands of miles before arriving at a cliff. There was a courtyard at the edge of the cliff. Wenjing, I'm here. Chu Kuang shouted as they arrived at the courtyard. Not long after, the door to the courtyard opened and a young woman walked out. The young woman had a graceful figure and snow-white skin. She wore a light yellow dress and was extremely beautiful. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The number 3 genius of the floating sky mountain was called Zhang Wenjing. Could it be this girl? The floating mountain sect had 3 third-class geniuses and above, and Zhang Wenjing was one of them. Big brother Chu, you're here. You're late by 2 days. The young woman said. Huh, Wenjing, don't blame me. I made a new friend and drank with him for 2 days, so I rushed over. Chu Kuang laughed and continued to introduce. Wenjing, this is brother Lu Shaoqing. Brother Lu, this is my junior sister, Zhang Wenjing. Chu Kuang said. You're Lu Shaoqing? Before Lu Ming could speak, Zhang Wenjing spoke first. She looked curiously at Lu Ming. Miss Wenjing, have you heard of my name? Lu Ming asked. Of course I have. You suppressed Ling Yunkong and defeated Hai Ziming. The news has spread all over the floating sky mountain. How could I not know? Zhang Wenjing smiled faintly. I believe brother Lu's name will spread all over the central continent soon. Chu Kuang laughed. Zhang Wenjing's eyes flickered and she was slightly surprised. It seemed like Chu Kuang thought highly of Lu Shaoqing. Obviously, Zhang Wenjing hadn't heard of the purifying lotus platform battle. If she had, she wouldn't be so surprised. Wenjing, let's go to Pillar of Heaven's mountain. Chu Kuang said. This place was quite far from Heavenly Jewel Mountain. They had to set off as soon as possible. Zhang Wenjing nodded. Then, the 3 of them flew out of Floating Sky Mountain and headed northwest. Cold Blood Hall was an overlord force in the north of Floating Sky Mountain. It was also a neighbor of the Eastern Wilderness. Sky Eagle Castle was west of Cold Blood Hall. Pillar of Heaven's Mountain was located between Cold Blood Hall and Sky Eagle Castle, northwest of Floating Sky Mountain. It was extremely far away. It was at least 50 large domains in the Eastern Wilderness. It was obviously impossible to travel such a distance by flying. First, they took the teleportation formation to the area near Pillar of Heaven's Mountain. Then, they flew there. Pillar of Heaven's Mountain was a barren land surrounded by vast mountains. The 3 of them flew for several days and suddenly stopped in front of a forest. What a strong smell of blood. Zhang Wenjing's face changed slightly. Lu Ming's and Chu Kuang's faces sank. The 2 of them had also smelled the extremely strong smell of blood. The smell of blood came from the mountain on the right. Let's go and have a look. Chu Kuang took the lead and flew in that direction. Lu Ming and Zhang Wenjing followed. Soon, they found the source of the smell of blood. In the mountain, there was a castle made of stone. It was a small town where many people lived. But now, they were all dead. The town was littered with corpses. The 3 of them scanned the air and estimated that at least 100,000 people were dead. They were all dead. The smell of blood filled the air. No wonder the 3 of them could smell the blood from so far away. Who is it? Who killed so many people? Most of them were just ordinary people. Zhang Wenjing's face was pale. The smell of blood here is all converging in one direction. Lu Ming said. He observed carefully and found that the smell of blood in the air was all converging in one direction. Could it be someone from Cold Blood Hall? Chu Kuang's eyes flickered. Cold Blood Hall's cultivation was mostly related to blood. But because Cold Blood Hall's cultivation was too overbearing and terrifying, other forces were dissatisfied and put pressure on Cold Blood Hall. Cold Blood Hall also promised that they would not attack ordinary people. But now, most of the people who died here were ordinary people. The 3 of them looked at each other and slowly walked in the direction where the smell of blood was converging. There's someone there. Zhang Wenjing transmitted her voice to the other 2. In the center of the town, a middle-aged man in a blood-red robe was sitting cross-legged. The smell of blood filled the air. Endless smell of blood was converging toward him and entering his body. Bloodthirsty technique. It's an expert from Cold Blood Hall. Let's go. Chu Kuang whispered. His eyes showed a trace of seriousness and he wanted to retreat. Chapter 10:17. 3 geniuses with exuberant vital blood have arrived. Haha. The heavens are really on my side. Die. The middle-aged man stretched out his palm and clenched it. In an instant, 5 blood-red ribbons effused out like 5 soft whips that swept towards the 3 of them. Bang! 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 The 3 of them erupted at the same time. Chu Kuang slashed out with 2 icy cold rays of light that slashed towards 2 of the blood-red ribbons. Lu Ming executed the hell suppression scripture and slapped his palms down successively towards the 2 blood-red ribbons. On the other hand, Zhang Wenjing slashed out with a sky-blue strand of sword chi that collided with one of the blood-red ribbons. 5 successive rumbles resounded. Lu Ming's figure moved over 10 steps back successively, and Chu Kuang was in a similar state as well. On the other hand, Zhang Wenjing was in a slightly better state and only moved a few steps back. After all, she was only dealing with a single ribbon. A domain-enlightened spirit god. The 3 of them thought at the same time, and their expressions were extremely solemn. Since a casual attack was able to force the 3 of them back, it was absolutely a domain-enlightened spirit god. The middle-aged man was slightly surprised when he saw that he hadn't killed Lu Ming's group of 3 with a single attack, but he was soon overjoyed. Haha. The 3 of you can be considered to be third-rate geniuses. Your vital blood is dense. Kill. The middle-aged man roared with laughter as he waved his 10 fingers successively, causing 10 blood-red ribbons to coil around Lu Ming's group of 3. The ribbons seemed to be light, but they were terrifyingly formidable, and they whistled through the air as they tore through the air. Let's charge out of here. Chu Kuang roared loudly as a 7th-grade god rank bloodline appeared above him, and he directly executed bloodline fusion. He didn't dare be careless in the slightest when facing a domain-enlightened spirit god because carelessness would lead to death. Zhang Wenjing executed bloodline fusion as well. Lu Ming didn't execute bloodline fusion, but he erupted with 3 strands of dragon energy, and every single one of his attacks was extremely terrifying. Bang! Bang! The 3 of them joined forces and executed their strongest attacks. They instantly destroyed the 10 blood-red ribbons, and then they intended to fly towards the distance. Don't even think of leaving. Blood cage. The middle-aged man still didn't stand up, and he just sat there cross-legged while slapping his palms down. Suddenly, countless blood-red ribbons appeared in the sky, forming a cage made of blood-red ribbons, sealing the 3 of them inside. The 3 of them fought back, and the crimson cage kept shaking. However, they couldn't break it open for a while. Slash! The crimson-robed middle-aged man shouted coldly. With a flick of his finger, 3 terrifying crimson-colored saber lights slashed towards the 3 of them. Bang! 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 The 3 of them tried their best to resist the blood-red saber light. However, in the end, Chu Kuang and Zhang Wenjing's bloodline trembled non-stop. They were almost blasted back into their human forms. Lu Ming also felt a burning pain all over his body. His blood and chi were in turmoil, and he almost vomited blood. Fortunately, Lu Ming's defense was terrifying, so he was able to successfully block it. Break. Lu Ming continued to increase the power of the suppressing hell heavenly art. After several punches, the blood cage finally collapsed. The 3 of them rushed out at top speed. You want to leave? No way. The crimson-robed middle-aged man stood up abruptly. Blood energy surged from his body, and he slashed out 3 consecutive saber lights that crossed 10,000 meters in an instant, slashing towards the 3 of them. The 3 saber lights were incomparably terrifying, as if they could split the 3 of them in half. Not good. Chu Kuang was shocked. He had a feeling that he would die under the saber light. Crash. At this time, Lu Ming's forehead lit up, and the mountain river diagram flew out. It circled the three of them, and then flew forward rapidly. Bang! 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 The three saber lights slashed the mountain river diagram, but they didn't tear it apart. The mountain river diagram blocked a part of the force, but a part of the force still passed through the diagram and landed on Lu Ming, Chu Kuang, and Zhang Wenjing. Chu Kuang and Zhang Wenjing immediately reverted to their human forms and vomited blood. Lu Ming's body also shook violently. His skin was cut open, and blood flowed freely. Lu Ming endured the pain and flew forward with Chu Kuang and Zhang Wenjing. Damn it! The crimson-robed middle-aged man roared, but he didn't pursue them. His expression changed, and he continued to sit down cross-legged and absorb the blood energy in the surroundings. Lu Ming's group of three flew for over 100 kilometers before they descended into a gorge. After they descended, they sat down cross-legged and healed their injuries. In comparison, Lu Ming's injuries were not serious. The dragon scales under his skin had blocked most of the force. After 2 hours, Lu Ming was fully recovered and the recuperation was completed. He glanced over and noticed that Chu Kuang and Zhang Wenjing were still healing. There's still a huge gap between me and a domain-enlightened spirit god. Lu Ming fell into deep thought. The gap between the spirit embryo realm and the domain-enlightened spirit god realm was too huge. There was an enormous chasm between these two realms. Most importantly, the conditions to break through to the domain-enlightened spirit god realm were too high. Ordinary cultivators or ordinary geniuses were utterly unable to break through to the domain-enlightened spirit god realm. Those that were able to break through to the domain-enlightened spirit god realm were geniuses amongst geniuses. This caused the gap between the two realms to be even greater. In fact, the further one cultivated, the greater the gap between the realms would be, and the more terrifying it would be. It would be difficult to surmount. Lu Ming was only at the peak of the 8th level of the spirit embryo realm now. It was too difficult and practically impossible for him to surmount such a huge gap and battle a domain-enlightened spirit god realm expert. Perhaps it would be possible once he attained perfection in the spirit embryo realm. That crimson-robed middle-aged man is probably injured and is healing. Lu Ming thought to himself. If the crimson-robed middle-aged man wasn't injured, they might not have been able to charge out. After a few more hours, Chu Kuang and Zhang Wenjing finally opened their eyes, ending the healing process. Thank you for your help this time, Brother Lu. Chu Kuang stood up and expressed his gratitude to Lu Ming. If it wasn't for Lu Ming, they probably wouldn't have been able to charge out. You're welcome, Brother Chu. Lu Ming waved his hand. That expert from the Cold Blood Hall should be at the first level of the spirit god realm. I don't know why he was injured, so he massacred the entire town and used the blood of the entire town to heal himself. We just happened to encounter him. Chu Kuang analyzed. Lu Ming nodded. Chu Kuang's thoughts were similar to his. However, massacring an entire town of ordinary people to heal himself was too cruel. The three of them chatted for a while before they left and headed towards the Pillar of Heaven's mountain. The matter of a domain-enlightened spirit god realm expert wasn't something they could meddle in, nor did they have the ability to do so. After flying for another 2 days, a towering mountain appeared in front of them. The Pillar of Heaven's mountain, as its name suggested, was like a pillar that was inserted into the ground and pierced through the clouds. It stood among the numerous peaks and could be seen at a glance. According to legend, the Pillar of Heaven's mountain was transformed from the weapon of a supreme expert in ancient times. At this moment, there were still 2 days before the battle between Sanguinarum and Yin Bupo. The three of them settled down in a small town nearby. The small town was bustling with people coming and going. After the Battle of Providence, this is the first battle between the second-class sky prides. It has attracted a lot of people. Chu Kuang looked around and sighed. The people walking on the streets in the small town were all experts. Any one of them was at least at the spirit embryo realm. There were men and women of all ages. Chapter 10:18. The three of them casually found an inn to stay in and waited for the arrival of the battle. Lu Ming made the best use of his time to comprehend the earth intent and temper his true origin energy and intent at the same time. 2 days passed in a flash. 2 days later, countless figures flew towards the pillar of heaven's mountains. Lu Ming's group blended into the crowd and arrived near the pillar of heaven's mountains. When they arrived, they noticed that the area was already surrounded by people. At a glance, there were no less than 10,000 people. This showed the influence of second-grade prodigies in the central continent. The central continent was boundless, and it was 7 or 8 times larger than the eastern wilderness. It was full of outstanding people, geniuses, and experts. However, how many second-grade prodigies were there in such a vast land? Below the 5 young giants were second-grade prodigies. There were only a total of 20 or so second-grade prodigies, and they were rarely seen. In the battle of karmic luck, most people didn't have the qualifications to watch the battle. That was why so many people were attracted this time. They all wanted to see exactly what cultivation realm the second-grade prodigies had attained and how terrifying their combat strength was. In the crowd, there were old people and some young people in their teens. These young men were the most excited. They were the younger generation and had missed the battle of karmic luck. They wanted to see how powerful the prodigies who were half a generation older than them were to motivate themselves. So many experts. Chu Kuang's gaze swept across the crowd. He discovered many geniuses who were on par with him. They were third-class geniuses. There were also some who were not third-class geniuses but were not to be underestimated. For example, Hai Ziming, Wu Kong, and Ling Yunkong from the floating mountain were among the crowd. There were even a few old men who stood in the sky and emitted extremely shocking auras. They were clearly domain spirit gods. This battle had even drawn the attention of domain enlightened spirit gods. Suddenly, demonic chi surged into the sky as a black-robed young man walked through the air and attracted everyone's attention. Jun Yu. It's Jun Yu of the Devil Mountain. Someone exclaimed when they saw this young man. Jun Yu of the Devil Mountain is here too. Zhang Wenjing and Chu Kuang exclaimed as well. Lu Ming's heart jolted as well, and he couldn't help but size Jun Yu up carefully. During this period of time, Lu Ming had asked Chu Kuang and Zhang Wenjing about the central continent. Chu Kuang talked the most about the younger generation of prodigies. Lu Ming had some understanding of the prodigies of the central continent. Of course, it was mainly the 5 young giants and 20 second-grade prodigies, as well as the various overlord forces. The Demon Mountain was also one of the dominant forces in the central continent. Jun Yu was one of the more than 20 second-class prodigies. This person is indeed very strong. He gives off a very terrifying feeling. He's definitely a genius at the level of an emperor god. Jun Yu of the heavens. Jun Yu's. Apparently, the battle between Yin Bupo and Shui Luozi had attracted the attention of other sky prides. Jun Yu stood silently in midair with his hands behind his back, and he looked straight ahead as if no one could draw his attention. He didn't even spare a glance at those domain enlightened spirit gods, and he seemed as if he didn't take them seriously at all. Indeed, with his natural talent, it was only a matter of time before he broke through to the spiritual god realm. In the future, he was almost certain to reach the exalted realm. His goal was to become an emperor, so how could he care about ordinary spiritual gods? The crowd continued to wait. Jing Kongling. Jing Kongling of the floating mountain. Suddenly, the crowd exclaimed again. Junior sister Kongling is here. Chu Kuang's eyes lit up as he looked at the sky. A young lady in a watercolored long veil was walking through the air. Her body was filled with water vapor. She looked to be in her 20s. She was extremely beautiful, and her graceful figure was faintly discernible in the water vapor. Her bare feet were like the most beautiful art piece in the world. Every step she took would cause a cloud to appear in the sky. She was walking on the cloud, step by step. The scene was silent as if everyone was attracted by the lady. So she's Jing Kongling. She really is peerless. Lu Ming couldn't help but praise her in his heart. Chu Kuang was ranked second in the floating mountain, and the number 1 genius of the floating mountain was Jing Kongling. She was a lady with terrifying natural talent. At the same time, she was also a second-grade genius. She was equally famous as Junyu, In Bupo, and the others. Moreover, Jing Kongling was one of the 5 great peerless beauties of the Central Continent. Everyone in the Central Continent knew about her. In the past few days, Chu Kuang and Zhang Wenjing had mentioned her many times to Lu Ming. Lu Ming had been extremely curious about this peerless genius for a long time. Lu Ming couldn't help but compare all the women he met with Jing Kongling. He noticed that only Xian Yanqing could compare to Jing Kongling. The others like Mulan's and Autumn Moon were slightly inferior. Jing Kongling, I never expected that this battle would draw you here as well. Jun Yu's gaze finally moved. He looked at Jing Kongling, and a trace of a burning light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Aren't you here as well? Jing Kongling said faintly. Her voice was tranquil, and when it entered one's ears, it gave a very comfortable feeling. It was as if it could calm one's restless heart. Just like her name, she was like an ethereal fairy, untainted by even a speck of dust. Brother Jun, Sister Kongling, you're early. A sweet and clear voice rang out. Not far away, another woman stepped through the air and arrived. This lady looked younger than Jing Kongling, but her appearance was not inferior to Jing Kongling's at all. Her small face was a little pale, but she had a sickly beauty that made people want to go up and protect her. Sandalwood Fairy from the Medicine King Valley. Many people widened their eyes. Another second-grade genius, and also one of the 5 great beauties of the Central Continent. Many people felt that they were going crazy. They felt that this trip was too worth it. This time, before the 2 main characters of the battle had arrived, there were already peerless geniuses coming one after another. Even 2 of the 5 great beauties of the Central Continent had come. It was worth it, too worth it. Many people had traveled hundreds of millions of miles just to see one of the 5 great beauties, but they could not. Today, they could see 2 of the 5 great beauties. What was not worth it? Sandalwood Fairy. Chu Kuang's eyes also lit up. He stared at Sandalwood Fairy with a lecherous look, which made Zhang Wenjing, who was beside him, unhappy. In fact, Zhang Wenjing was also a rare beauty, but compared to Jing Kongling and Sandalwood Fairy, she was far inferior. Sister Sandalwood, why are you here too? Jing Kongling stepped forward and came to Sandalwood Fairy's side. The 2 peerless beauties stood together. Almost everyone's eyes fell on the 2 women. Many people's eyes were burning with passion, but no one dared to flirt or even hit on them. Although the 2 women were peerless beauties, they were also famous geniuses. They were extremely terrifying. If anyone dared to flirt with them, it was guaranteed that they would die without knowing how. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect both of you to come. I'm so honored. There was a loud laugh, and a bolt of lightning flashed in the distance. In the next moment, a young man in a purple feather robe appeared at the top of Sky Pillar Mountain. The young man had a cold gaze and a hooked nose. His eyes were extremely sharp, and there were traces of lightning flashing in them. In Bupo. Someone spoke out that person's name. Chapter 10:19. Hee, In Bupo, why don't you take a look in the mirror? Are the 2 fairies here for you? A cold laugh was heard from another direction. A crimson light flashed and a young man in a crimson robe appeared on the other side of Pillar of Heaven's mountain. This young man's face was slightly pale. He was very handsome and gave off a feminine feeling. Humph, Blood Luozi, you look like you're half dead. Are the 2 fairies here to see you? In Bupo sneered. The 5 great beauties of the Central Continent. Not only were they beautiful, but they were also extremely talented. Naturally, they had countless suitors. Many second-grade geniuses were their suitors. There were even the 5 great young lords. There were rumors that In Bupo and Sanguinarum were both Sandalwood Fairy's suitors. Now that the 2 supreme talents had arrived, the crowd finally shifted their attention from Jing Kongling and Sandalwood Fairy to In Bupo and Sanguinarum. Today, the 2 of them would have an earth-shattering battle. Lu Ming also looked at the 2 of them. Whether the second-class supreme talents of Middle Continent were at the same level as the Emperor realm would be revealed soon. Humph, Bupo, you were lucky to escape from the previous battle of Providence. Today, I'll kill you. Sanguinarum sneered. Huh, you? You'll be the one to die today. Bupo sneered. He let out a long cry and turned into a huge divine eagle. The divine eagle was surrounded by terrifying lightning energy. Bupo wasn't a human but a monster. Sky Eagle Castle was a monster force. Most of them were eagle-type monsters. Of course, there were also other flying monsters. However, the majority of them were eagle-type monsters. It was said that the castle master of Sky Eagle Castle was a powerful eagle emperor. Bupo had the bloodline of a divine beast, Latian's sacred eagle. The concentration of the bloodline was shocking. Boom! Sanguinarum said it casually, but he didn't dare to underestimate Bupo. He unleashed his aura and a crimson light shot up to the sky. Kill! Bupo let out a long cry and flapped his wings. Terrifying lightning energy gathered and turned into lightning swords that slashed towards Sanguinarum. Crimson Divine Saber. Sanguinarum clenched his fist and endless crimson light gathered to form a crimson saber. He shouted and slashed out. The crimson saber radiance swept across the space and clashed with the lightning swords. Boom! 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 The sword chi and saber chi swept out in all directions. Many of the weaker cultivators were shocked and retreated. Lu, Chu Kuang, and Zhang Wenjing stood still as they watched on the ground. In the blink of an eye, Bupo and Shueluozi had exchanged dozens of blows. Shueluozi, I haven't seen you for half a year. Bupo's voice. More than enough to suppress you. Sanguinarum's, is that so? Bupo sneered. He flapped his wings and let out a long cry. The blood in his body boiled and the sky was filled with lightning. Swoosh! Bupo's wings seemed to have turned into a blade of lightning, cutting through everything and slashing towards Shueluozi. Bloodthirsty realm. Shueluozi let out a long roar as his blood chi soared into the sky. A semicircular blood-red light shield spread out in all directions. A terrifying devouring force spread out. Even though they were far away, many people felt their blood become restless, as if it was about to leave their bodies. Cold blood halls bloodthirsty skill. Chu Kuang said solemnly. Lu Ming's expression changed. He felt that the bloodthirsty skill was similar to the 9 dragons' devouring power. However, the bloodthirsty skill only targeted blood and wasn't as overbearing as the 9 dragons' devouring power. Boom! Bupo's lightning blade slashed onto the crimson light shield and a deafening roar was heard. However, he was also affected by the bloodthirsty skill. His blood was restless and his combat strength was affected. He couldn't use his full strength. Squeak squeak, at this moment, an ear-piercing sound was heard. A giant bat appeared above Sanguinarum's head. The bat's body was blood-red. Its eyes were extremely cold and filled with a bloodthirsty glow. Blood-winged heavenly bat was a terrifying divine beast. Obviously, Sanguinarum's bloodline was blood-winged heavenly bat. There were 8 dazzling chakras around the blood-winged heavenly bat. Level 8 divine class bloodline. Sanguinarum's bloodline rank was the same as an emperor god's. Sanguinarum used bloodline fusion and turned into a blood-winged heavenly bat to fight against Bupo. Terrifying energy shot out, causing the space to tremble unceasingly, as if it would be torn apart at any moment. It was already completely distorted. The terrifying forces spread out for thousands of miles. Many mountains were swept by the forces and turned into dust in an instant. However, most of the forces landed on the Pillar of Heaven's mountain. However, the Pillar of Heaven's mountain seemed to be formed by an ancient strong practitioner's weapon. The terrifying forces didn't cause any damage to the Pillar of Heaven's mountain. At most, they only left some marks on it. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged more than 100 moves, but the outcome was still undecided. God, so powerful, too powerful. Is this the combat strength of a second-grade prodigy? An elder with a perfect spirit embryo sucked in a cold breath and was extremely astonished. He had a feeling that with his perfected spirit embryo cultivation, he would be crushed into dust by the terrifying forces if he were to rush forward and get within 100 meters of the two of them. A perfected spirit embryo martial arts practitioner wouldn't be able to resist at all. Their cultivation should be at the peak of the 9th level of the spirit embryo realm. However, their combat strength is too terrifying. I'm afraid they are close to the spirit god realm. Even if they can't fight with the spirit god, they wouldn't be too far off. If they break through to the perfected spirit embryo realm, they might be able to fight with a spirit god realm practitioner. Terrifying, a spirit embryo can fight with a spirit god. This is too terrifying. The onlookers discussed as they watched. They were all shocked. Even the domain-enlightened spirit gods had extremely solemn expressions on their faces. They are indeed powerful. They are definitely prodigies on the same level as the Emperor God. Lu Ming thought to himself. His gaze was solemn. Now, he was sure that the second-grade prodigies of the Central Continent were definitely prodigies on the same level as the Emperor God. The fact that there were more than 20 such prodigies in the Central Continent was truly astonishing. I wonder what realm the Emperor God has reached? Lu Ming thought to himself. Half a year ago, the Emperor God's cultivation was at the peak of the 8th level of the spirit embryo realm. Now that more than half a year had passed, it was normal for the Emperor God to reach the peak of the 9th level of the spirit embryo realm. It was even possible for him to step into the perfected spirit embryo realm. If they met, he would still be Lu Ming's greatest enemy. Am I their match with my current combat strength? Lu Ming secretly measured his own combat strength. During the Battle of Providence, Lu Ming relied on the combination of the path of inscription and martial arts to suppress the Emperor God. However, the Emperor God wasn't completely defeated. Now, Lu Ming's path of inscription and martial arts were separated, so his combat strength was slightly weaker. However, compared to the Battle of Providence, Lu Ming also cultivated the concept of water. With the combination of 5 concepts, the power was extremely shocking. It was much stronger than 4 concepts. Even without the path of inscription, Lu Ming's combat strength was still strong. He was confident that he could suppress the Emperor God in a battle of the same level. However, he was in the Central Continent now. To prevent his identity from being exposed, Lu Ming couldn't use some of his techniques. He couldn't use all of his dragon power, so his combat strength was greatly reduced. In addition, Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the peak of the 8th level of the spirit embryo realm. If he encountered either the Sanguinarum or En Bupo, Lu Ming wouldn't be a match for them. My cultivation must increase as soon as possible. If I reach the 9th level of the spirit embryo realm, I won't be afraid of them even if I can't fuse my bloodline in a real battle.